For a moment, Song Kai and the 6 others turned their eager, curious gazes in anticipation. Song Hai and Song Jiao exchanged a glance and then nodded subtly to each other. In their view, since they had already brought the younger generation of the family here, it was naturally time to inform them of the family's mission. After all, as long as nothing unexpected happened on Song Shan's end, action would soon be underway, and letting the younger generation know now wouldn't be an issue. However, before they spoke, Song Hai and Song Jiao gave a serious instruction: if you want to know the family's ultimate goal, you can, but let it be known first that afterwards, not a single detail is to be revealed to outsiders. If you violate this, you will not be spared. Understood? Understood. Seeing that the 7 responded in unison, Song Jiao said no more. All 7 were the direct descendants of the family, and both men were willing to place their full trust in them. The 2 exchanged another look, and then it was Song Jiao who took the initiative to speak. You will know that this star region was once the core star domain of the Moruo civilization. Our family previously received a top-secret message that the Moruo civilization once had control over a secret realm. The moment they heard the word secret realm, the hearts of Song Kai and the 6 others began to beat faster instinctively. Having received formal torch education, they were familiar with this term. Especially Song Kai, because the Zutan Ruins market he controlled was a special kind of secret realm. A secret realm, as the name suggests, is the general term for hidden and sealed environments in the Starry Sea that are unknown to outsiders. Due to their extreme secrecy and seclusion, these spaces typically preserve their most primitive environment from the time of their formation. Influenced by such an environment, the majority of secret realms have entirely different ecosystems from the outer world. Over long periods of time, these unique ecosystems and environments give rise to all sorts of Starry Sea oddities and exceedingly rare mineral and biological resources. Could it be that the Bloodblade Star thieves got their hands on that secret realm? Song Yu's words came out rapidly, but his speculation was confirmed by Song Jiao. Exactly. The Bloodblade Star thieves have obtained the secret realm of the Moruo civilization. With Song Jiao's affirmative response, the breathing of the 7 became noticeably heavier. This was a secret realm, an incredibly rare find. Their numbers were far fewer than the various civilizational relics in the Shattered Starry Sea, and it was for this reason that each secret realm was unimaginably valuable. Even the lowest level Shattered Secret Realm is worth no less than a top-rank purple relic. The secret realm that the Song family had spent decades cautiously scheming to obtain could clearly not just be a low-ranked Shattered Secret Realm. At this moment, Song Kai spoke up. Dad, what rank is the Moruo civilization's secret realm? Song Kai's question indeed echoed the sentiments of Song Qi and the others beside him. For a moment, all 7 of them focused intently on Song Jiao, waiting expectantly for his answer. According to common knowledge in the Shattered Starry Sea, the various secret realms within the Starry Sea are divided into 4 ranks, from lowest to highest based on their rarity and value. Shattered Secret Realm, Starry Sea Secret Realm, Primordial Secret Realm, Cosmic Secret Realm. Shattered Secret Realm, as the name implies, these are normal Starry Sea secret realms that have been damaged. The original environment within the secret realm has been affected, leading to substantial reductions in both the quality and quantity of resources produced. Starry Sea Secret Realm, a type of secret realm created by the civilizations that emerged during the Starry Sea era, rarely embodying both time and space laws, cultivating secret realms with random laws. Primordial Secret Realm, created by the primordial remnants of multiverse civilizations at the dawn of the Starry Sea era, embodying one of the laws of time or space. Cosmic Secret Realm, a whole piece of a shattered multiverse, embodying the 2 major laws of time and space, and containing all the essences of a universe's fragmentation, incalculably valuable. Even just a Shattered Secret Realm can compare to a purple relic of top rank, and those whose internal environment is less damaged can match an Orange Glory quality Starry Sea oddity. A Starry Sea Secret Realm, if it contains one of the laws of time or space, is comparable to red epic treasures. As for the even higher-ranked primordial secret realm and cosmic secret realm, past textbooks did not record them in detail. However, judging from the value of a starry sea secret realm, their worth is surely far beyond that of red epic treasures. Song Jiao was silent for a while before he couldn't withstand the intense gaze of the seven any longer and replied quickly, "Based on our decades of secret investigation, there is a high probability that the secret realm is a starry sea secret realm." With this revelation, Song Qi and the others could no longer hide their excitement. A starry sea secret realm, no matter its condition, would be equivalent to an orange quality component. But Song Jiao hadn't finished speaking yet. He continued to add, "Moreover, it is a starry sea secret realm that contains the space law. You've always wondered why the Bloodblade Star Thieves chose to build their lair in this Void Rift area, right? It's because the secret realm they possess produces a special mineral resource called Space Solidification Stone. Space Solidification Stone allows their residents to withstand damage from spatial rifts and the winds of space. When integrated into a torch warship, it gives the ship special spatial resistance, significantly reducing the danger of navigating through the void rifts." Upon hearing this, everyone became even more astonished. Encapsulating the space law of the starry sea secret realm, what is this concept? It means that this secret realm is comparable to a red epic quality super warship component. At this moment, a thought suddenly dawned on several people. After the great celebration of Grandma's birthday had passed, the elders at home had mentioned that Grandpa's negligence had once cost the family the opportunity to obtain a red component. Now, if they could get their hands on this secret realm, it would naturally make up for the mistake Grandpa had made. In the crowd, Song Kai was astonished too, but he was much better off compared to Song Qi and the other 6. The Zutan Ruins market he held in his hand was itself a secret realm, and it also contained the law of space. The reason why Song Kai knew this was simple. Although the Zutan Ruins market did not produce any special resources, it had the capability to deploy spatial gates across the endless distances of the shattered starry sea, which was precisely the manifestation of the effect of the space law. Otherwise, how could a severely damaged secret realm be so easily connected to the various star domains of the vast and infinite shattered starry sea? As for why it did not have its own strange objects or produce resources, Song Kai guessed that it might have something to do with that unknown immortal domain civilization powerhouse. Compared to the four-word space law, Song Kai was more interested in space solidification stones, a kind of resource. According to what his dad had said, these space solidification stones, like phantom crystals, were not necessary resources for the enhancement or up rank of the torch warship, but could be integrated freely during the warship armor enhancement and up-rank process. After integration, they could enhance a torch warship's space resistance, reducing the impact of void rifts and void gangwinds. Regarding this, the first thing he thought of was the Void Demon. The Zutan Ruins market wandered within the Void Gaps, which were the main base for the Void Demons, filled with countless Void Demons. Correspondingly, it was also the best place to hunt for void crystals. The large amount of void crystals he had acquired before was still vivid in Song Kai's memory. A 0-rank void crystal could be exchanged 1-to-1 for a second-rank floating land origin, and what he needed most at the moment was the second-rank floating land origin. During the time after the ruins market had advanced, he thought more than once about hunting those void demons. With the combat power of the Kangqian, killing 0-rank and 1st-rank void demons was extremely simple. But ultimately, he was deterred by the terrifying storms of the void gangwind and dropped the idea. If the family successfully took over that secret realm, could he take the opportunity to request a sufficient number of space solidification stones to integrate into Kangqian later? As long as Kangqian could obtain enough space resistance and no longer fear the impact of those void gangwinds, going out to hunt void demons in the ruins market would no longer be a fantasy. As he was carefully considering the feasibility of this, Song Jiao in front of him cleared his throat gently, pulling the attention of the group of 7 back to reality. "All right, let's end the discussion about that secret realm here. Once we leave this room, No one is to mention the word secret realm, whether it's here or after we return to the White Tower floating land. Understand? Received. Understood. The 7 nodded solemnly, their expressions serious. They were not children, and they knew the importance of this matter well. They would certainly not make such a low-level mistake. The next day, at the warship docking area beside the Illusion space base, all 9 gathered there. Since Song Jiao had already arrived, Song Hai naturally had to leave with Song Qi and Song Wen. Before leaving, Song Kai called Song Qi, Song Yu, and the other 6 together and directly made his request. Big brother, second brother. Little Yu, do you have any long-range deployment components on your flagships? I want to borrow it for a while. The resources wasted from uninstalling it, I'll make up for them. Seeing Song Kai's earnest expression, it did not seem like a joke. Song Qi and the 6 raised their eyebrows. Little Kai, fourth brother, what's the matter? Song Kai did not elaborate further and simply stated that he had an urgent need. Hearing this, the 6 did not ask any further. Then, Song Wen beside them spoke. Fourth brother, I have a blue quality fixed point launch pad component. If you can use it, I will uninstall it for you. Song Kai raised his hand to stop third brother Song Wen from summoning his flagship and asked first, third brother, what is the enhancement level of this component you have? How far can it deploy things at maximum? He wanted to borrow the long-range deployment component to deploy drones. The lair of the Bloodblade Star Thieves was 1.5 light-years away. If it could not deploy that far, it would be of no use to him. Song Wen replied without hesitation. Currently, the enhancement level is LV-10, and the deployment distance is 0.5 light-years. LV-10, 0.5 light-years, then it's likely that enhancing it to LV-20 would exceed 1.5 light-years. After doing some calculations in his mind, Song Kai quickly nodded and agreed. As soon as he received the fixed-point launch pad component from Song Wen, Song Kai also took out 200 strands of zero-rank floating land origin immediately, which Song Wen naturally refused to accept, but in the end, Song Kai managed to persuade him to take them. Now holding tens of thousands of strands of zero-rank floating land origin, Song Kai naturally wouldn't take unfair advantage. After sorting this out, on the other side, Song Hai also summoned his flagship, the escort ship Hai Hai, carrying both Song Qi and Song Wen. They activated the warship's void membrane, and quickly burst out of the illusion space. In the warship docking area, Song Kai summoned the Kang Kang, and without rushing to install the fixed-point launch pad, he first focused on the brainwave remote control system. The LV-20 brainwave remote control system, with a control distance of only 1 light-year, still needed to be enhanced several times to reach over 1.5 light-years. However, enhancement beyond LV-20 or purple quality components requires the use of titanium crystals, and Song Kai had only 10 titanium crystals left, which made him somewhat reluctant to part with them. But even if he was reluctant, the necessary enhancements still had to be done. Are you sure you want to spend 15 strands of second-rank floating land origin plus 20,000 spectral energy points plus 1 ton of soul crystals plus 1 titanium crystal, to raise the brainwave remote control system to LV-21? Yes. After a brief spurt of light, the brainwave remote control system was successfully upgraded to LV-21, and he checked the control distance. 1.2 light-years. Song Kai could only continue enhancing. After 2 more enhancements, with only 4 titanium crystals left in his hand, the LV-23 brainwave remote control system finally met the requirements with its control distance. Control distance, 1.6 light-years. Duration, 15 hours. Buffer, 4 hours. Up rank requirement, 27 strands of second-rank floating land origin, 27,000 spectral energy points, 4 tons of soul crystals, 4 titanium crystals. After enhancing the brainwave remote control system, it was then time for the fixed-point launch pad component. After clicking 20 times in succession, Song Kai successfully enhanced the component to LV-20. As expected, The fixed-point launch pad at LV-20 indeed had a launch distance exceeding 1.5 light-years. Fixed-point launch pad LV-20. Quality, blue. Consumption, 2000 per use. Spectral energy points. Charge, 30 seconds. Buffer, 6 hours. Effect, launches objects, living creatures, that meet volume and weight requirements to designated coordinates. Current maximum launch distance, 2 light-years. Up rank requirement, 15 strands of second rank floating land origin, 18,000 spectral energy points. Having sorted these things out, Song Kai didn't rush to start remote launching but also didn't recall the Kangkyung. Instead, he turned his gaze to the side, towards the Sky Patrol radar. More precisely, he was looking at the star chart generated by the Sky Patrol radar. Since he wanted to perform remote launches, he certainly couldn't do so blindly. Specific prepared coordinates were necessary. However, Song Kai frowned quickly, as the star region 0155 he was currently in was riddled with countless spatial cracks, and naturally, these void gaps wouldn't be marked on the star chart generated by the Sky Patrol radar. So the question was, what if the launch coincided with a void crack? He glanced down at the Phantom Butterfly drone in his hand and then remembered that this gadget was priced at 500 strands of first-rank floating land origin. He immediately shook his head rapidly. Kidding aside, even though he had money on hand now, burning through wealth wasn't supposed to be done like this. After pondering for a while, he placed the Phantom Butterfly drone to one side and instead took out a Hornet-class drone, which, by comparison, was much cheaper. The most critical aspect was that there were more than 20 Hornet-class unmanned drones stored in the space of the ruins market at this moment. In addition to the Hornet unmanned drones, there were also 10 military combat robots. Song Kai had prepared these in advance when his resources were abundant, out of an abundance of caution. He originally thought he might use them in future explorations of the alien star domain, but he hadn't expected them to be put to use so soon. At the side, the component of the brainwave remote control system shimmered with light, and a brainwave beacon was projected onto the Hornet-class drone in his hand. Then Song Kai stepped forward to the fixed-point launch pad, placed the drone properly, and as his thoughts shifted, the launch pad was activated in sync. 1.5 light-years away, in a star region tens of thousands of kilometers from the lair of the Bloodblade star thieves, a Hornet-class unmanned drone appeared quietly following a slight spatial fluctuation. Since the Hornet unmanned drone was not small, that's why Song Kai chose coordinates that were sufficiently far from the lair of the Bloodblade star thieves. As for the spatial fluctuation produced by the launch, there was no need to worry. In this star region where space rifts and spatial tempests were commonplace, the slight spatial fluctuation caused by the launch of the Hornet unmanned drone was inconsequential. Inside the illusion space, Song Kai's expression darkened. His luck with this first launch was not good at all, as it ran into a space rift. No sooner had the Hornet-class drone been dispatched than it was shredded to pieces. With no other choice, Song Kai had to recall the Kangkyung and wait for 6 hours before attempting a second launch. There was no alternative, although the brainwave remote control system's buffer time was only 4 hours, the launch pad required 6 hours. And Song Kai did not want to expend more second-rank floating land origin on it, considering it was unnecessary since he still had to dismantle it and return it to Song Wen later on. Afterward, Song Kai began multiple attempts. The second attempt was also a failure, not encountering a space rift but instead a spatial tempest, which obliterated it instantly within the terrifying storm. The third attempt was successful, but the space rifts near the coordinates were so dense that, despite Song Kai's efforts to control the drone with the brainwave beacon to dodge, it eventually grazed one of the rifts and, as a result, the drone was quickly destroyed by another space rift. After 3 attempts, Song Kai stopped. Having used the brainwave beacon 3 times in a row, he was beginning to feel the strain on his mind. He could only stow the Kangkyung and return to the room assigned to him at the base. Then he entered the All Attributes cultivation room of the Zutan Ruins market and began practicing the spectral energy guidance technique. The next day, after leaving his room early, Song Kai first went to the surveillance room to complete his daily monitoring tasks. After handing over his shift, he went back to the dock area of the warship to start the day's launch tests. After reselecting coordinates on the star chart, the fourth launch officially began. Perhaps because he had used up all of his bad luck yesterday, the first launch today encountered good luck. The coordinates where the Hornet unmanned drone was launched, including the surrounding area of several tens of meters, were free from space rifts and spatial tempests. On the other hand, Song Kai recorded the coordinates onto his communication bracelet. Such safe launch locations were meticulously noted by him, both for providing a variety of safe launch options for the subsequent Phantom Butterfly rank unmanned drones and for mapping out every spaced rift around the lair of the Bloodblade Star Thieves, so that if his family were to go to war with the Star Thieves, this star chart could play an important role. After the recording was complete, Song Kai began to carefully maneuver the Hornet unmanned drone around the area, noting down the precise locations of space rifts, marking them one by one on the star chart created by the SkySight surveillance radar, while slowly advancing towards the lair of the Bloodblade Star Thieves. Unfortunately, due to the peculiar nature of the environment, the unmanned drone progressed very slowly. Additionally, the Hornet unmanned drone's battery life was limited and, after 6 hours, its energy battery had been depleted. Because it was not possible to recall the drone, Song Kai chose to deliberately steer the Hornet unmanned drone towards a space rift. The reason was simple: once the energy battery was completely drained, the drone would lose power, and since he couldn't retrieve it quickly, he decided to dispose of it proactively to prevent the drone left in space from being accidentally discovered by the Bloodblade Star Thieves. Even if the likelihood was very small, this matter concerned the family's return to the main branch, and he could not afford any wishful thinking. 6 hours later, he took out the fifth Hornet unmanned drone and commenced the fifth launch, following the same steps as before, recording the positions of spaced rifts around him, adding to the star chart's rift annotations. Amidst this repetitive routine, 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 5 days, Song Kai successfully marked half of the coordinates of the spaced rifts within 100,000 kilometers around the lair of the Bloodblade Star Thieves. However, he was then left with only 2 Hornets in his possession. As for entering the Bloodblade Star Thieves' lair or even approaching within 1,000 kilometers, Song Kai had not taken even half a step. The Hornet unmanned drones lacked strong stealth capabilities. The closer they got, the greater the risk of exposure, so he dared not take the risk. Stowing away the Kangkyung and considering the need for further launches and annotations, Song Kai went to see his father and obtained 10 drones of the same model from him. The King Kong, serving as an escort ship, was over 100 meters in length and had ample storage space, so Song Jiao naturally brought along a number of unmanned drones and combat robots. However, this still wasn't enough. In Song Lin's room on the 2nd floor of the base, Song Kai, Song Lin, and Song Yu were all present. "Fourth brother, why do you need so many drones? You're not thinking of trying your luck at the outer periphery of the fragment belt, are you? I must warn you, with the environment of this 0155-star region, no number of drones will be enough to skim the water's surface." In the face of his second brother Song Lin's well-meaning advice, Song Kai nodded gently but did not change his request. In the end, Song Lin and Song Yu each took out 2 drones. Unlike Song Jiao, they had limited liquid assets, so it was standard practice to prepare 2 drones. After taking the 4 large Yellow Hornet drones, Song Kai now had 16 in total, which he figured was roughly enough. He thanked the 2 and, before leaving, also asked Song Yu to take over his shift tomorrow. Only then did he turn and leave. The reason he asked Song Yu to take his shift was that according to his calculations, it was time for a new round of Ruins market trades to open, and he planned to initiate the second round of Ruins market trades after his promotion to first rank tonight. After all, every time a trade opened, as long as his luck wasn't terribly bad, he would typically reap over 100,000 strands of zero-rank floating land origin. Song Kai was not willing to delay even for a moment. The unknown star region of the shattered starry sea, a starry sea floating land so vast that it required light years to measure, stretched across the pitch-black cosmos. Enveloped by the terrifying floating land gales in the sky, this high-level starry sea floating land was isolated from the outer space, presenting unimaginable dangers to anyone trying to enter from space or leave from the floating land. In the primordial continent, Eastern Divine Land. P.S. This is a skin, and has no relation to the primordial era or journey to the west from our mythological stories. The Divine Land was vast and boundless, with an unknown billions of li in territory. The trend of immortal cultivation was prevalent in the Divine Land, where the customs were liberal, and legends of immortals widely circulated. In the Eastern Divine Land, Luofu Realm. As the home of the Luofu Sword Sect, a major immortal cultivation sect in the Eastern Divine Land, the Luofu Realm has always been one of the top 10 domains in the Eastern Divine Land. However, today the Luofu Realm departed from its usual peace and harmony. Blood rained from the heavens, and slaughter filled the sky. In the depths of the firmament, beyond the outer void, a figure sword on his sword, roaring, "Pyongyang, your Pyongyang Sword Sect truly goes too far." No sooner were the words spoken than a kilometer-long sword light cleaved forth. Under this fearsome sword light, it seemed as though the outer void itself was split open and space was twisting. Confronting this sword light, the person opposite was equally unyielding. With a flutter of his green shirt, his finger transformed into a sword and, with a fierce thrust upward, aimed directly at the kilometer-long sword light coming toward him. "Pyongyang sword, go!" Hum hum hum. The silver-white rapier trembled violently, intense Pyongyang sword energy surged around the blade, and finally transformed into a similarly kilometer-long giant sword phantom that rushed forward. Whoosh! Two terrifying sword shadows collided in the void, and the strong mana spread outwards, intertwined within were strands of extremely sharp sword intent. Below the battle zone, the elders of the Luofu Sword Sect and Pyongyang Sword Sect fought fiercely. The spirit transformation level mana fluctuations made the nascent Soul True monarchs suffer greatly. Some of the elders, who were unfortunate to have strands of sword intent enter their bodies after barely advancing from the Golden Core Peak, perished and vanished from this path. 1,000 li away from the mountain gate of the Luofu Sword Sect, Zhu Ping was desperately flying his flying artifact, blood leaking from the corners of his mouth and his vestment robe already in tatters. While taking out several elixirs from his storage bag to restore his mana, he looked back over his shoulder. The next second his face turned pale, a bitter taste emerging in his eyes. Behind him, nearly 10 figures were in hot pursuit, and he could even see the ferocity and mockery on their faces. As an ordinary outer disciple of the Luofu Sword Sect, Zhu Ping had been cultivating for 70 years and just barely reached the 8th level of Qi cultivation. His future was doomed without any hope of achieving foundation establishment. He had originally hoped to peacefully live out the last few decades of his life, but fate had other plans. The domineering elder of the Luofu Sword Sect had recently passed away in meditation, leaving behind only one true God-transforming master as the sect leader, which then invited the scrutiny of hostile forces. Under the joint assault of 2 true God-transforming masters from the Pyongyang Sword Sect, the Luofu Sword Sect was in grave danger, and a thick cloud of gloom seemed to loom over all its disciples, obscuring any hopes for the future. Forcefully dispelling these thoughts of grief and indignation from his mind, Zhu Ping looked down at the high-level storage bag clutched in his hand, and a resolute expression appeared on his face. If he could survive today, with this storage bag, he believed he still had a chance to strive for foundation establishment. And if he could become a foundation establishment cultivator, his lifespan would double once more, reaching 240 years. Reflecting on this, he drove the remaining mana in his body to the limit, further increasing the speed of his flying artifact. However, he soon realized that not only had he failed to widen the gap with the pursuing cultivators behind him, but he was also about to be caught by them. In desperation, Zhu Ping felt a surge of despair. Among the disciples of the Pyongyang Sword Sect chasing him, 3 had reached the 9th level of Qi cultivation, and the quality of their flying artifacts surpassed the escaping disc he had refined. making it difficult to shake them off. In his despair, Zhu Ping's eyes suddenly widened as he looked down into the dense forest below, where to his shock, there was a portal emitting spatial fluctuations, seemingly leading to an unknown place. In normal times, he certainly wouldn't have given it much thought, at least not without reporting it to his sector, but his current predicament didn't allow him the luxury of choice. Controlling the mana in his body, he turned the escaping disc beneath his feet and rapidly descended toward the portal. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Spell attacks continued to rain down from behind him, but he defended against them with a magic artifact, and once he was close to the spatial gate, Zhu Ping didn't hesitate to rush through it. The scenery before his eyes shifted abruptly when Zhu Ping saw the bustling marketplace and the variously shaped creatures in front of him. He was stunned and bewildered, but without time to ponder, the spatial fluctuations from behind hurriedly snapped him back to reality, and without a second thought, he sprinted forward. Passing through the market gate, he quickly glanced at the rules displayed on the light screen, and then realization dawned in his eyes. Zutan Ruins Market, Shattered Starry Sea Races, Market Transactions. A string of keywords flashed through his mind, and immediately afterward, he stepped through the market gate. Behind him, 8 disciples from the Pyongyang Sword Sect closely followed, also teleporting into the Ruins Market secret realm. Like Zhu Ping, they experienced a moment of disorientation upon arriving at the market entrance. After reading the rules on the light screen, their reactions were nearly identical to Zhu Ping's. Although the primordial continent was vast, the terrifying celestial winds above largely restricted the connection between the floating land and the outer starry sky. The sudden appearance of many alien races from beyond the sky naturally sparked their curiosity. However, pleasant surprises aside, the group did not forget their mission. Mana surged in their hands, and each of them had a magic artifact floating around them. With this preparation, they stepped through the market gate one after another. Zhu Ping, don't think you're safe hiding in this Zutan Ruins Market. Hand over the storage bag from Elder Dan. Right after shouting these words, the Pyongyang Sword Sect disciples sensed trouble. They saw the hundreds of alien creatures before them, all staring at them with an odd gaze. Though the faces of different races varied, they could still sense an air of schadenfreude and mockery from these looks. For a moment, they recalled the ordinances listed on the rule light screen they'd seen at the entrancia prohibiting conflicts and fights. As disciples of the Pyongyang Sword Sect, they hadn't taken these rules seriously before, but now, it seemed they had been too confident. When the thought crossed their minds, the disciples of the Pyongyang Sword Sect were already filled with regret. To move them from the Eastern Divine Land to this unknown place without a sound, how could the Zutan Ruins Market be simple? But it was too late. In the free trading area, Song Kai, who had transformed into a vampire, shifted his thoughts, and then the power of laws in the sky above the secret realm rapidly converged, eventually forming a tens of meters long law golden dragon. Roar! The ethereal golden dragon let out a long cry, and then before the eyes of over 1,000 starry sea alien beings at the market, the figures of the Pyongyang Sword Sect disciples simultaneously softened. Thud, thud, thud. Without exception, all 8 knelt at the entrance to the market, like 8 door guardians on watch, causing some of the starry sea alien species to barely contain their laughter. Despite the starry sea aliens acting as if nothing was amiss, and not feeling deterred by the golden dragon of laws above, the 8 disciples of the Pyongyang Sword Sect genuinely felt an indescribable oppressive force. Crack, crack, crack. Under this terrifying pressure, it was as if each of them bore the weight of a 10,000-pound boulder on their backs, suffocating them, cracking all their bones, and under such overwhelming oppression, they could not even muster the thought of resisting, let alone mobilize the mana within their bodies. Just then, another fluctuation of space passed through the entrance of the market, and another figure appeared. It was the Pyongyang Sword Sect disciple who had stayed outside, who, not seeing his peers return for a long time, also rushed through the spatial gate. After sweeping through the market entrance's barrier of laws and understanding his fellow disciples' temperaments, he instantly surmised what had transpired. He quickly approached the gates of the market, his gaze sweeping over the crowd of observing alien species, and finally, his eyes turned upward to the ethereal golden dragon in the vault of heaven. My fellow sect brothers acted improperly, breaking the ruins market regulations, so we are willing to offer compensation and ask for forgiveness for our unintentional offense. After speaking, he tapped his storage bag at his waist, and immediately 9 beams of light shot out, eventually piling up into 9 silver piles on the stone ground before him. This person was quite astute, capturing the key point of bartering in the free trading zone in just a brief time. Thus, he didn't produce spirit stones commonly used on the primordial continent for trade, but instead, like some of the alien races, brought out a relatively precious mineral resource. After all, it was very likely that they were not on the primordial continent, and spirit stones that were generally used in the cultivation world would probably not be accepted here, making mineral resources a more suitable choice. Furthermore, he had also intentionally included himself among the offenders and offered his own compensation, reducing his stance to the lowest point. From afar, Song Kai's eyes scanned over the 9 silver sand piles. Water moon silver sand, a rather rare resource, much needed in many mechanical creations, with market prices in the Chenxing Principality averaging around 10 strands of first-rank floating land origin per ton. There were 9 piles in front of him now, each weighing exactly 1 ton, equivalent to 900 strands of zero-rank floating land origin. After pondering for a moment, his thoughts shifted, and soon the ethereal golden dragon in the heavens let out a soft cry, and immediately after, the laws of the secret realm condensed a single character in the high sky. Agreed. This character, formed of the power of laws, was such that all beings in the market understood its specific meaning with just one glance. As for why he agreed, it was simple. Firstly, these people were only preparing to act, without actually injuring anyone. Secondly, since the beginning of the ruins market trading, it was the first encounter with the human race, hence there was considerable curiosity about these people, making it improper to expel them outright. The power of laws in the vault of heaven quickly dispersed, and the oppressive force weighing down the 8 red-faced, kneeling disciples of the Pure Yang Sword sect was gone, allowing them to finally stand up with difficulty. Yet in their eyes was no hint of resentment, only a lingering fear. Just as they exchanged grateful glances with the later arriving disciple, several alien species, including the vampire that Song Kai had transformed into, started to approach from the free trading zone. The focus of these aliens was nearly unanimous, their gazes fixed directly on the storage bags at the waists of the disciples from the Pure Yang Sword sect. The scene of aliens receiving 9 tons of water moon silver sand was still fresh in their minds. These alien species were sure that the peculiar bags were a precious kind of space-related storage device, Song Kai included. How rare were space-related storage devices? Seeing them now, these alien beings naturally coveted them. While they couldn't forcibly take them, as long as the price was reasonable, they were of course willing to make a purchase. Seeing the numerous alien beings intently staring at their storage bags, the disciples of the Pure Yang Sword sect subconsciously put their hands on their waists, but they were quickly reminded of the ethereal law golden dragon from earlier and consequently calmed down. One of the disciples, at the 9th rank of Qi cultivation, began to explain. This is a storage bag. It can only be opened with the mana within our bodies. It's not usable by you. To the alien species listening, his words made no sense, but Song Kai did not have this limitation. His brow instinctively furrowed as if this was indeed the case, then this so-called storage bag would be greatly devalued. Of course, deep down he still harbored a last shred of hope that the spectral energy bestowed by the Seed of Torch, with its special property of accommodating most types of energy within the starry sea, might substitute for the energy known as mana. Thinking this, the group of alien race members brought several members of the Pure Yang Sword sect over to the side of the Universal Translator. After the translation, the alien race members finally understood the limitations of the storage bag. However, empty words proved nothing, and the alien race members were still unwilling to give up. Seeing this, a few disciples of the Pure Yang Sword sect took out several spare, unused storage bags and let the alien race members try for themselves. Relying on the power of the ruins market law, Song Kai naturally succeeded in obtaining one of them first. Subsequently, spectral energy circulated within his body, slowly gathering towards the storage bag in his hand. Soon after, his heart chilled. No matter how much spectral energy he injected, the storage bag in his hand did not respond at all, which meant that spectral energy couldn't activate the storage bag. Coming to this conclusion, he was greatly disappointed, and he didn't even mind when an alien race member swiftly took the storage bag from his hands. Since spectral energy couldn't activate it, the value of the storage bag naturally plummeted. Although it was still possible to use it indirectly in other ways, it would be 100 or 1,000 times more bothersome. For example, he could keep a disciple of the Pyongyang Sword Sect by his side and have them specifically manage the storage bag for him, and then he would get a special enslavement component to completely turn the disciple into his own enslaved creature. But if he wanted to use this method, not to mention how to keep a disciple of the Pyongyang Sword Sect without raising suspicion, just obtaining an enslavement ship component was difficult enough. Such ship components were extremely rare, and whenever they appeared, they were often sought after at all costs by torch ship captains whose lifespans were nearing their end. Because such components would allow them to enslave a vampire in advance, which greatly reduced the chance of the vampire turning the tables after a successful first embrace. Generally speaking, even a white-quality enslavement component could sell for exorbitant prices, comparable to a top-rank blue ship component, and it could even reach the pricing level of a purple component. The markup was terrifyingly high, and the items were always in demand but rarely available. Regaining his senses, Song Kai was about to return and continue running his stall, but then he suddenly noticed that of the 9 disciples of the Pyongyang Sword Sect originally in front of him, now only 5 remained. Using a god's eye view to search, he quickly located the 4 who had disappeared. More accurately, it was 5 people. Apart from the 4 members of the Pyongyang Sword Sect, there was also the person named Zhu Ping, who was the first to enter the ruins market. These 5 were currently gathered in the newly opened oddity exchange shop, with that Zhu Ping at the furthest inside of the shop, and the 4 disciples of the Pyongyang Sword Sect standing at the entryway. Having learned from their previous experience, the 4 didn't dare to start a fight, but their intention to surround was all too clear. They were prepared to watch Zhu Ping closely, or rather, the clearly higher-level storage bag in his hand. Seeing this, Song Kai discreetly walked back to his stall area, his interest keenly piqued by the scene unfolding within the oddity exchange shop. Truth be told, he was also curious about the storage bag in Zhu Ping's hands. According to what the disciples of the Pyongyang Sword Sect had said, the owner of this storage bag seemed to have been someone named Elder Dan. As a fan of novels in his previous life, he was all too familiar with the elders in the cultivation civilization. They were bona fide power figures in a cultivation sect. What kind of good things might be in the storage bag of an elder? While he pondered, the situation in the oddity exchange shop changed. Zhu Ping suddenly raised his right hand, which was holding the storage bag, and then addressed the projection screen at the center of the shop. "I am willing to pay a reward. Please help me open this storage bag." Elder Dan was a newly promoted elder of the Pyongyang Sword Sect who had recently broken through to the nascent soul stage. Even though he had already fallen under the sword intent of divinity transformation, the primordial spirit brand he left behind wasn't something a chi cultivator could erase in a short time. Without erasing the primordial spirit brand of the previous owner, it was naturally impossible to open the storage bag. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 4 disciples of the Pyongyang Sword Sect behind him changed drastically, and they stepped forward in unison. But then they remembered their previous ordeal and, feeling unwilling, they eventually stopped in their tracks. In the free stall area, Song Kai's eyes flickered, revealing an indecipherable expression, yet he did not rush to reply. He wouldn't be so easily fooled. Willing to pay a reward, but what exactly was the reward? A piece of iron ore could be a reward, and a high-rank starry sea oddity could also be a reward, but could the two really be equated? His thoughts shifted, and a line of text appeared on the projection screen in the center of the oddity exchange shop. Please specify the exact reward. Zhu Ping's heart tightened. He sorted through his belongings and finally took out a fist-sized mineral from his storage bag. Song Kai recognized the ore. It's hematite, 300 years old. Its value won't exceed 50 strands of first-rank floating land origin. After a moment, a new line of text materialized on the light screen. The divine thought fluctuations above the item are extremely strong. The compensation is insufficient. Seeing this, Zhu Ping gritted his teeth and took out 2 more items from his storage bag, but they still did not meet Song Kai's requirements and were rejected. In the end, after much consideration, Zhu Ping did not take out any more items from his storage bag. Before this, he was just a minor chi cultivator of the 8th level, so what valuable things could he have on him? He pointed to the exquisite storage bag in his right hand and said, "As long as you can open this storage bag, I am willing to choose one item as a reward from the top 5 most valuable items inside." Upon hearing this, Song Kai's eyes paused, and his mind raced as he seriously contemplated whether the proposal was viable. Seconds later, he agreed. After all, it was an elder's storage bag and should contain some good items. Although he did not know what level of cultivation Elder Dan had, judging by the first-rank cultivation of the 10 people who entered the ruins market, the elder was at least a second-rank cultivator. The contents of a second-rank cultivator's storage bag should not be bad at all. Agreed. After this response, the 5 people felt a mysterious energy beginning to surge into the shop beneath their feet. The storage bag Zhu Ping was clutching began to float slowly upward, and the next second, wisps and strands of power of laws infused into the storage bag. Although Song Kai could not use this storage bag, he could still, with the aid of the power of laws of the ruins market secret realm, erase the inactive primordial spirit mark within it. When the storage bag fell back into Zhu Ping's hand, sensing that the imprint of the primordial spirit in the bag had indeed been erased, his eyes could no longer hide his joy and excitement. However, before opening the storage bag, Zhu Ping tentatively made another request. "May the 4 people behind me leave first." Agreed. With that said, a gentle repulsive force pushed the 4 disciples of the Pure Yang Sword sect out of the oddity exchange shop. After this, Zhu Ping had no other concerns. Mana surged within him, and he poured his spiritual into the storage bag. After imprinting his own mark on it, he directly took out all the items from the storage bag in one swoop. Whoosh! In an instant, the entire oddity exchange shop was almost completely filled. In the free stall area, Song Kai shrugged his shoulders, slightly startled by this sudden commotion. But the next second, his eyes suddenly narrowed and his gaze was entirely captured by an item, a miniature short sword. The reason this short sword drew his attention was not due to anything else but the intense orange glow emanating from its blade. Indeed, it was an orange-level starry sea oddity. As soon as Song Kai concentrated, the attribute panel for the short sword swiftly appeared before his eyes. Strange object, Pure Yang Sword Pill. Quality, orange. Looking at the attribute panel that appeared on the surface of the short sword from a god's eye view, Song Kai's breath quickened. Even the beating of his heart sounded like war drums, thumping non-stop. Because the strange object that the short sword could be converted into was exactly the weak spot on the Kankian, and it was something he had been desperately searching for without success. Strange object, Pure Yang Sword Pill. Quality, orange. Convertible, Pure Yang Sword Beam Cannon. Remark: an elder from the Pure Yang Sword sect on the primordial continent refined this item over several decades using 5th-rank materials combined with the sword sect's secret techniques, then nurtured it with pure mana within his body for hundreds of years, finally creating this orange-quality starry sea oddity. Indeed, what it could be converted into was an orange-quality shipborne main cannon, and for Song Kai, who was eager to explore the Buluo civilization ruins once more, if he could get his hands on this orange main cannon and pair it with a group attack secondary cannon, electromagnetic ray cannon, the unknown third layer of the ruin space would pose no threat to the Kankian. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to obtain this orange main cannon and enhance its level. Setting these aside, After carefully examining the short sword's attributes, Song Kai quietly wrapped a thread of spectral energy around the blade with the power of laws. Soon, he received another set of attributes. Pure Yang Sword Beam Cannon LV0. Quality, Orange. Feature, Mixed Hollow Extreme Yang Sword Intent Divine Light. Feature 2, Main Cannon might increase by 40%. Consumption, 500/shot. Spectral Energy Points. Attack, 27. Charge, 10s. Buffer, 20s. Up rank requirement, 10 strands of floating land origin, 0 rank, 1000 energy points, 1 ton of sunflame ore. Without a doubt, this orange quality Pure Yang Sword Beam Cannon was a truly top-rank main cannon in every sense, with attributes so exaggerated they were terrifying, and even more fearsome was the Mixed Hollow Extreme Yang Sword Intent Divine Light feature. Mixed Hollow Extreme Yang Sword Intent Divine Light, after charging for 5 minutes, it releases a giant sword intent slash in the designated direction, possessing 200% of the main cannon's might and destroying everything in its path. Note, the Extreme Yang Sword Intent Divine Light can also deal 80% damage to intangible energy creatures and 120% damage to those with Yin Cold energy attributes. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Song Kai swore to himself that he had to get his hands on this strange object, then turned his attention back to Zhu Ping, still flushed red with excitement. Zhu Ping was previously just an ordinary outer sector disciple of the Luofu sword sect and had never seen so many top-tier treasures. He was still lost in the massive surprise and couldn't extricate himself from it. It was Song Kai who used the power of laws to pull him back to reality. Once he came to his senses, Zhu Ping remembered his earlier promise and anxiously began sorting through a pile of items in the shop, selecting what he believed to be the 5 most valuable items. He had a profound experience of the methods of the great being behind this ruins market. Not keeping his word, mixing the good with the bad, these were things he didn't dare to do. After a good while of searching, he finally chose 5 items. In the free stall zone, Song Kai frowned at the 5 items Zhu Ping had selected as the most valuable were very different from what he had imagined. If it wasn't for Zhu Ping including the short sword strange object, Song Kai might have thought Zhu Ping was just fobbing him off. With 5 random items, apart from the short sword strange object, the other 4 items were a jade bone shield, a grid-patterned compass, and 2 exquisitely crafted Qingfeng long swords. Among these 4, excluding the grid-patterned compass which could be converted into a blue-quality Blackwater Xuan turtle warship armor component, the other 3 could not be turned into shipborne components. Of course, from the fluorescing light flowing incessantly over their surfaces, it was evident that these 3 items were also valuable in the hands of that Dan Elder, but they were of no use to Song Kai. The central projection screen in the shop flickered with bursts of red light, then 4 of the 5 items held by Zhu Ping automatically fell back to the pile of goods below, leaving only the strange object short sword. As for the blue oddity that could be turned into a Blackwater Xuan turtle warship armor, Song Kai, who already had the Starry V-type alloy armor, did not keep it either. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. From the 4 corners of the pile of items, 4 other items quickly flew out. 2 clusters of luminescent white brilliance, a black pouch, and a palm-sized white jade token. These 4 were the items that Song Kai, with his power as the ruins market lord, had selected from the countless goods as the most valuable to him. The 2 clusters of white brilliance were floating land origins. Within one cluster was a 3rd rank level floating land origin, totaling 100 strands. In another, a rare 4th rank level floating land origin, though the quantity was a bit low, with only 20 strands. But comparatively, the value of these 2 was on par with a purple relic. And within that black pouch, there was the titanium crystal that Song Kai had been searching for to no avail. The quantity was only 50 pieces. The last item, the palm-sized jade token, was a purple-level strange object, which could also be turned into a shipborne component. Spiritual energy nameplate LV0. Quality, purple. Feature, shield value increases by 25%. Consumption, 100/activation. Spectral energy points. Shield numbers generated, 3/3. Effect: generates a shield with a shield value of 175 for a designated unit, small, in the form of an individual spiritual energy shield. Buffer: 72 hours. No charge required. Duration: 30 minutes. Up rank requirement: 6 strands of floating land origin, 0 rank, 600 spectral energy points. It can be said that, among these items, aside from their Pure Yang Sword Beam Cannon, what Song Kai wanted most was this spiritual energy nameplate, a component that could activate an individual shield at any time to save his life. Although the Kankian had a dark matter energy shield generator, Song Kai couldn't possibly stay on the torch warship at all times. There would always be moments when he had to retract the warship, and in situations where he couldn't summon the Kankian in time. Having an individual shield that could be activated at any moment was absolutely a life-saving artifact. As for the floating land origin and titanium crystals, with the Zutan ruins market in place, he would eventually earn these sooner or later, but the spiritual energy engraving component was different. Such components were extremely rare, and once this opportunity was missed, he had no idea when he might encounter them again. Unfortunately, even though he had selected these 5 items, the final choice wasn't up to him. It was Zhu Ping who had to decide which one of the 5 would be taken as compensation. Previously, the other party had said he would take out one of the 5 most valuable items in the storage bag, but he did not specify which one. However, he only sighed out of habit and didn't really take it to heart. After all, in the end, most of these valuable goods in the other party's hands, if not all, over 90% would end up in his pocket. Song Kai was confident in this. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happened, this person was likely to become his representative on the primordial continent, a link and connection. He would become a money tree under his command, continuously gathering the wealth of the primordial continent for him. Therefore, he did not want to be too aggressive in their first trade. If that had been the case, he wouldn't have let the other party choose but would have selected for himself. Looking back at Zhu Ping, the speed at which he made a decision was somewhat unexpected. He didn't consider too much, directly pushing out the orb of 3rd rank floating land origin as the compensation. Song Kai's eyes revealed a look of as expected and was not surprised. With a movement of his hand, he controlled the ruins market law and directly swept up the 100 strands of 3rd rank floating land origin. The next second the light disappeared within the oddity exchange shop. In the free stall area, Song Kai quietly stored the 100 strands of 3rd rank floating land origin into the ancestral torch. In addition to his own bound torch warship, the ancestral torch could also store any strange object that could be converted into torch components, as well as floating land origin. After storing the floating land origin, his attention remained mostly focused on the oddity exchange shop. Having only obtained 100 strands of 3rd rank floating land origin, Song Kai naturally would not stop there, as Zhu Ping had many more valuable things in his hands. With narrowed eyes, he noticed something interesting at the moment. Zhu Ping quickly put away a large pile of items. He did not rush to leave the oddity exchange shop. Instead, his gaze continually lingered over a few starry sea oddity samples on the shelves. After observing for a while, Song Kai soon realized that his gaze mostly settled on 2 of the strange objects. Strange object, 9th heaven cloud essence. Quality, purple. Evolution, none. Remark: the 9th heaven cloud essence, nurtured at the peak of the 9th heavens of Jiayan continent. Maybe the native creatures of Jiayan continent know how to use it. Strange object, Fulling crystal. Quality, blue. Evolution, none. Remark: an object nurtured in the core of a small asteroid for nearly 10,000 years. Very few creatures can utilize it. These 2 strange objects were both purchased from the Chenxing multifunctional shop. Song Kai had initially just wanted to give it a try and was even ready for a long time not being able to sell them. Yet, unexpectedly, Zhu Ping seemed interested in them. Excited by this discovery, Song Kai could completely use this to insert his request for a trade of the Pure Yang Sword Pill. May I ask, how would you trade for this 9th heaven cloud essence? and Falling Crystal. As he spoke, Song Kai sharply caught a flash of excitement in the depths of Zhu Ping's eyes. Although Zhu Ping hid it well, Song Kai, as the master of the Ruins Market Secret Realm and controller of the origin law of the Secret Realm, was omniscient and omnipotent within this Ruins Market. How could he fail to notice this subtle hint? He grew even more certain that their ninth heaven cloud essence and Falling Crystal must be of great value, even exceedingly rare, on the primordial continent. In reality, this was indeed the case, but there was one thing he misconstrued. The truly valuable item wasn't there, Falling Crystal, which, although also a rare third-rank forging material, was far less valuable than the ninth heaven cloud essence. This ninth heaven cloud essence, known as their Gangfeng cloud essence, on the primordial continent, was something only powerful beings above the late nascent soul stage could attempt to gather from the Gangfeng heavens. Its value was extremely high. Song Kai gave a vague and non-committal reply. Barter goods. Zhu Ping hesitated for a moment before handing over a black cloth bag containing titanium crystals from the remaining 4 items in his hand. In the free trading zone, Song Kai instinctively shook his head. Although titanium crystals were rare, there were only 50 of them after all. If it was for exchanging the 0-rank floating land origin, he would accept, but not for the 9 heavens cloud essence, considering it had cost him tens of thousands of strands of 0-rank floating land origin. I can exchange it for the titanium crystals. Seeing the reply on the projection screen, Zhu Ping didn't think too much and immediately agreed to the trade. He had just opened the black cloth bag to take a look and was lucky enough to recognize the mineral titanium crystal. Discovered in the Black Sky Realm 100 years ago, this new type of ore had initially caught the attention of several major sects. However, as its specific application had never been developed, over time, it had been classified as a useless type of ore. After receiving the titanium crystal, Zhu Ping's gaze still lingered on the 9 heavens cloud essence. As long as he could exchange it, and later hand it over to his sect, he believed that the resources needed for his subsequent foundation establishment would largely be taken care of. In the free trading zone, Song Kai was also organizing his thoughts. After a while, he directed his thoughts in the oddity exchange shop. The projection screen at the center changed again. Do you have any intention of parting with that short sword in your hands? Upon reading these words, Zhu Ping's expression immediately tensed. He instinctively tightened his grip on the short sword in his right hand. A second later, as if thinking of something, his eyes showed a deep struggle. This sword pill was the Pure Yang sword pill, a core teaching of the Pure Yang sword sect, slightly stronger than the Luofu sword sect's Luofu flying sword. If he could keep it for his own future use, his combat power would undoubtedly be higher than that of his peers at the same rank. But the dilemma was that the rank of this sword pill was simply too high. Wondering when he would be truly able to use it left him uncertain. It could be years away. Forget foundation establishment. Even if he achieved Golden Core one day, it would still be difficult to use. A few moves would drain all the mana in his body. Most likely, only a cultivator at the peak of the Golden Core stage would be able to control this sword pill to some extent in combat. Realizing that he was currently only at the 8th level of Qi cultivation, and so far from the peak of the Golden Core, Zhu Ping couldn't help feeling somewhat deflated. Seeing this, Song Kai did not urge him but waited quietly. Facing an orange glory level strange object, he had ample patience and was also careful not to suddenly disrupt the other's internal weighing of pros and cons. After all, he had already preemptively calculated several times before, and the conclusion was that selling the short sword would be the most beneficial for him. As for the idea of forcing a trade, such a thought had never crossed his mind. There was still much time ahead, and he wouldn't do anything that might tarnish his reputation. There are no secrets that can't get out in the world. Maintaining the rules and reputation of the Zhutan Ruins market was more important than anything else. After much internal conflict, Zhu Ping finally made a decision. He looked up again at the projection screen and slowly spoke. In the free trading zone, Song Kai felt a little anxious. fearing that he might hear a response he couldn't accept. "I can sell this sword pill, but just the 9 heavens cloud essence alone is not enough." At this, Song Kai breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Zhu Ping didn't refuse to sell, they could always discuss the price. At the same time, he tapped his brow and thought rapidly, trying hard to think of what else he had that might interest the other party. It seemed like a long consideration, but in reality, it was just a moment. In Zhu Ping's eyes, the projection screen before him quickly gave a response. "Yes." Following this word, less than a meter in front of Zhu Ping, a faint spatial fluctuation transmitted with no warning. This anomaly startled Zhu Ping, but before he could react otherwise, a bronze token quietly emerged, hovering in the air before him. Zhu Ping curled his lips, muttering to himself that his reaction was a bit over the top. With the abilities of the great being behind the ruins market, if they had wanted, they could have easily crushed him without all the previous dawdling. He tentatively reached out and slowly touched the bronze token. A moment later, all the information about the bronze token appeared in his mind, and then he mumbled to himself, "Ruins Market Guest Token, 5 additional chances to enter and exit the Zutan Ruins Market. If I can continue to provide other valuable resources in the future, the number of chances can be increased." After sorting out the extra information in his mind, Zhu Ping nodded in agreement. "Good. This Ruins Market Guest Token plus the 9 Heavens Cloud Essence." With that, he raised his right hand and passed over the Pure Yang Sword Pill. In the free trade area, Song Kai clenched his fist lightly, cheering inside, feeling like he had gained something without any effort. The 9 Heavens Cloud Essence had almost no value within the Torch human civilization territory. As for the Ruins Market Guest Token, since he had learned that behind the other party was a world of immortal cultivation, he had already decided to issue it. Based on these 2 factors, it didn't take much effort to exchange for the Pure Yang Sword Pill strange object. After gathering the sword pill with the power of laws, Song Kai was preparing to examine the second orange glory quality strange object he had acquired, but at that moment, Zhu Ping spoke up again. "May I ask, can I offer the lives of those 9 Pure Yang Sword Sect disciples as a reward for these 20 strands of 4th-rank spiritual mechanism?" To Song Kai, this request didn't come as a surprise, given the relationship and attitude previously displayed by both parties. A life-and-death battle was inevitable, and for Zhu Ping to now leverage his assets to put a bounty on the Pure Yang Sword Sect disciples' lives was entirely normal. Understanding did not mean agreement, and Song Kai immediately refused. Without a second thought, "Within the ruins market, we only discuss trades, not getting involved in any race, any creature, any form of conflict or grievances." As for this matter, Song Kai had already considered it in detail before it was mentioned, and this response was the result of careful deliberation. By doing so, not only could it convey the Zutan Ruins Market's stance of fairness, justice, and detachment, but it could also reassure Zhu Ping. Just think, if his bounty offer was accepted, he might be safe for the moment, but he would always feel some wariness towards the ruins market because of it. He could issue a bounty, which meant others could too. What if someone later set a bounty on his life? Moreover, from another perspective, if the ruins market could be persuaded to meddle in personal conflicts for some goods or resources, that would imply that it wasn't without desires and wants. Thus, if he offered something rare enough in the future, could it be possible for the ruins market to directly eliminate him? Indeed, as Song Kai had guessed, when the projection screen bluntly declined, Zhu Ping showed an expression of helplessness and sighed. Yet deep inside him, in a place even he hadn't noticed, the last bit of tension completely relaxed, leaving him with no defenses against the Zutan ruins market under his feet. In the free trade area, compared to the matter of the bounty, Song Kai's attention was more focused on the word spiritual mechanism mentioned earlier. They call the floating land origin spiritual mechanism in their world. How interesting. Muttering to himself, he began to actively inquire of Zhu Ping with a thought. The projection screen changed, and a new line of text appeared on it. Do you still have the titanium crystals from the black bag earlier? He didn't conceal anything, directly mentioning the words titanium crystal. It wasn't that he didn't care, but right beside him in the purchasing shop, samples of titanium crystal were displayed, and Zhu Ping had visited that shop before. Any attempt to conceal would seem like trying to cover up what was obvious. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ping became interested. He first shook his head, then nodded emphatically. "I don't have any on me at the moment, but there are some in the world behind me." Saying this, he blinked. A spark of inspiration flashed in his heart, then whispered, "May I ask, if I bring this titanium crystal here in the future, can it increase the number of times I can use the ruins market guest token?" Song Kai paused for a moment before giving an affirmative response. If the quantity is sufficient, yes. His answer was ambiguous, as the specifics for later were still for him to decide. While the two conversed, noise erupted from the outer stall area, and Song Kai sent a tendril of his consciousness to probe. Raising his eyebrows, a look of curiosity and anticipation appeared in his eyes. At the entrance to the free trade area, near the ruins market, a few Pyongyang Sword Sect disciples had also quietly set up their stalls. Displayed on their stalls were not only various metal ores but also a type of stone they called Spirit Stone, which contained a gentle energy, and various weapons known as magic artifacts, in addition to some assorted small containers. All these magic artifacts could only be activated with mana, which held little attraction to the various Starry Sea alien races. What really interested them were the various types of minerals on the stalls, many of which were extremely rare in other star domains. Besides that, there were those bottles and jars called elixirs in the mouths of the disciples from the Pyongyang Sword Sect. The effects of these elixirs were exceptionally rare and hard to find, which is why some alien races thought to experiment with them. However, these elixirs, refined by the cultivators of the primordial continent over 10,000 years to perfectly suit their own kind, how could they work so easily on alien races with completely different life essences? Sure enough, there was an alien race that took an elixir supposedly for healing wounds, but not only did it fail to heal the already injured part, it directly caused stomach trouble, triggering the earlier commotion. Song Kai quickly stood up from his own stall and walked toward the stalls of the Pyongyang Sword Sect disciples. In his previous life, he read numerous novels about immortality, and he was extremely interested in the famous alchemy and elixirs of the cultivation world. Of course, curiosity was just one aspect. He also had another idea in mind. Although the energy systems they practiced were different, after all, both were part of the Starry Sea human group. Even if their body structures weren't completely the same, they couldn't be too different. Perhaps the elixirs effective for cultivators could also work on him. With this thought, Song Kai quickly arrived at a few stalls, and still using the power of laws, he easily made his way to the very front. He reached out with his pale, bloodless vampire arm and picked up a jade vial from the stall. Pop. Opening the stopper, Song Kai brought the vial to his nose and sniffed. At the same time, deep in his brow, within the ancestral torch, the Kankian in its mini form was activated. The semi-automatic shipboard intelligence was activated. Beep. Receiving Captain's command. Beginning analysis of item composition. Analysis progress 1%, 2%, 3%. Beep. Analysis progress 100%. Analysis complete. Current item composition as follows: star leaf grass, zoo fruit. Analysis complete. Starting to analyze the compatibility and conflicts of the item's various ingredients. Final analysis complete. This item causes moderate damage to the body of a 0-rank torch ship captain, light damage to the body of a 1st-rank torch ship captain, harmless to a 2nd-rank torch ship captain. Putting down the vial of healing potion in his hand, Song Kai immediately picked up another white jade porcelain vial and began the same operation. Beep. Receiving Captain's command. Beginning analysis of item composition. Analysis progress 1%. Like this, Song Kai continued the same operation for several minutes, but the results were not encouraging. Nearly all the elixirs had side effects on the body of a torch ship captain and provided no benefits. As expected, aside from resources, most items within different energy systems of races are not interchangeable, Song Kai thought of a phrase from his past textbooks. Yet, he did not cease the movements of his hands, still holding considerable hope for this world of immortal cultivation known as the Primordial Continent. Because of the influence of those immortality novels from his previous life, he was well aware of the importance of elixirs. As long as he could find one that could work for a torch ship captain, no matter its rank, it would certainly possess enormous potential value. Whether it was healing, enhancing cultivation speed, prolonging life, or others, behind each of these possibilities lay an unimaginable vast fortune. The torch human civilization was immense, with a citizenry numbering in the trillions, creating a terrifyingly large market. Another several minutes passed, and Song Kai's face had gone from initial anticipation to complete silence, not a hint of surprise to be found, entirely harmful, without exception. Apostrophe. He mechanically picked up a porcelain vial from the stall in front of the third disciple of the Pyongyang sword sect again, then opened the stopper. However, this time was different from before. The vial no longer contained individual elixirs but a liquid with a faint pungent odor. In his confusion, the disciple in front of him explained, "This is a body tempering liquid, for external use. Just smear it on the skin, and it can gradually enhance one's physical body." Hearing the explanation, Song Kai nodded without saying anything, listening intently to the semi-automatic shipboard intelligence's notification tone that only he could hear. There was more anticipation in his eyes than before. The previous elixirs all required ingestion and then working in conjunction with the mana inside a cultivator's body to take effect, so they were not beneficial to torch ship captains who practiced spectral energy. In fact, they were harmful. What about this externally applied medicinal liquid then? Surely it didn't also require mana to be effective? As he mused, the notification tone in his ear gradually came to an end. Analysis of compatibility and conflict between the item's ingredients is 100%. With no conflicts. Final analysis completed. This item has a significant tempering effect on the body of a 0-rank torch ship captain, a moderate tempering effect on a 1st-rank torch ship captain, and is ineffective on a 2nd-rank or higher torch ship captain. When Song Kai heard this final result, it took him a good while to recover, followed immediately by extreme excitement. Having a quite strong tempering effect on the bodies of torch ship captains meant that this item could be used in conjunction with body tempering potions in the torch human civilization, thereby greatly accelerating the training speed of torch students, as well as many torch ship captains, in their guidance technique. As for the ultimate outcome of this, Song Kai couldn't predict too much just yet, as he still didn't fully understand the specifics of this body tempering liquid's effects. However, what was certain was that it could definitely further improve the success rate of torch awakenings within torch human civilization and also somewhat accelerate the advancement speed of torch ship captains. In the long run, the overall strength of torch human civilization would inevitably be further enhanced. Correspondingly, as an intermediary, Song Kai would inevitably reap the largest share of the profits. Taking a deep breath, Song Kai regained his composure and began to inquire about the body tempering liquid in his hand. "How much is this body tempering liquid? Do you have something better?" At the same time, he was rapidly considering other issues. First, although the body tempering liquid had initially passed the shipboard intelligence's analysis, it was still uncertain whether it had any harm, or if it truly benefited the cultivation of a torch ship captain's guidance technique. This was something that still needed to be tested with a physical specimen. He couldn't rush this and wouldn't test it on himself, but he could buy some torch ship captains with blood on their hands from the black market to serve as test subjects. Moreover, if it truly worked for torch ship captains, then he would also have to include this body tempering liquid in the dealings with Zhu Ping. Additionally, how to resell this body tempering liquid was also a problem. He might need to discuss it with his dad and grandfather afterward. Putting aside these various thoughts, the disciple of the Pyongyang sword sect in front of him also responded. "This is just the lowest level of body tempering liquid, only effective for 1st-rank, Qi cultivation, beings, sold for 3 strands of 0-rank floating land origin per vial. I also have 2nd-rank body tempering paste, but it's much more expensive, costing 20 strands of 1st-rank floating land origin per box. Song Kai nodded, finally taking 10 vials of the 1st-rank body tempering liquid and only 1 box of the 2nd-rank body tempering paste. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy more, but that each of the disciples of the Pyongyang Sword Sect only had 1 box. After the purchase, as Song Kai turned to leave, the faces of the Pyongyang Sword Sect disciples all showed subtle smiles. Whether it was the body tempering liquid or the body tempering paste, they had marked up the price 3-fold, and including the other items sold at the stall, each of them had already made a considerable profit. The subtle smiles on their faces were all observed by Song Kai, but he didn't mind. It was normal for them to sell at a marked-up price. Others needed to make money too, after all. Besides, once he completed the tests later and confirmed the effects of the body tempering liquid, he would earn even more. Oddity Exchange Shop. After a brief moment of disappointment, Zhu Ping's eyes shimmered with change as he quickly considered his own options for a treat. He already had the 9 Heavens Cloud Essence in hand, and Elder Yun's storage bag contained many other valuable items. As long as he could stay alive this time, he believed that for a long time to come, he wouldn't have to worry about resources for cultivation, and a bright future lay ahead. But therein lay the contradiction. A bright future was one thing, but first, he had to make sure he would live to see it. In a few hours, the ruins market beneath his feet would close, and how to save his life was the most pressing issue at hand. After much consideration, Zhu Ping ultimately placed his hope on the Zutan ruins market. Of course, it was unrelated to the previous bounty this time. He tried a different approach. He once again offered the 4th-rank spiritual mechanism, 4th-rank floating land origin, in his hand, and in the free trading area, Song Kai quietly watched without responding, waiting for Zhu Ping's next words. I would like to exchange this 4th-rank spiritual mechanism for equivalent value life-saving items, or powerful weapons I can use would also do, he said. After speaking, he stared intently at the projection screen in front of him, his heart pounding as he anxiously waited. Outside, Song Kai pondered for a moment, then lightly lifted his arm. Simultaneously, the Oddity Exchange Shop experienced another fluctuation of space. Zhu Ping's eyes widened with curiosity as he stared at the several objects that appeared out of thin air in front of him. Looking back at the projection screen above, a new line of text describing these items had appeared. Personal Energy Shield. Activates an energy shield with built-in energy batteries to defend against the majority of 1st-rank attacks. Enhanced Energy Grenades. Possessing 2nd-rank explosive might. 1st-rank combat robot, possessing 1st-rank combat power. Advanced exoskeleton-powered armor, significantly enhances speed, reaction, defense, and strength. Seeing the introductions on the projection screen, the worry on Zhu Ping's face gradually dissipated, replaced by ecstatic joy. With these novel items, he could envision a significantly increased possibility of preserving his life in the days to come. And while he was elated, Song Kai in the free trading area was also deep in thought. The assortment he had offered, combined with the identity of the other as a cultivator, gave him a strong sense of visualization. He even subconsciously murmured 4 words to himself. Cyber cultivation. After a brief moment of distraction, Song Kai's thoughts moved, and the projection screen in the Oddity Exchange Shop began to change. Zhu Ping, overjoyed by the content on the screen, stiffened. Among these 4, you may freely choose to. Zhu Ping's gaze traveled between the 4 items in front of him and the projection screen, biting his lip before taking out another batch of floating land origin. Add these 200 strands of 2nd-rank spiritual mechanism to exchange for all 4. Is that possible? 200 strands of 2nd-rank floating land origin. Song Kai naturally would not hesitate to agree. He was in need of 2nd-rank floating land origin. He thought that would be the end of the trade, but as soon as Zhu Ping had put the 4 items into his storage bag, he swiftly spoke again. Do you have more 1st-rank combat robots and enhanced energy grenades? Song Kai immediately understood his meaning. Zhu still didn't feel secure and wanted more enhanced energy grenades and military combat robots. To this, Song Kai saw no reason not to agree. However, this time, his eyes were set on Elder Young's storage bag and the previously mentioned blue-quality Blackwater Xuan Turtle warship armor component. Even though the storage bag required mana to operate and might not be immediately useful, it could come in handy in the future. Besides, it wouldn't cost him much to obtain, so Song Kai was still keen on getting it. Of course, the most crucial point was the size of the internal space of the storage bag. From the brief moment he had wiped the divine thought mark with the power of laws, he was sure that the space inside the storage bag wasn't smaller than a few dozen cubic meters, which was quite considerable. As for the blue-quality Blackwater Xuan Turtle warship armor, he never turned down a free component of blue quality. Song Kai's plan was to see if his older brother Song Wen needed any blue-quality warship armor. If he did, Song Kai would try to exchange it for Song Wen's fixed-point launch pad. Having the fixed-point launch pad would significantly enhance the utility of the brainwave remote control system. Aside from the inability to recall it freely, it had no other significant drawbacks. If possible, he wanted to keep this component. Zhu finally agreed, but the price Song Kai paid was 2 additional enhanced energy grenades and 5 more first-rank combat robots. Besides, Song Kai also acquired several bottles of body-tempering liquid and 1 box of body-tempering paste from him, bringing his total to 15 bottles of body-tempering liquid and 2 boxes of body-tempering paste. Free trading area. As time passed, the transaction at the ruins market was nearing its end. Come one, come all, take a look. Big Loss Exchange, 11 strands of 0-rank floating land origin for 1 strand of first-rank floating land origin, 11 strands of first-rank floating land origin for 1 strand of second-rank floating land origin, he shouted, immediately catching the attention of many alien races, although most quickly lost interest again. Higher-rank floating land origin was far less available than lower rank in any star domain, meaning few beings had it to offer and even fewer were willing to trade. Seeing this, Song Kai felt somewhat helpless. If he had to raise his bid any further, he might as well go back to the Chenxing Principality to make the exchange. Eventually, he acquired just over 30 strands of second-rank floating land origin, significantly less than previous times. However, he did exchange for quite a lot of first-rank floating land origin, nearly 2,000 strands. Indeed, one's luck isn't always so good. With a soft sigh, Song Kai quickly bounced back. Though the second-rank floating land origin obtained from the various alien races was limited, what he had obtained from Zhu was truly substantive. Second-rank floating land origin 200 strands, third-rank floating land origin 100 strands, fourth-rank floating land origin 20 strands. Adding those to the spoils plundered from the Starshine civilization, Song Kai now had over 500 strands of second-rank floating land origin, an unfathomable wealth for others. With that in mind, Song Kai began to swiftly tally up all the gains from this ruins market transaction. Owing to the emergence of this group of primordial continent immortal cultivators, he had made a killing. By the time he had finished calculating, even Song Kai's own heartbeat had quickened. 1 orange main cannon, 1 blue warship armor plate, 50 titanium crystals, 1 high-level storage bag, 20 strands of 4th-rank floating land origin, 100 strands of 3rd-rank floating land origin, 200 strands of 2nd-rank floating land origin, 3,200 strands of first-rank floating land origin, over 70,000 strands of 0-rank floating land origin, several life cores of various ranks, several assorted different resources. Altogether, even without counting the 2 ship-mounted components, those 50 titanium crystals, and the high-level storage bag, the total value of the rest exceeded 400,000 0-rank floating land origin, an absolutely terrifying amount. When he arrived at this figure, even Song Kai was startled. It was truly astonishing. After a brief shock came immense joy. After all, these were real earnings. P.S. Those still concerned about the 100-fold price difference when selling treasures, don't quibble anymore. The protagonist's rate of making money is indeed astonishing. Any more exaggeration and I'm afraid I might not be able to rein it in. Of course, deep down Song Kai also understood that the reason for such a terrifying income was largely due to good fortune meeting that group of primordial continents cultivating disciples. Zhu Ping alone contributed over 300,000 zero-rank floating land origin, which accounted for nearly 80% of the total. If you add the two ship-mounted components and the titanium crystals, this one person would account for more than 95%, truly a big walking treasure dispensing child. After this encounter, the income from each subsequent ruins market trade would return to normal, but with this new channel from the primordial continent, this should be a reasonable increase. Phew! Song Kai exhaled, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and summoned the Kangqiang. Then, clutching the component of the Pyongyang sword beam cannon, he walked straight into the interior of the airship. As the Kangqiang's second orange component loaded, Song Kai was full of anticipation. After all, if it possessed such remarkable attributes at LV0, what about LV10? LV20. It was too exciting to fathom. Are you sure you want to spend 10 strands of zero-rank floating land origin plus 1,000 energy points plus 1 ton of sunflame ore to raise the level of the Pyongyang sword beam cannon from LV0 to LV1? Confirmed. After acquiring the Pyongyang sword beam cannon, Song Kai had also quietly purchased sufficient sunflame ore in previous transactions, so he could confidently proceed with enhancements. Shortly after spending 420 strands of zero-rank floating land origin and 60 tons of sunflame ore, the level of the Pyongyang sword beam cannon increased to LV10. But he did not stop there. After 10 consecutive enhancements, spending 690 strands of first-rank floating land origin and 440 tons of sunflame ore, he brought the level of the Pyongyang sword beam cannon up to LV20. After enhancing it to this point, Song Kai paused slightly, finally slowing his actions, because beyond LV20, enhancing the Pyongyang sword beam cannon would require titanium crystals. Indeed, the Pyongyang sword beam cannon, enhanced to LV20, had attributes that were already astounding. For a first-rank torch warship, it was more than sufficient. But was Song Kai just an ordinary torch ship captain of the first rank? Glancing at the 54 titanium crystals in his hand, he gritted his teeth and decided to continue the enhancement process. Swish, 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 swish. After 5 consecutive enhancements, the Pyongyang sword beam cannon gained another 5 levels, reaching LV25. At this point, Song Kai had 24 titanium crystals left in his hand. He could have enhanced it one more time, but, after some thought, he gave up on that idea, saving the last 24 titanium crystals for future use. Looking at the Pyongyang sword beam cannon's attributes now, gorgeous was an understatement. Pyongyang sword beam cannon LV25. Quality, orange. Feature, mixed hollow extreme yang sword intent divine light. Feature 2. Main cannon might increased by 90%. Consumption, 2000/shot, spectral energy points. Attack, 100,360. Charge, 5 buffer 10s. Up rank requirement, 70 strands of second rank floating land origin, 200,000 spectral energy points, 200 tons of sunflame ore, 12 titanium crystals. Mixed hollow extreme yang sword intent divine light. After charging for 30 seconds, release a gigantic sword intent slash in the designated direction, having 450% might of the main cannon, destroying everything in its path. With damage exceeding 100,000 per hit, if he were to use the mixed hollow extreme yang sword intent divine light feature, in one blow could deal over 400,000 damage. Such a fearsome attribute was truly terrifying. However, others should be the ones to be shocked by this, as this terrifying main cannon was mounted on the Kangqiang. The only thing in Song Kai's heart was profound elation. But this round of enhancements, aside from the titanium crystals, also consumed 200 strands of second-rank floating land origin, causing Song Kai's stash of the second-rank floating land origin to diminish by a small amount. Money was truly like running water. While Song Kai was enhancing the Pyongyang sword beam cannon, unbeknownst to him, far away on the primordial continent in the eastern Divine Land, Luofu realm, a battle had already broken out in the wilderness. Whoosh, 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 spells zipped through the air, with one towering tree after another being blasted in half. In front of the disciples of the Pyongyang sword sect, 3 Qi cultivation 9th layer disciples shouted coldly. Zuping, hand over the storage bag of Elderdan and everything inside it, they demanded. Surrounded by a faint layer of white light shield, Zuping chuckled coldly in response. Ha ha ha, everything belonging to your Elderdan has been traded to the beings behind the Zutan ruins market. Today, you're doomed to achieve nothing, he taunted. The disciples of the Pyongyang sword sect all had vastly sullen expressions. No one knew what kind of deal he had made with the entity behind the ruins market, and if it was as he said, it definitely wasn't good news. With that in mind, their gazes fixated on the military exoskeleton power armor Zuping was wearing, speculating whether this exquisite piece of steel might be the result of the trade. As they entertained their doubts, their attacks did not lessen in the slightest. Whatever the opponent had done and whatever function this seemingly strange steel construct might have, they were determined not to let Zuping get away. Zuping was not surprised by their reaction. He moved his arm, feeling the significant enhancement provided by the exoskeleton armor, and then once again slapped his storage bag at his waist. In the next second, 6 combat robots, with clear first-rank energy fluctuations, appeared before him. A short distance away, the 9 disciples of the Pyongyang sword sect narrowed their eyes at the sight of these newly appeared steel figures, which posed a considerable threat to them. Could it be puppets? They wondered, encountering this steel humanoid construct for the first time and immediately thinking of the puppets from the cultivation world. Yet they quickly dismissed the thought, as Zuping was just a common outer disciple of the Luofu sword sect and would not possess so many puppets. It had to be an alien civilization's creation from the ruins market. Realizing this tightened the disciples' nerves. After exchanging glances, all 9 of them soared out simultaneously, rushing straight towards Zuping. They didn't know how many deals Zuping had made with the existence behind the ruins market. They only knew that any further delay would be to their disadvantage, as this was the stronghold of the Luofu sword sect. Under Zuping's command, the 6 military combat robots also charged forward to meet them head-on. Zuping joined the fray without hesitation, and soon the 2 sides were tangled in a fierce battle. Combat robots couldn't fly, so fighting on the ground was their optimal choice. Therefore, he couldn't flee. If I were to run, I would definitely have to use the spatial evasion disc, but then, the 9 members from the Pyongyang sword sect would surely follow suit, leaving the combat robots utterly useless. Having made up his mind, Zuping had a determined look in his eyes. What the people from the Pyongyang sword sect didn't know was that he still had another trump card up his sleeve, a second-rank enhanced energy grenade with significant might. Moreover, he still kept the Jade Token magical artifact given by Elderdan, which he chose not to trade because he needed it to save his life. With this Jade Token to protect him, he had no fear of being affected by the explosive energy of the energy grenades. As time went on, the battle gradually reached a fever pitch. It had to be said that the exoskeleton-powered armor was indeed quite useful, although it was slightly less agile. In a situation where close combat was inevitable, it was nothing short of a single soldier's divine artifact. With its assistance, Zuping, at the 8th level of Qi cultivation, was not only able to clash head-on with disciples from the Pyongyang sword sect who were at the 9th level of Qi cultivation without being at a disadvantage, but he was also fighting 1 against 3. However, Zuping couldn't feel the slightest bit of joy in his heart. Although he was still holding on, the 6 combat robots beside him were completely suppressed by the other 6 disciples from the Pyongyang sword sect. After all, they were standardized creations, suitable for cannon fodder, and no match for cultivators of the human race who were known for their combat power in the same rank. Zuping hardened his heart and quietly took out an enhanced energy grenade from his storage bag, ready to use the method he had initially thought of. Just then, whoosh, 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 several blazing sword lights came flying from the vault of heaven above, accompanied by a strong wind that enveloped the sky, and the battlefield in the dense forest below came to an abrupt halt. Zhu Ping was shocked, but when he saw that the figures descending on their swords were all dressed in the Luofu sword sect disciple attire, his heart sank in relief. He then quickly spoke up amidst the whistling wind and pressure. "Fellow seniors, I am a disciple from Heavy Sword Peak, and I have an urgent matter to report to the seniors and the sect." Zhu Ping reacted quickly. If he had used the energy grenade to eliminate all the disciples of the Pyongyang sword sect without leaving any survivors, he would have undoubtedly hidden everything about the Zutan Ruins Market, as well as the Ruins Market guest token, deep in his heart. But now it was different. With the 9 Pyongyang sword sect disciples detained, the matter of the Zutan Ruins Market could not be kept secret. It was better for him to report it proactively, as this would also earn the favor of the high-level sect officials and might even result in a reward. In the skies above the Luofu realm, a group of Luofu sword sect inner sect disciples sped by on their swords. Zhu Ping stood cautiously behind one of the Foundation establishment disciples' flying swords, quickly contemplating how to answer when meeting with the high-level sect officials, while listening to the exchange between the Foundation establishment brothers. Soon, he understood the general progression of the sect conflict. It turned out that the sect's ally Goddess Palace came to reinforce them, helping the Luofu sword sect repel the Pyongyang sword sect. Half an hour later, at the Luofu sword sect's gate, in Luofu Hall. "Zhu Ping, are you saying that this bronze token can connect to the Zutan Ruins Market once every month?" Standing below the Great Hall, Zhu Ping stood with his body bowed and his face full of tension. There was no helping it. Around the Great Hall sat a dozen individuals, all of them were elders of the sect. And for a mere outer sect disciple like him, when had he ever seen such a scene? Carefully organizing his speech, Zhu Ping quickly responded to the sect master, "Yes. This token is called the Ruins Market guest token and can connect to the Zutan Ruins Market once a month. However, I mortgaged most of Elder Dan's items to the existence behind the market, and only received the opportunity for 5 more connections in return. To increase the number of connections further, one must provide other resources." As he spoke, Zhu Ping emphasized the importance of the Zutan Ruins Market and his own role in it by adding, "Because the Pyongyang sword sect disciples were in hot pursuit, I didn't have much time to interact with the bizarre extraterrestrial creatures in the market's stall area. Yet even so, I saw nearly 10 types of medicinal herbs that are extremely rare in our cultivation world. Additionally, there is this batch of Gangfeng Cloud Essence. I traded Elder Yun's sword pellet not only for this Ruins Market guest token but also for this batch of Gangfeng Cloud Essence." When Zhu Ping took out the clump of 9 Heavens Cloud Essence, all the elders of the Luofu sword sect in the hall were visibly moved. An old voice echoed in the hall. "Such a large clump of Gangfeng Cloud Essence, let alone us nascent soul cultivators. Even if the sect master personally went to the Gangfeng Heaven to collect and refine it, it would probably take hundreds of years, and nascent soul cultivators would need more than 1,000 years." At the head of the hall, the sword sect master with divinity transformation cultivation lightly waved his hand, and then a slight mana fluctuation arose in the hall, drawing the clump of Gangfeng Cloud Essence from Zhu Ping's hand toward the top of the hall. After confirming that it was indeed genuine Gangfeng Cloud Essence, he nodded slightly and then turned his gaze back to Zhu Ping below. "You also mentioned that the ore produced in that mine in the Black Sky Realm is called titanium crystal by that Ruins Market Master?" "Yes, and that Ruins Market Master also said that as long as enough titanium crystal is provided, the number of times this Ruins Market guest token can be used can be continuously increased." After Zhu Ping finished speaking, he hesitated for a long time before finally adding one more thing. "Moreover, this Ruins Market guest token is bound to me. The Ruins Market Master said that only I can activate this guest rank token." Of course, this was a lie concocted by him. In fact, even if he had died at the hands of the 9 disciples of the Pyongyang sword sect, those disciples from the Pyongyang sword sect would still be able to use the guest token. Hearing his words, a host of sword sect elders in the Great Hall stroked their beards and laughed heartily. Rest assured, we wouldn't withhold benefits from you, young man, nor would our sect do such a thing as to cast aside the millstone after the grain has been ground. As if in response to the words of the elders, the sword sect master at the head of the hall also nodded and said, Heavy Sword Peak disciple, Zuping disciple present. Based on the merit you've achieved this time, you are now promoted to a direct disciple of Heavy Sword Peak and will enjoy the treatment of a true transmission disciple of our sect. In addition, the sect will support you fully in your foundation establishment, in the hope that you will diligently cultivate in the future. Yes. Zuping's voice trembled slightly. To become a direct disciple of Heavy Sword Peak and receive the treatment of a true transmission disciple meant that he might have the chance to strive for the Golden Core in the future, and as long as he managed the relationship between Zutan Ruins Market and the sect well, even reaching the nascent soul stage wasn't impossible. Above in the Great Hall, the sword sect master's gaze shifted, sweeping around the interior of the hall before speaking in a deep voice. This matter is to be classified as top secret by the sect. After leaving this Great Hall, you mustn't mention any word related to Zutan Ruins Market, otherwise, you will face the sect's disciplinary actions. Additionally, send someone covertly to the Black Sky Realm to collect titanium crystals. Make sure the task is carried out without attracting any attention. It must be done without anyone detecting. For a time, the Luofu sword sect issued countless orders that seemed unrelated but were all closely connected to Zutan Ruins Market. The grand machinery of the Luofu sword sect began to operate silently. Song Kai, of course, was completely unaware of this. After enhancing the Pyongyang sword beam cannon, he withdrew the Kankian from the Ruins Market space here. It was time to return the shift to Song Yu at the base. The illusion space, a secret base crafted by the Song family. Upon exiting the room, Song Kai did not go straight to the monitoring room but ran to his father's room, only to find it empty. Next to the base, Song Kai found his father in the warship docking area, or more precisely, he found the King Kong. The base was too small to support the summoning of an escort ship, so Song Jiao could only cultivate in this warship docking area. Descending from the King Kong, Song Jiao looked at his son with a puzzled expression. Ordinarily, Song Kai wouldn't come looking for him unless there was a matter of importance, and it wouldn't be a minor one. What's the matter? Has the Bloodblade Star Thieves made a big move? Seeing Song Jiao about to rush towards the base anxiously, Song Kai quickly grabbed hold of him. No, it's not that, Dad. I have something to tell you. As he spoke, he took out the porcelain vial and wooden box he had prepared. What is it? Song Jiao took them with a look of confusion and then ran back to the King Kong. When he emerged again, his face, originally filled with doubt, was now extremely grave. He quickly scanned the surroundings several times, making sure there was no one else present, then rapidly pulled Song Kai into the King Kong. This time Song Jiao did not use the torch warship boarding certificate but allowed for the deduction of 10 strands of second-rank floating land origin. Where did you get this? Hearing this, Song Kai frowned, wanting to speak, yet not sure how to explain it. Seeing his son's troubled expression, Song Jiao did not press further but instead changed his questioning approach. Or perhaps, is there any issue with the source of this item? Is it something developed by certain organizations within the Chenxing Principality, or did it come from somewhere else? And what is the cost? This time, Song Kai no longer hesitated and shook his head straightforwardly. I have a way to obtain it from outside. It's not just the Chenxing Principality, I can assure you. The entire territory of Torch human civilization probably doesn't have this. As for the cost, each bottle I acquire only requires 3 strands of 0-rank floating land origin. After Song Kai finished speaking, Song Jiao's expression began to undergo drastic changes. At times grave, at times contemplative, at times joyful. In the end, joy predominated. Seeing this, Song Kai felt he had a rough understanding, and ventured tentatively, Dad, have you tried it? Is this stuff really effective for us torch captains? Song Jiao came back to his senses, nodded lightly, and then added solemnly, "It's not only effective, the effect of the liquid in this porcelain bottle is comparable to an intermediate body tempering potion. Do you know what that means? It means that once this thing appears on the market in large quantities, it will inevitably lead to a frenzy, and the interests behind it will drive many big consortia and large families crazy." After hearing this, Song Kai's smile was extraordinarily brilliant. Of course, what he cared about was not the huge benefits behind the body-tempering liquid. He had thought about this many times before and had already prepared for it in his mind. But the prerequisite for all of this was to be certain that the body-tempering liquid was indeed effective for torch warship captains. And the positive feedback about the body-tempering liquid from his father just now had completely confirmed this point, which was why the smile on Song Kai's face was so brilliant. However, at this moment, Song Zhao's tone shifted abruptly, becoming grave as he said, "Son, get as much of this stuff as you can in the future. The family will pay a premium for you, but, before we successfully return to the main house, this thing must not be leaked. Remember, you must not sell it, not even in the black market." After that, Song Zhao felt like his previous statement wasn't enough and added another sentence immediately. "For your grandfather, a third-rank torch captain, this is far from enough. Remember that." Hearing this, Song Kai nodded solemnly, appreciating the value of the body-tempering liquid even more. After the father and son had finished speaking, Song Kai prepared to leave the King Kong. He had already delayed for a few minutes, and staying any longer would lead to a deduction of several strands of second-rank floating land origin. Before leaving, Song Kai asked two more questions. The first was about the box of body-tempering paste. "Dad, what about that box of body-tempering paste? Is it of any use to you?" Song Zhao paused for a moment, then shook his head saying, "I don't know about that yet. We'll have to wait for your grandfather to confirm it later. However, you can use that body-tempering liquid. It will not harm a torch warship captain's body in any way." The second question was about titanium crystals. "Dad, do you have any extra titanium crystals on you?" This time, Song Zhao did not show any strange expression, as Song Kai had already surprised him enough in recent times. He had developed an immunity. However, his answer was somewhat disappointing to Song Kai. "No, I've used them all. I've consumed quite a bit here on the King Kong to help your mother advance, and they're all gone." But before Song Kai left, his father gave him a tip. "If you urgently need it, you can ask your grandfather for some when we go back. He has quite a stock." Song Kai nodded and exited the King Kong. 20 days later, at the Zutan Ruins Market. In the All Attributes cultivation room, Song Kai applied a bottle of body-tempering liquid on his skin and then quickly took up the posture for cultivating the spectral energy guidance technique, once again beginning his cultivation of the guidance technique. In the past 20 days, with the aid of the body-tempering liquid, there was a noticeable advancement in his level 8 guidance technique. Compared to the intermediate body-tempering potion, the effect of this body-tempering liquid seemed to be much better. Of course, this was just his illusion, or maybe not quite an illusion on Song Kai's body. The effect of the body-tempering liquid indeed far surpassed the intermediate body-tempering potion. But the fact was that the effects of the two were indeed very close to each other. The reason for this phenomenon was simple. Over the past 20+ years, Song Kai had taken intermediate body-tempering potions multiple times. Gradually, his body had naturally developed a resistance to them, while the body-tempering liquid, as something completely new, had no such resistance here, at least not yet. It was precisely because of this that Song Kai's cultivation of the guidance technique had accelerated significantly. Suddenly, a strong wave of spectral energy fluctuated in the All Attributes cultivation room. Song Kai, who had been closing his eyes, suddenly opened them as a clearly visible pale red vapor emerged from his body and then spread outwards rapidly. It was an obvious fluctuation of vital energy. Phew! Song Kai ceased his cultivation movements and let out a long breath. His eyes were filled with unrestrained joy. Finally, the guidance technique has broken through to level 9. It was not easy. Indeed, the intense vital energy fluctuation was due to his guidance technique successfully breaking through from level 8 to level 9. just one step away from the first rank. Feeling the turbulent and boundless power within his body, Song Kai was excited, but at the same time, he kept moving his body around. Huff, puff, puff. As his fists and feet swung through the air, a series of fierce punches began to resonate within the All Attributes cultivation room. Song Kai was striving to adapt to his newly enhanced physique. Several hours later, the door of the All Attributes cultivation room opened, and Song Kai, having essentially mastered his surging strength, stepped out. Central Streeter. He didn't rush to leave the Ruins Market but instead opened the property panel of the market. 20 days ago, busy with testing the effectiveness of the body tempering liquid and having upgraded the level of the Ruins Market and the All Attributes cultivation room, he had yet to check their detailed properties. Soon, the detailed properties of the Zutan Ruins Market popped up. Name: Zutan Ruins Market. Ruins Market Master, Song Kai. Level: LV15. Size: 1500 meters x 1500 meters. Basic configuration: 60 shops, 400 meters by 400 meters stall area, a 2-story inn with 1 room, 1 LV15 All Attributes cultivation room, doubles the efficiency of spectral energy cultivation, 1 LV11 spectral energy protection formation, 1 LV11 ultra long distance space gate random deployment platform. Extra configurations: none. 08. Feature: averting misfortune, can move freely in the void and subconsciously avoid natural disasters. Feature 2. Spatial anchor point, can set a coordinate anchor point within any star domain of Shattered Starry Sea. Up rank requirement: 100 strands of first rank floating land origin. Ruins Market transaction quota of 70,000, 66,548 70,000 strands of first rank floating land origin. Indeed, the significant amount of floating land origin traded by Zuping had increased the market's transaction volume from less than 30,000 strands of first rank floating land origin to nearly 70,000, allowing Song Kai to pull it directly to LV15. After the upgrade to LV15, the properties of the Ruins Market also underwent significant changes. In addition to an increase in size, the number of shops and the size of the free stall area both saw different levels of enhancement. Additionally, the number of guest rooms opened on the second floor of the inn reached 6, as expected, which meant Song Kai now had 4 more Ruins Market guest tokens in hand. For this, he was extremely pleased. Each Ruins Market guest token could later link to 1 Starry Sea floating land, or even its subsequent entire civilization. Needless to say, their value was immense. Beyond that were the All Attributes cultivation room, the ultra-long-distance space gate random deployment platform, and the spectral energy protective array. Starting with the All Attributes cultivation room, due to the urgency of cultivating the guidance technique, Song Kai had already upgraded it to LV15 20 days prior, and the enhancement effect on spectral energy cultivation had reached a new peak. Name: All Attributes cultivation room. Level: LV15. Effect: creatures of first rank and below practicing within the cultivation room will have their training speed increased by 540%, and if the cultivator is practicing the spectral energy guidance technique, the training speed is increased by 1080%. Up rank requirement: Ruins Market level LV16, 80 strands of first rank floating land origin. The general cultivation speed increase is 540%, and for practicing the spectral energy guidance technique, this enhancement startlingly reaches an incredible 1080%, 10 times the rate of normal cultivation, which is quite terrifying. It could be said that Song Kai's ability to break through from LV8 to LV9 of the guidance technique within 20 days was not solely due to the body tempering liquid's powerful effect, but also had an inseparable relationship with this LV15 All Attributes cultivation room. Moving his gaze away from the detailed properties of the All Attributes cultivation room, Song Kai's attention then converged on the ultra-long-distance space gate random deployment platform. At the same time, He quickly walked along Central Street to the platform. This configuration, which relates to the number of visitors in each market transaction, was something he took very seriously. Extending his hand, he tapped 4 times in succession, and the level of the SpaceGate deployment platform was successfully raised to LV-15. Name: Ultra Long Distance SpaceGate Random Deployment Platform. Level: LV-15. Effect: after activation, it randomly deploys 42 spatial gates in the shattered starry sea that can access the ruins market, with each spatial gate lasting 24 hours and a cooldown period of 720 hours. Up rank requirement: Ruins Market Level LV-16, 80 strands of first rank floating land origin. After 4 consecutive enhancements, the attributes of the ultra-long-distance SpaceGate random deployment platform hadn't changed much. The number of spatial gates deployed has merely increased from 37 to 42. Lastly, the Spectral Energy Protective Array. If this were before, Song Kai might not have paid much attention to this ruins market configuration, deeming it inconsequential whether it was enhanced or not. However, since experiencing the invasion of the Void Demon, he now regarded it as equally important as the All Attributes Cultivation Room and the Ultra-Long-Distance SpaceGate Random Deployment Platform. He also upgraded it to LV-15. Name: Spectral Energy Protective Array. Level: LV-15. Effect: self-generates a semicircular guardian light screen by absorbing void energy. Defense: 1800. Shield value: 180,000. 180,000. Post-overload buffer: 26 minutes. Note: hailing from the hands of a powerful being from the ancient immortal domain of the Starry Sea. Up rank requirement: Ruins Market Level LV-16, 80 strands of first rank floating land origin. Looking at its properties, the defense value had reached 1800 points, while the shield value soared to 180,000. While it might seem lesser compared to the dark matter energy shield, don't forget that the current spectral energy formation was only at LV-15, whereas the dark matter energy shield generator had been enhanced to LV-29. Song Kai speculated that when the Spectral Energy Protective Array was enhanced to LV-29, its shield value would most likely break through 1 million. With that thought, he was somewhat astounded and inwardly admired that it indeed came from the hands of the ancient immortal domain's mighty being. Regarding the actual rank of Spectral Energy Protective Array, Song Kai currently had no idea, but what he knew was that its rank definitely surpassed the orange-quality dark matter energy shield generator. This fact alone explained everything. Dismissing the attribute panel in front of him, Song Kai nodded slightly. Generally, he was satisfied with the overall attributes of the Level 15 Ruins Market. If he had to point out one disappointment, it might be that Spatial Anchor Point feature. He had always been eager to add another self-settable anchor point. If he could just set a return anchor point at home, he would be able to confidently use Zutan Ruins Market as a hub to freely explore any other star domains associated with the anchor points, without being subjected to the 24-hour limit imposed on each alien star domain exploration. But contrary to his wishes, even after enhancing the Ruins Market to Level 15, he still hadn't gained another anchor point. To say he wasn't disappointed would be impossible. Sigh. Putting aside the helplessness in his heart, the status of this Ruins Market at his feet was intimidating enough. He couldn't be too demanding. Comforting himself in this way, Song Kai indeed felt much better. He then shifted his thoughts and exited the Zutan Ruins Market. The Illusion Space, Family Base. Song Kai made his way to the monitoring room to relieve his father. In the past 20 days, since he was busy trying to break through to Spectral Energy Guidance Technique Level 9 using the body tempering liquid, Song Kai had spent most of his time inside the Ruins Market and consequently missed quite a number of monitoring shifts, all of which were covered by his father. He really didn't want to trouble his father. Cultivating the second-rank Spectral Energy Guidance Technique required long periods of consistent practice, without any slackness allowed. But needing so many continuous days, it was also difficult to bother Song Lin and Song Yu with this matter, so he could only ask his father to take over. In the monitoring room, the familiar projection screen was still there, and the stronghold of the Bloodblade Star Thieves on it remained as usual, with not much change. Song Jiao was seated in front of the projection screen, half of his spiritual focus on visualizing the mythical mesh projection imprint blueprint in his mind, the other half concentrated on the screen, monitoring every move of the Bloodblade Star Thieves. As Song Kai entered, Song Jiao ceased his visualization of the mythical mesh projection imprint blueprint, turning the other half of his attention to his son. After a while, his expression subtly changed, and he said with surprise, "Spectral Energy Guidance Technique Level 9 already?" Even though Song Kai tried his best to restrain the fluctuations of energy within his body, having just broken through, it was not absolutely under his control, naturally not escaping the notice of Song Jiao, who had undergone 2 life sublimations. Song Jiao looked calm on the outside, but inside, ripples of surprise were spreading. He found the speed of improvement in his son's cultivation somewhat unbelievable. Considering that Song Kai had only awakened half a year ago, to escalate his guidance technique from level 4 to level 9 was tremendously abnormal for any newly awakened torch ship captain. Although he was aware of the existence of deep water clam pearls and the previous body tempering liquid, these factors alone couldn't account for such a dramatic progress, even including the queen insect meat. However, he kept his astonishment deeply hidden. Knowing his son had secrets, he naturally wouldn't probe. After all, didn't he have many untold secrets himself? Soon, a look of relief appeared on Song Jiao's face, not feigned but genuinely happy for his son. Of course, there was also pride, feeling proud of his son's excellence. "Good job. You're indeed my son. Keep it up and strive for your first life sublimation as soon as possible to step into first rank," said Song Jiao as he stood up and patted Song Kai's shoulder heartily, clearly pleased. After Song Kai nodded, Song Jiao strode towards the door, his pace carrying a hint of eagerness. Indeed, it was true. After only half a year, Song Kai had already approached the great threshold of the first rank, which made his father, who was at the second rank, feel pressured for the first time. It wasn't that he was afraid Song Kai would surpass him, but he couldn't let his son do so too soon, otherwise, he would have no idea where to put his face, after living for more than 100 years. What Song Kai did not know was, as soon as Song Jiao had stepped out of the monitoring room, his eyes began to whirl rapidly, and he murmured in a voice that only he could hear. Half a year to reach level 9 in his guidance technique, plus the high probability of there being more than 2 components of purple quality on that warship, as well as the purple top rank fire source up rank that the old man mentioned before, the possibility of him challenging the family hierarchy in the future. At this thought, Song Jiao clenched his fists tightly, and even his breathing became heavier. Nevertheless, he quickly shook his head vigorously, pushing the thought to the deepest corner of his mind. The Ding Hai Song family had a heritage spanning thousands of years, and the number of family members far exceeded imagination. There were no shortage of geniuses with extraordinary encounters. The challenge to climb the family hierarchy was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Keep in mind that even his father, the old master Song Ming Song, was far from the family hierarchy in his younger days. No longer thinking about these things, Song Jiao strode toward the warship docking area. Over the past 20 or so days, his time for practicing the spectral energy guidance technique had been limited, and he needed to make up for it. No, making up for it isn't enough. I need to increase the training duration even more. That damn kid really knows how to give his old man challenges. Having just reached the warship docking area and summoned King Kong, Song Jiao gritted his teeth and set a new goal for himself, swearing not to lose face in front of his son, at least not too soon. Unaware of the rich inner drama of his father, Song Kai, like Song Jiao before him, divided his mind in two, one part to visualize the engraving map at the bottom of his heart, and the other to monitor the situation of the Bloodblade Star Thieves' nest in the projection screen in real time. Time flew by quickly, and nearly 10 days had passed. In these 10 days, Song Kai had completely adapted to the surge in his physical attributes and had fully made up for the shifts his father had covered. As for the exploration of the alien star domain, that was not carried out. It wasn't that he intentionally omitted it, but rather the base prohibited the exploration of alien star domains. It wasn't just him, several others in the base had the same restriction. The reasons? There were two. First, to prevent exposure that might alert the Bloodblade Star thieves to the family's intentions. Although the illusion space had a certain ability to shield energy fluctuations, after all, it was not a specialized shielding structure, and the risk of exposure still existed. Second, even though the family had built the base in this cluster of fragments, that didn't mean that there were no spatial rifts or spatial winds nearby. It was just that, compared to other areas of the star region, there were much fewer such factors. And as long as there were spatial rifts and spatial winds, there would be considerable danger in the Torch warship's exploration of alien star domains. Based on these 2 points, there was a rule that forbidden exploration of alien star domains during the execution of monitoring duties at the base. Song Kai, Song Lin, and Song Yu did not have too much of an objection to this rule. Exploring the alien star domains once a month was not a big deal if delayed a few times. In the monitoring room, Song Kai couldn't wait to stand up from his cross-legged position. It was time to switch shifts, and Song Lin was about to replace him. As for why he was in such a hurry, of course, there was a reason. In these 10 days, he had completely stabilized his level 9 guidance technique and could once again use the body-tempering liquid to accelerate his training. Of course, this was not the key point. More importantly, he still had a dose of advanced body-tempering potion refined with 900 years worth of deep-water clam pearls. He had been eagerly anticipating the effects of this potion for a long time. Now that his guidance technique had broken through to level 9, with no more limitations, he was naturally eager to personally try out this high-level body-tempering potion. However, it was at this moment that the scene on the projection screen in front of him changed abruptly. A Torch warship, 100 meters in length, suddenly appeared in the projection screen. Staring at the battleship wrapped in a blue shield on the screen, Song Kai immediately pressed the red button beside him, and then activated the communication bracelet in his hand. In the far-flung 0155 star region away from the Duchy's floating land, the communication bracelet naturally had no network connection, but Song Kai wasn't looking to go online for any queries. Rather, he wanted to review a segment of Torch warship video footage that was already stored in the communication bracelet. A moment later, he confirmed his suspicion. That's right, it's the Blood Wolf, the flagship of the Blood Wolf, the vice-captain of the Bloodblade Star thieves who left their lair before, he murmured. No sooner had he come to this conclusion than Song Jiao, Song Lin, and Song Yu, 3 others, rushed into the monitoring room from outside. What's going on? Before their question could be fully articulated, their gazes had already converged on the projected screen in the room. The Blood Wolf. Song Jiao immediately recognized the warship in the field of view on the screen, and then he muttered to himself, "Gone for over a month, and now you finally return, and the damage to the battleship seems quite severe. Could it be that you encountered some tough resistance during your plundering?" While the 4 in the monitoring room each had their guesses, the Blood Wolf with a long, narrow tear in its side armor slowly moved inside the protective shield of its lair. Song Kai's eyes flickered thoughtfully. In the previous month, he had carefully recorded the environmental conditions of the star domains within 100,000 kilometers around the Bloodblade Star thieves' lair. Now all that was left was the inside of their lair, and with the return of the Blood Wolf, he was contemplating whether it was time to sneak into their lair for a proper investigation. He had a feeling that there was more to the Blood Wolf's recent expedition than met the eye. Of course, it was just a faint suspicion, not a strong intuition. He had also been hesitating about when to investigate the Bloodblade Star thieves' lair, but now that the opportunity had presented itself, he might as well follow it and check things out. Keeping this plan to himself, he didn't say much more. On the other hand, Song Jiao thoughtfully called the others to step back, while Song Lin stayed behind to take over Song Kai's shift. In the days that followed, Song Kai didn't rush to deploy the Phantom Butterfly rank drone he had at his disposal. Instead, he further confirmed the patrol schedules of the Bloodblade Star Thieves recorded in their base, selecting the most suitable target for his action. The Bloodblade Star Thieves lair, an oversized room on the outermost layer, was home to 4 of the group's lowest-ranking Star Thieves. On this day, Xue stood atop the Ghost Energy cultivation platform within his flagship, fully engaged in cultivating the Spectral Energy Guidance technique. At 42 years old, he was just a 0-rank torch ship captain with a mere level 7 guidance technique. The reason he had fallen so far behind was that he was an unofficial citizen of Torchlight humanity, not privileged to the typical awakening of the Seed of Torch at the age of 30. Being the descendant of a first-rank Star Thief born within the Bloodblade Star Thieves territory, the only way for him to awaken his Seed of Torch was through the group's organized awakening held every 20 years. This method did not care about one's age or whether one missed the optimal time for awakening. Xue had received this opportunity just 3 years ago and had successfully awakened. Right at this critical moment of cultivation, a bout of cursing came from outside the shuttle. Xue, it's your turn for patrol. Damn it. I have to come and remind you every single time. If you're blind, I wouldn't mind helping you get rid of those eye-catching features, someone yelled amidst the cursing. In the midst of swearing, Xue piloted his shuttle, the Xue, into the air and began to patrol around the Star Thieves base. Although the base was built deep within the 0155 star region, the higher-ups of the Star Thieves never let down their guard. They still strictly required their members to remain alert, ensuring that daily vigilance and patrol duties were never neglected. After drifting around within the protective light shield for 2 hours, the Xue finally carefully exited the barrier, beginning a slow patrol outside the base of the Star Thieves. Their task was simple: to record the position changes of the surrounding spatial rifts and spatial anchor points. While it was incredibly unlikely for the position of these spatial rifts to change, a process that, even if it did occur, would slowly unfold over centuries. So apart from spatial rifts, there was also the matter of the Void Gang wind. Though this phenomenon blew out from the spatial rifts and its might weakened as it distanced itself, eventually disappearing entirely, that was typical of ordinary Void Gang wind. Should a strong large-scale Void Gang wind emerge, it could pose a significant threat to the Star Thieves base. Monitoring for the formation and appearance of such gang winds was their daily task as 0-rank Star Thieves. The progress of the Xue was slow after all. Beyond the defense light shield, danger was omnipresent. For 0-rank torch ship captains like them, accidents were frequent. Suddenly, a small Void Gang wind burst forth from a nearby spatial rift, and the energy fluctuations it brought caused the Xue to wobble significantly. It was only with great effort on Xue's part in the control room that he managed to pull away and regain distance. In the control room, Xue wiped the cold sweat from his brow, silently noting another close call with death. However, he was completely oblivious to the fact that as the Void Gang wind reached the Xue, a minute phantom swiftly streaked behind his ship, and then silently clung to the underside of the Xue at a dark spot. 1.5 light-years away, within the canyon of the warship docking area, Song Kai smiled smugly. However, after this operation, he made no further move, simply hanging the Phantom Butterfly drone directly underneath the spectral shuttle and stopping all energy reactions of the drone. The body of the Phantom Butterfly drone was coated with a special stealth coating, making it undetectable to the patrol radar of the Torch warship-class spectral shuttle. Yet, within the lair of the Bloodblade Star Thieves, there were many first-rank and second-rank Torch warships, and even third-rank Torch warships. To prevent the Phantom Butterfly drone from being detected, he had to guard against any subsequent energy fluctuations from the drone. Only by doing so could he deceive those high-rank Torch warships and minimize the chances of exposing the Phantom Butterfly drone. After quietly waiting for several hours, Song Kai finally saw the spectral shuttle begin its return journey, bringing the Phantom Butterfly drone toward the lair of the Star Thieves in the rear. When passing through the elliptical light shield defense, Song Kai even unconsciously held his breath, tensed to the extreme. Fortunately, the woman from the Chanxing multifunctional shop hadn't deceived him. The Phantom Butterfly drone indeed might be the latest top-rank drone produced by some research institute of the Principality. Its stealth performance was sufficiently strong and went undetected beneath the vast defense array of the Bloodblade Star Thieves' lair. Once inside the defense light shield, Song Kai took the opportunity to detach the Phantom Butterfly drone from the spectral shuttle and let it freely fall to a corner below the encampment. From start to finish, he had not activated any energy device on the drone. Having done this, he began to withdraw part of his spiritual focus that was distributed over the Kangkyang and gathered all his mind power onto the brainwave beacon on the Phantom Butterfly drone. At the same time, he started to rapidly record everything within the range of what his brainwave could perceive, including the specific locations of various buildings within the lair of the Bloodblade Star Thieves, the exact number of Star Thieves of each rank, and all the information about the residences of the upper echelons of the thieves group. As he noted everything along the way, Song Kai's spiritual focus began to grow heavy, a sign of overuse of spiritual force. There was nothing to do about it. There were too many things to record. But because the duration of the brainwave remote control system was limited, he had to make the most of this finite time. Seconds ticked away, and at the very end of the recording, Song Kai suddenly spotted a strange figure in a room window at the top of the Star Thieves' lair. The figure had 4 arms, black skin all over its body, and a crescent-shaped single horn on top of its head. Beside the strange figure, he recognized the Bloodblade Star Thieves' deputy leader, Blood Wolf, whom he had already memorized from a series of pictures. More importantly, judging by Blood Wolf's demeanor, he seemed to be somewhat ingratiating. What's going on here? After a moment of confusion, he quickly got back on track and hurriedly retracted the brainwave attached to the Phantom Butterfly drone to prevent Blood Wolf, a second-rank torch captain with a frighteningly strong perception, from noticing anything. Tens of seconds later, when he spread his brainwave out again, the two were gone without a trace, as if they had never appeared. Several more hours passed, and the brainwave beacon attached to the Phantom Butterfly drone lost its effectiveness completely. Until the end, Song Kai had never activated the drone's energy battery, letting it lie quietly in the extremely secluded corner. The surveillance inside the Bloodblade Star Thieves' lair was extremely strict. Reactivating the Phantom Butterfly drone would pose a significant risk of exposure. The full location he specifically chose was very remote. As long as he wasn't extraordinarily unlucky, it was unlikely that anyone would discover the palm-sized Phantom Butterfly drone. Rubbing his somewhat groggy forehead, Song Kai did not rush back to catch up on sleep but headed straight to the King Kong. When his father came out, he recounted in detail the map of the interior of the Bloodblade Star Thieves that he had recorded earlier, as well as the sighting of Blood Wolf and the other figure. He also watched his father's reactions closely. Seeing his father take the sheet of paper he handed over and glance over it casually before nodding indifferently, Song Kai didn't see much reaction. However, when mentioning the various characteristics of the figure beside Blood Wolf, his father's eyes revealed clear surprise and suspicion. Song Jiao's gaze sharply turned and fixed on Song Kai. "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Was Blood Wolf really trying to please the other party? Hearing the evident emphasis in the tone, Song Kai immediately understood that the matter was probably of no small importance. He didn't dare to reply offhandedly but carefully recalled the scene again. After ensuring that he had not been mistaken, he nodded seriously. He also seized the moment to ask, "Dad, could that be from the Moruo clan?" He had not previously known the identity of the alien race but had specifically looked it up just now. However, due to the limited information on the Moruo clan in the Compendium of Starry Sea Civilization and Biology, he could not be completely certain. Song Jiao nodded and then added with a serious expression, "If you didn't missee the color of the single horn on its head, I'm afraid it could still be the once Moruo royal family." Hearing his father's words, Song Kai's eyes narrowed. The Moruo clan itself was one thing after all. Although the Chenxing Principality's expeditionary army had announced they had eradicated all of the Moruo clan, It was a group that had stepped into the threshold of a mid-sized civilization with a population exceeding 100 billion. How could they have been completely eliminated? But the implication of the Moruo royal family was completely different. It meant that the Moruo civilization might still have a direct lineage surviving and could even be planning something now. For a moment, he completely understood why his father had such a strong reaction. The two fell silent for a while until Song Kai took the initiative to voice his speculation. If it really is the Moruo royal family, does that mean there's a high probability that this Bloodblade Star Thieves group is supported by them in the background? The Moruo royal family, plus the flattery and suck-up attitude of the Blood Wolf, made it too easy for people to make this connection. In front of him, although Song Jiao didn't answer, Song Kai had already seen the answer in his father's eyes, his thoughts completely aligning with his own. After pondering for a good while, Song Jiao's gaze became resolute. No, this matter involves too much. Whether it's true or not, we must take this into consideration. Otherwise, if we later discover it's true, our entire lineage might be forced to stay here. After finishing, he took Song Kai with him, quickly heading towards the base. In the surveillance room at the base, all four gathered. After Song Jiao explained the situation, Song Lin and Song Yu also became extremely solemn. The Moruo royal family, those four words represented something too heavy. Even if it was just a remnant of the original Moruo civilization, it was absolutely not something a third-rank torch captain could afford to provoke, especially when they had casually supported a veteran third-rank level torch ship captain like Bloodknife. Once Song Lin and Song Yu had regained their senses, Song Jiao revealed the purpose of summoning everyone. I must return to White Tower Floating Land to inform the old patriarch about this matter, but we cannot leave the base unattended, and we still need to keep constant surveillance on the Bloodblade Star Thieves' lair. As he spoke, Song Jiao stopped, but his intentions were already clear to Song Kai and the other two. He was letting the three of them decide who would go and who would stay. Facing this question, all three fell into thought. Without even having to think about it, the person who stayed behind had to take enough risks if the base were exposed. A first-rank torch warship captain basically wouldn't have the ability to survive in this kind of environment. After a moment's hesitation, Song Kai's expression became resolute and he spoke first. Dad, let me do it. As his words came out, the other three immediately turned their gaze to his face. However, Song Kai didn't mind. He had decided to stay behind after deep consideration. Why do I say that? First, the risk of exposure for the base is minuscule, almost negligible. It has been operating for decades. If it were to be exposed, it would have happened by now. Even if it were somehow exposed, with the Zutan ruins market present, there would still be a way out. All he would need to do is stay in the market for a year or half. By then the senior family members would naturally have arrived. Secondly, Song Jiao is his father. If both father and son were to leave, while leaving Song Lin or Song Yu here, that would inevitably be unreasonable and might even cause dissatisfaction on the part of the elder uncle. Based on these 2 points, no matter how you look at it, his decision to stay is the best choice. Song Jiao didn't say anything, but he felt a slight relief in his heart, reassured by his son's understanding, yet his gaze grew more grave, reflecting his concern for Song Kai's subsequent safety. Although aware of many secrets his son held, the warship under his command couldn't be measured by the standards of an ordinary first-rank torch warship. The 100 titanium crystals he had given before were already used up, which means that the Kangkang had at least 2 purple components, which from LV-20 LV-29 would only need 45 titanium crystals, ensuring its combat power wasn't to be underestimated. Of course, as for orange quality components, neither Song Jiao nor Song Mingsong and others ever doubted that possibility. The rarity of orange glory quality components far surpasses that of purple components. If purple components could barely be considered high-level, then orange components in the high-level category were already the cream of the crop. Song Jiao nodded, about to agree to Song Kai's decision to stay when Song Lin and Song Yu on the side spoke up at the same time. Uncle, we wish to stay as well. Hearing this, Song Jiao felt even more reassured. realizing that leaving just one person indeed wasn't proper, as Song Kai couldn't monitor the projection screen 24 hours a day. After pondering for a moment, he gave his answer. Let Xiao Lin stay, and Xiao Yu will return to White Tower Floating Land with me. Song Yu clearly was reluctant, but since Song Jiao had made a decision, he naturally wouldn't change his mind. Although not stated explicitly, the four people present all knew very well that although Song Lin and Song Yu are both sons of Song Shan, clearly, Song Yu's safety was deemed more important. With the innate blue fire seed, he could reach the third rank without any consumption of advancement fire sources, a feat unmatched by more than 95% of the torch ship captains. At the warship docking area, before leaving, Song Jiao gave one last admonition. If it really gets exposed, you two should choose the right moment to activate exploration of the alien star domain. Stalling for one more day is 1 day. Maybe by the time we return, the family will have arrived. After speaking, the King Kong lifted off, carrying the unwilling Song Yu with a torch warship boarding certificate, and swiftly disappeared beyond the combination illusion space. Seeing this, Song Kai and his second brother, Song Lin, also promptly arranged their duty schedules, each taking 12-hour shifts. In the daily routine of the two brothers, time quickly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. Today, just as Song Lin came to take over the shift from Song Kai didn't leave as quickly as he did on other days. Instead, he spoke up in a requesting tone. Second brother, I have a favor to ask. I might need to enter seclusion for 2 days. For these next 2 days, you'll have to. Before Song Kai could finish, Song Lin interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Family doesn't need to talk about trouble or no trouble. Go ahead. Grateful to Song Kai for the cold fountain cold flame from before, Song Lin viewed it as a life-changing opportunity, giving him the potential to assault the second rank. But before Song Kai left, Song Lin asked with some uncertainty, Fourth brother, you're not about to break through in your guidance technique again, are you? When Song Kai had advanced his guidance technique to LV9 half a month earlier, Song Lin was already astonished and envious. Song Lin himself had been cultivating the seed of torch for over 7 years, and his guidance technique was just stuck at LV9, though he expected to advance within the next half year. But the point was it took 7 years. Song Kai, who had awakened only over 7 months ago, was already at the same starting line. If he was about to advance to first rank so soon, it would be hard for Song Lin, as the older brother, to accept. Faced with this question, Song Kai turned and smiled at Song Lin but did not reply. Instead, he stepped out of the monitoring room and headed straight for his own room. While the base was not large enough to support free summoning of 100-meter escort ships, spectral airships were still possible, so Song Kai didn't need to head to the airship docking area. Of course, that it was all a facade. His actual destination was the Zutan Ruins Market, and the reason he didn't reply to Song Lin was that he wasn't sure himself if he could break through this time. After gaining full control of his strength, he used body tempering liquid in tandem with intermediate body tempering potion in the past half a month to push his LV9 guidance technique slightly forward. This time in seclusion, he planned to use an advanced body tempering potion. He currently had 4 advanced body tempering potions. 3 of them, which were gifts from his uncle and aunt because of the cold fountain cold flame, had not been neutralized with deep water clam pearls and could not be used yet. They would have to wait until after he advanced his guidance technique to first rank. The remaining one had been integrated with 900 years of deep water clam pearl powder months ago, neutralizing part of the overpowering effect of the potion. It was also the one Song Kai was now prepared to use. Just after entering his room, Song Kai's mind shifted, and he vanished within the room. In the Zutan Ruins Market secret realm, the All Attributes cultivation room, Song Kai did not immediately take the advanced body tempering potion. Instead, he first assumed the standard posture for cultivating the guidance technique and began his preliminary cultivation. He did this to adjust his own state so that he could use the potion at the moment when he was at his peak. How precious the 900-year-old deep water clam pearls are. After this time, who knows when he would have the chance to obtain them again. Therefore, Song Kai must seize this opportunity to maximize the efficacy of the potion. As the guidance technique began to officially operate, the spectral energy inside his body also started its cycle in circles. It was hard to tell how much time had passed, maybe a few minutes, maybe half an hour, but when Song Kai opened his eyes again, he could feel that his condition had been adjusted to the best. Having ascertained this, he didn't hesitate any longer and quickly picked up the advanced body tempering potion that had been set aside. Pop! He uncorked the potion bottle and gulped it down in one go. Immediately afterward, he resumed the operation of the spectral energy guidance technique. Hot, extremely hot, unbearably hot. Not long after swallowing the potion, Song Kai's body began to exhibit an abnormal flush, and a tremendous amount of energy burst forth from his abdomen continuously. Unlike the gentle energy of the past, this energy was more domineering, and it spread at an astonishing rate. As it flowed from his abdomen to the rest of his body, it scorched Song Kai's meridians, causing intermittent piercing pain within his body. In barely 2 minutes, Song Kai's entire body was like boiling hot water, continuously emitting heat. Yet despite this outward expulsion of heat, the inner accumulation was much faster and his whole body remained unbearably hot. Suppressing the intense discomfort, the practice of the spectral energy guidance technique didn't stop for a moment. Song Kai knew all too well that this wasn't a dangerous signal, but rather, an impressive display of the potency of the advanced body tempering potion he had taken. Although his body seemed barely able to endure strain, in fact, there weren't any serious issues. Moreover, notwithstanding his current state, the progress of the spectral energy guidance technique within his body was far beyond imagination, hundreds, even thousands of times faster than usual. Besides, Song Kai felt a deep sense of relief in his heart for having resisted the temptation in the past and only now using the advanced body tempering potion. Otherwise, even the rank 8 guidance technique would definitely not withstand such terrifying potency. If that were the case, his body might have been completely ruined. The advanced body tempering potion was renowned for its domineering effects, and even though the addition of the 900-year deep water clam pearl powder mitigated some of its harsh properties, the problem lay exactly there. The pearls themselves, being over 900 years old, already contained terrifying energy. Although the energy within the deep water clam pearls was sufficiently gentle, this is all relative. Clam pearls of a 900-year vintage were at least nurtured by first-rank clams, possibly even at the peak of the first rank or at the second rank. The energy contained within the pearls born from clams that had nurtured them for 900 years was unimaginably formidable. Such a vast amount of energy, no matter how gentle, represented an enormous burden for a typical zero-rank being. Time continued to pass, and the effects of the advanced body tempering potion lasted exceptionally long. A full 2 days went by without a hint of the effects subsiding, and although the boost to the spectral energy guidance technique's cultivation had diminished somewhat, it remained considerable. To this, Song Kai naturally welcomed it with open arms. However, it seems his second elder brother, Song Lin, would have to wait a bit longer. Fortunately, with Song Lin's current rank 9 guidance technique, he could go for over a week without rest without issue, so Song Kai didn't have to worry about him. After erupting for 2 days, the energy bursting forth from his abdomen finally weakened significantly, no longer causing the intermittent sharp pain as it flowed through Song Kai's meridians. In addition, the persistent heat that had lasted nearly 2 days receded, allowing Song Kai to cultivate in peace. About half a day later, Song Kai suddenly opened his eyes that had been tightly shut. A strong sense of surprise flickered deep within his dark eyes. It wasn't that the effects of the potion in his body had worn off, but just now, he had successfully touched upon a faint barrier. That was the bottleneck between rank 9 and rank 10 of the guidance technique, as well as the door to life sublimation for all zero-rank beings of the Shattered Starry Sea. Simply by pushing open or breaking through this gate, a zero-rank being could successfully achieve a life sublimation, undergo a transformation of their life stage, and step into the first rank. With his eyes shimmering rapidly, Song Kai made his decision within a mere 2 seconds. The effects of the residual potion in my body should last at least half a day. I can attempt to break through. With a decision made in his mind, he was not one to dawdle. His eyes closed once again. He concentrated fully on mobilizing the spectral energy within his body, trying to break through the formidable barrier between zero-rank and first-rank creatures. Boom! The long-anticipated first assault officially commenced, and it felt as if violent roars echoed inside him. At the same time, Song Kai's face slightly paled, and he let out a soft grunt. Clearly, the assault on this bottleneck was also putting a significant strain on his body. Regaining control over the surging blood within him, he focused his spiritual energy towards the depths of his body, then frowned. This all-out attack seemed to have done nothing to shake the bottleneck, which remained as stout as ever, showing no signs of breaking. After a brief moment of disappointment, Song Kai rebounded. He was prepared for this if advancing to first rank were so easy. His elder brother Song Lin wouldn't have been stuck at level 9 for nearly 3 years, and creatures of zero rank wouldn't make up more than 90% of the Starry Sea. Undeterred, he readjusted his state of mind and spent a few more minutes stabilizing himself before embarking on the second attempt. The potion, infused with 900 years worth of deep water clam pearls, had an astoundingly potent effect. Because of this, it was a rare opportunity for him to attempt advancing to first rank in one go. Missing this chance would mean that even with advanced body tempering potions, he would not be able to use them later, and another attempt to reach first rank would likely require a long, grueling period of time. Though he wouldn't be stuck like Song Lin for 3 years, it would be at least a year. Understanding this, Song Kai certainly wouldn't give up so easily. Boom! The second attempt failed just like the first, and the pallor on Song Kai's face grew even more pronounced. After another 2 minutes of adjustment, he began his third assault. And so, Song Kai continued, launching 5 consecutive attacks, all ending in failure. At this moment, he was as pale as a sheet of paper, and the effects of the remaining potion in his body were nearly depleted. After considering for a while, Song Kai muttered to himself, "Let's try one last time. If it fails again, then there's nothing else I can do." Spectral energy gathered rapidly, as Song Kai focused intently. After nearly half a minute's build-up, the spectral energy, carrying along a turbulent flow of blood, suddenly surged towards the bottleneck. Boom! Crack! An unnatural flush passed over Song Kai's deathly white face, and a metallic taste welled up in his throat. But amidst that, Song Kai's attention was captured by the faint sound of cracking that seemed to follow the intense booming. When his spiritual energy sank to the depths of his heart, his pale face soon reflected indescribable joy, and then he once again gathered the spectral energy and blood within him. Crack! This time, there was no powerful booming, just a crisp sound of shattering. "Ha! I've finally done it. From today onwards, my life has officially ascended to first rank," Song Kai exclaimed. In that moment, a gentle healing energy emerged from deep within his body, swiftly repairing his internal injuries, while this life energy swirling around his entire body was comprehensively nourishing and repairing every cell. At this moment, Song Kai felt as if he were soaking in the most comfortable hot spring. The severe pain from his body a moment ago now gone, leaving only an indescribable tingling and comfort. And this was his first experience of life sublimation. Outside the all-powerful cultivation room, intense fluctuations of spectral energy stirred wildly, interspersed with strands of life energy. The intermingling of these two energies made the activity inside the cultivation room even more astonishing. Inside the cultivation room, Song Kai's complexion had already regained its healthy glow, no longer the previous pallor. His entire body was enveloped in dense life energy, which nourished and tempered him. Under its cultivation, a sticky black liquid began to ooze continuously from his skin of the impurities from within his body. At the same time, an increasingly formidable life pressure also began to disperse in all directions until it filled the entire cultivation room. The entire sublimation process lasted for about half an hour. When the life energy had completely dissipated, Song Kai promptly opened his eyes. The instant he opened his eyes, a fleeting dark flame flickered in his pupils, a characteristic sign of the spectral energy beginning to manifest outwardly. After advancing to the first rank, although the spectral energy within his body couldn't be fully manifested outwardly, it could now be preliminarily channeled into the weapons in his hands and used for basic defense compared to when he was at 0 rank. Beyond that, there was a geometric enhancement of his physical body, a comprehensive amplification of the functions of each organ. Leaping up 20 or 30 meters became a basic operation. Most importantly, after ascending to a first-rank life entity, he would be able to move freely in the cosmic environment and no longer suffer from the pressures of the vacuum of space. Of course, a foothold was necessary. The notion of physically traversing the starry sea was impossible. One could only move on small asteroids, fragments, and the like. In addition, what was originally dual tasking with his mind had, due to the enhancement of his spiritual force, now easily become threefold mind utilization, and in a limit-breaking state, it could become fourfold mind utilization. And lastly, and most crucially, there was the enhancement of his lifespan. Previous awakenings, such as that of the seed of torch or transforming into the spectral energy body, didn't extend his lifespan, but after this first life sublimation, his lifespan officially increased from 140 years to 200 years. In other words, even if he didn't make any further progress from now on, he could still live another 160 or 70 years. Song Kai cheered internally. Having strived for so long, he finally reaped the rewards. Honestly, the increase wasn't that significant at just 60 years, but for Song Kai, who originated from the Blue Star and was accustomed to a lifetime of only a few decades, this was already quite significant. Naturally, for the subsequent second rank, third rank, and even beyond to fourth rank, Song Kai still harbored great expectations in his heart. The third rank wasn't too bad, with a lifespan of about 600 years, but he had vaguely heard that once one's guidance technique breaks through LV39, reaching above LV40, which signified a starry sea fourth rank life form, the lifespan would skyrocket again. It's said it could reach 2,000 years, a number that meant a great deal to him. From the Qin and Han dynasties to the modern era on the former Blue Star, the span of time was just over 2,000 years, a very long duration indeed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Song Kai began to move his arms and legs. The transition from level 9 to level 10 had far exceeded the previous breakthrough to level 9 and undeniably required a lot of time to adjust to. 10 hours later, having taken a shower, Song Kai relieved Song Lin. Although he had cultivated for nearly 3 days straight, the life sublimation process had also rejuvenated his mind and spirit to their peak condition. He looked bright and spirited now, without a trace of fatigue. However, Song Kai's vigor did not imply that Song Lin felt the same. Song Lin appeared listless, and after 3 continuous days of monitoring, combined with the consumption of mental power because of visualizing the mythical mesh projection imprint blueprint, he was left in such a state. But the moment Song Lin turned to see Song Kai, his eyes widened. The previous listlessness vanished without a trace, replaced by an almost ghost-seeing alertness. He instantly perked up. "Fourth brother, have you ascended to the first rank?" A myriad of question marks emerged in Song Lin's mind. Black man questioning JPG. Just a month since advancing to level 9, he broke through to level 10. Could it be that Song Kai is the one truly practicing the spectral energy guidance technique, and I'm merely using a counterfeit? No wonder Song Lin had such a preposterous thought. The idea of Song Kai soaring from level 8 to level 10 in less than a month was too abnormal. Seeing Song Lin's look of existential doubt, Song Kai began to explain. "I previously obtained a 900-year-old deep water clam pearl, and when combined with an advanced body tempering potion, that resulted in such an effect." Upon hearing this explanation, numerous doubts in Song Lin's heart eased considerably. A 900-year-old deep-water clam pearl usually required a deep-water clam that had lived for over 2,000 years to nurture, and, given the extreme rarity of such clams, even though the effect was still somewhat exaggerated, at least it was more acceptable. After Song Lin left, Song Kai began visualizing the engraving map while monitoring the projection on the screen before him. Before long, he discovered yet another benefit of ascending to the first rank. With the significant increase in his spiritual power, even the effect of visualizing the engraving map had greatly improved. This meant that the rate of his future enhancements in spiritual power would further increase. In Beta City on the outskirts of White Tower floating land, accompanied by the violent roar of engines, a 100-meter-long torch warship soared into the sky and disappeared into the clouds above the floating land in the blink of an eye. This warship was none other than the King Kong, the flagship of the Song family, which had returned to White Tower floating land from Star Region 0155 a month ago and was now embarking once more for Star Region 0155. Aboard the King Kong warship, numerous figures stood imposingly at this momentous Song Ming Song, Baeksukin, Mr. and Mrs. Song Shan, Mr. and Mrs. Song Hai. If an outsider were present, they would be astonished to find that all the Song family members of first rank and above were currently assembled on the King Kong. As for why it was the King Kong and not Song Ming Song's Furious Lion, the reason was simple. The Furious Lion, as a third-rank cruiser, spanned over a kilometer in length. A torch warship of such volume would easily draw the attention of the interested. The King Kong was different, being a second-rank torch warship with sufficient speed and less likely to raise too much notice. It was the most suitable for travel. However, at this moment, the face of the elder Song Ming Song aboard the King Kong was a shade of furious green, clearly furious. By his side, Baeksukin shot him a look. "All right. How would you have the third child do it? Should we leave the base unguarded?" Song Ming Song's eyes bulged as his vehement voice echoed through the cabin. "So leaving my two grandsons alone there was the right thing to do?" Hearing the old man's persistent harping, everyone in the cabin shook their heads helplessly, especially Song Hai and Song Yang, who, at that moment, silently mourned for Song Jiao while also feeling extremely fortunate that they were not the ones left at the base. Otherwise, faced with such a situation, they too would likely have made the same decision and then be scolded bloody by the elder. On one side, Song Shan, who had been silent for a while, also spoke up to persuade, "Dad, the third brother had no choice, that it was the most reasonable allocation. Besides, it's not so easy for something to happen at the base. It's been fine for decades now." A broken bar. Before he could finish, he was angrily interrupted by the elder. "Got a bit advanced and think your wings are strong? You dare to lecture your father?" At those words, Song Shan's face went completely dark, and he dared not speak further. Baeksukin pinched Song Ming Song hard in the soft flesh of his waist and spat out with hands on her hips, "All of you shut up for me and focus on the road." In chaotic Star Domain 0155, a region usually as desolate as ever. However, within this star region, a 100-meter warship was slowly advancing, finally and stealthily slipping into an asteroid cluster. The combined illusion base, accompanied by a burst of violent ripples, alerted Song Kai and Song Lin inside the base. The two rushed out of the base at once, summoning their respective torch warships. But upon recognizing the familiar warship armor of the incoming vessel, they called back their warships and stood smiling at the docking area, awaiting the landing of the King Kong. As they saw a dozen figures emerge from the King Kong, the unprepared brothers were momentarily stunned but quickly recovered, their smiles growing even brighter. "Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Aunt, Second Uncle." After a series of greetings, the group entered the base one after another. Upon confirming with Song Kai and Song Lin that there had been no other movements from the Bloodblade Star Thieves over the past 2 months, Song Ming Song nodded in satisfaction and patted the two young men on the shoulders as if to say, "Well done lads." His gaze then shifted and glared again at Song Jiao, who followed behind. But before Song Ming Song could speak, Song Lin eagerly asked first, "Dad, has the mountain successfully advanced to third rank?" With those words, everyone's attention was immediately diverted to this matter, giving Song Jiao a chance to exhale in relief. Song Shan nodded with a smile. "That's right, The mountain has successfully advanced to a cruiser. Song Kai and the others realized the reason why all the family members above first rank had come together. With the mountain's successful advancement and the addition of the Furious Lion, the family now had 2 cruisers' combat power. Thus, they had absolute dominance over the Bloodblade Star Thieves. Does this mean we are finally going to take action against the Bloodblade Star Thieves? Song Kai and Song Lin simultaneously had the same thought arise in their minds, yet they both harbored some doubts. Are we going to take action now? What about the Moruo royal family? Could it have been confirmed as a sham? Song Kai also began to harbor doubts in his heart. Could it be that I was mistaken? The elders quickly discerned what the two were thinking, and Song Ming Song spoke kindly. It's highly likely that the Moruo royal family exists. Not long ago, the Blood Wolf wiped out a low-level life-form Starry Sea floating land of a minor civilization, seizing most of its resources. However, we suspect that the Blood Wolf is merely a front. All of the resources likely ended up in the hands of the behind-the-scenes Moruo clan. As soon as the grandfather finished speaking, the eldest uncle Song Shan added, "We've checked, and in the past 100 years or so, the Bloodblade Star Thieves have plundered many times in the chaotic star field in this manner. However, their strength has not significantly increased in the end, so these resources should have all fallen into the hands of the Moruo royal family behind the scenes, used to secretly restore their strength. Moreover, with the strength of star-thieving bands like the Bloodblade Star Thieves, the Moruo royal family also remotely controls several others, although they are scattered across different areas of the chaotic star field, hence they haven't drawn the attention of other civilizations all this time." Hearing this, Song Kai's mood gradually grew solemn. If what his uncle and grandfather said were true, then the strength of the hidden Moruo royal family could not be simple. It's highly likely that there was a 4th rank level of combat power. Otherwise, how could they control several thieving bands at the 3rd rank level? If that was indeed the case, shouldn't the family's action plan be called off? How could they possibly provoke an existence with 4th rank level strength? As you know, in the stratification of Starry Sea civilizations, 4th rank is considered the threshold for intermediate civilizations. A Starry Sea civilization, if it only possesses 1st, 2nd, and 3rd rank combat units, is deemed a low-level civilization, but once it has control over 4th rank level of regular combat power, it indicates it has crossed the threshold into an intermediate civilization, showing a fundamental difference from ordinary low-level civilizations. Why is there such a divide? Isn't it because of the terrifying individual combat power of 4th rank units? Such rank combat units usually possess the ability to change the outcome of an interstellar war on their own, with terrifying strength. That's why, over time, the civilizations in the Shattered Starry Sea have come to use 4th rank as the dividing line between low-level and intermediate civilizations. Among the crowd, the grandmother Baeksuken was the first to perceive the confusion and concern in her 2 grandsons' hearts, and she explained softly, "Don't worry. Someone will be handling the Moruo royal family. All we need to do is deal with the Bloodblade Star Thieves and capture the entrance to the Starry Sea secret realm at the core area of their base." With his grandmother's explanation, Song Kai was finally able to completely set his mind at ease. He also lightly tapped his forehead, chiding himself for being startled by the likely existence of a 4th rank presence within the Moruo royal family. To think that he could make such a basic mistake. If the family hadn't planned for decades and didn't have a full set of response plans in place, how could they rashly deal with the Bloodblade Star Thieves? Just then, in the forefront of the crowd, Song Ming Song's eyes suddenly brightened, fixating his gaze on Song Kai. "Little Kai, have you advanced your guidance technique to 1st rank?" Since the breakthrough a month ago, Song Kai had fully mastered his strength and could control it with ease, which is why no one noticed the change in him immediately. But Song Ming Song was different. As a seasoned 3rd rank torch captain, his perceptive abilities were astonishing. Even though Song Kai had done his best to conceal it, his subtleties were still detected by him. As for Song Shan, while his flagship had advanced to 3rd rank, his own guidance technique remained at level 29, requiring more time to slowly strive for level 30. naturally not possessing the sharp insight of Song Ming Song. Seeing his grandfather had noticed, Song Kai no longer concealed it, slightly releasing the spectral energy in his body, directly unleashing the powerful vital energy within him. Feeling indeed the fluctuations of first-rank level vital energy, the Song family elders were all somewhat surprised, and then their expressions turned to joy. Their descendant, naturally, the more excellent, the better. Ha ha ha! At the forefront of the crowd, the old patriarch laughed uproariously, his laughter booming like thunder and indicating his genuine joy. Among the group, Song Jiao and Chen Lixia were also beaming, their faces aglow with pride. Their son's excellence was their greatest source of pride. To break through to first rank in guidance technique at the age of 30, compared to gaining a spectral airship on 3 explorations to the alien star domain, the former was obviously more difficult to achieve. Compared to the family elders, the ones most astonished were Song Qi, Song Wen, and Song Yu. If they remembered correctly, it had only been 8 months since Song Kai awakened, and he had broken through to the first rank. They even doubted whether they had heard it correctly. Especially Song Yu, he felt it most deeply. He had awakened at the same time as Song Kai, so how was he merely at LV6, while Song Kai was already at LV10? Could it be that the phosphorescent meat fourth brother brought out earlier was just a small part, and he kept the lion's share for himself? Or could it be that I'm just a pseudo-genius, and fourth brother is the true peerless genius behind the scenes? For a moment, he ran through all the possibilities he could think of in his mind, yet he was still full of question marks. At this time, Song Jiao, who had already made his way to the front of the crowd undetected, discreetly cleared his throat. This kid had the good fortune to come across a few deep water clam pearls of considerable age, combined with a few advanced body tempering potions I provided. That's how he made such progress. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. Song Lin, who stood by Song Jiao's side, also added softly, 900 years old. At this revelation, the family elders once again stared intently at Song Kai's face for a while. Even Song Jiao did the same. When Song Kai had previously asked for advanced body tempering potion, he merely mentioned it was over 300 years old and didn't specify the exact age of the deep water clam pearls. Song Jiao had subconsciously categorized them as being around 300 to 500 years old and hadn't expected them to be as old as 900. And deep water clam pearls of 900 years were no trifling matter. They were the kind that could only be cultivated by deep water clams that had lived for at least 2,000 years. These clams basically resided at the ocean floor thousands of meters deep, and they couldn't just be obtained by mere luck. Of course, no one pursued the matter further. They chatted and laughed their way into the monitoring room. When Song Jiao had left earlier, the orange quality component that projected the screen had been transferred over to Song Lin's flagship to continue monitoring the lair of the Bloodblade Star Thieves day and night. As for the specific attributes of this component, Song Kai had already taken a good look at it. Starry Sky Monitor LV19, quality, orange. Feature, monitoring distance increased by 60%. Feature 2, Void Prison. Consumption, 300/s. Spectral energy points. Effect, conducts remote real-time monitoring of a designated area. Current maximum monitoring distance, 1.5 light-years. Charge, 10 minutes. No need for a buffer. Up rank requirement, 150 strands of floating land origin. First rank, 10000 spectral energy points. Void Prison, consumes 3,000 yuan in points, after charging for 70 minutes. Creates a void prison with a diameter not exceeding 100,000 meters in a specified spherical area, lasting for 120 minutes. Song Ming Song glanced over the projected screen in front of him, noting that there were no abnormalities in the lair of the Bloodblade Star Thieves. He then withdrew his gaze. However, his expression had become extremely serious. Based on our earlier discussion, tomorrow we will officially make our move against the Bloodblade Star Thieves. Now, let's start assigning specific tasks. This statement was mainly directed at Song Kai and Song Lin, because everyone else at the Furious Lion Courtyard had already been assigned once before. Firstly, that Bloodblade and his Bloodblade will be taken care of by me and the eldest. The other 6 second-rank members of the Bloodblade Star Thieves, Bloodwolf, will be restrained by the second eldest, Hongsu, the second eldest's wife, the third eldest, and the couple of the fourth eldest. You each will deal with the remaining 5. Lexia, you will assess the situation on the field and provide timely remote fire support where needed. Of course, the priority is to keep an eye on the younger ones, Little Yu and the other 4. They can get injured, but casualties are absolutely not allowed. Is everyone clear? The assignments from Song Ming Song were very clear, which indirectly showed that the family had made ample preparations for this operation. Song Kai felt a stirring in his heart. He noticed some information in his grandfather's words. For example, there were 6 second-rank torch ship captains within the Bloodblade Star Thieves. He remembered from the information accessed on the Torch Network that only 5 second-rank combatants were listed. Clearly, the Bloodblade Star Thieves had some hidden strengths. Furthermore, his mother, Chen Lexia, had not been given a specific combat task but was simply responsible for looking after the safety of the 5 younger first-rank members. This also indirectly showed that since his mother had recently advanced to second rank, her flagship's combat power might not be up to that of an ordinary second-rank torch warship. After arranging the tasks for his sons and daughters-in-law, Song Ming Song turned his gaze towards Bai Xuqin. Xuqin, the handling and protection of the secret realm entrance is left to you. Try your best to ensure the stability of the entry point, but also be sure to stay safe. After Bai Xuqin nodded gently, Song Ming Song's gaze finally rested on Song Kai and the other 4, with evident concern in his eyes. The eldest among the 5, Song Qi, was just over 40. While Song Kai and Song Yu had just awakened this year. Their experience was far from sufficient, and being involved in an operation of this level was somewhat forced. The slightest carelessness could lead to irrevocable consequences. However, upon reflection, such tasks were likely to be frequent once they returned to the family. It might be beneficial for them to experience it under the supervision of their elders, rather than going in blindly in the future and suffering heavy setbacks. Having thought it through, Song Ming Song spoke, "As for you 5 youngsters, you may engage the first-rank Star Thieves on your own during this operation, but remember to stay away from the combat range of the second-rank warships." "Yes." After everyone responded in unison, Song Ming Song removed the Starry Sky monitor from Song Lin's walk iron and reinstalled it onto the Furious Lion. The battle tomorrow involves not only the combat of more than 10 second-rank escort ships but also 3 third-rank torch warships. The Void Prison, with a diameter of 100,000 meters, is still too small. It completely prevents us from deploying to full effect, which will undoubtedly increase the likelihood of Song Kai and his 4 companions being affected. Furthermore, a duration of 2 hours is also insufficient, so we still need to enhance further. In his personal room, Song Kai has a grave expression. Thinking that he will be participating in a battle tomorrow that involves third-rank torch warships and more than a dozen second-rank torch escort ships, he cannot calm down and is very worried about whether Kang Kyung will be able to withstand the aftermath of the second and third-rank torch warships battle. With a thought, his figure vanished from the room. Zutan Ruins Market, the free trading area. After summoning the Kang Kyung, Song Kai hurriedly steps onto the airship, clutching a familiar black cloth bag containing titanium crystals. These were not the 24 pieces he had left before, or rather, not just them. There were 74 titanium crystals in the cloth bag. Apart from the ones previously left behind, the additional 50 pieces were handed over by Zhu Ping during the trade at the Ruins Market in between. This month, Ruins Market trading naturally opened once more, but there were no big surprises this time. Other than earning more than 100,000 strands of zero-rank floating land origin, the biggest gain was these 50 titanium crystals. Of course, Song Kai was not really satisfied with this. According to what Zhu Ping had said last time, it seemed that a titanium crystal vein was discovered in the primordial world behind him. He originally thought that the other party might bring hundreds of titanium crystals this time, but it turned out to be only 50 pieces. According to Zhu Ping's explanation, first, the reserves of that vein were not large, only amounting to a micro or small-sized vein, and second, it had been discovered for more than 100 years. Throughout those 100 years, various forces had sporadically extracted many titanium crystals. In summary, the titanium crystal quantity remain in that vein was not much, and only about 50 pieces could be collected each month. Song Kai naturally did not believe this. Zhu Ping, or rather, the sect power behind him, was likely trying to test him by using this as a bargaining chip for negotiating the specific number of resources required for additional entries to the ruins market. Song Kai did not expose the other party's lie, but his attitude was clear. 50 titanium crystals in exchange for one additional entry was impossible. This time, Zhu Ping brought a high-level storage bag filled with various resources from the primordial continent. He also purchased a large number of herbs, ores, and special resources sold by other alien species, making a killing. Although Song Kai also collected a hefty trading tax, he was not satisfied. For any torch ship captain, titanium crystals were something one could never have too much of. He must compel the other party to provide as much as possible. His response to Zhu Ping was straightforward: 200 titanium crystals to replenish one ruins market guest token entry, and he also mentioned the elixirs body tempering liquid and body tempering paste. As long as the other party could provide a sufficient quantity of the two elixirs, he would buy them at a higher price. The price for the body tempering liquid was set at 3 strands of 0-rank floating land origin per bottle, while the body tempering paste was 20 strands of 1st-rank floating land origin per box. This price was the most reasonable result that Song Kai had thoughtfully come up with. This way, the sect behind Zhu Ping could also make 2 to 3 times the profit, and he could make quite a bit himself. A mutually beneficial trade was the only way to maintain a long-term relationship. Zhu Ping also nodded in agreement, indicating that he would report back to the sect. Shaking his head to refocus on the task at hand, Song Kai turns his thoughts to giving the Kankai another round of enhancements. The great battle is tomorrow, and he must push the combat power of the Kankai to the limit in advance, to have an additional margin of safety in the fight. The first thing to be enhanced is their Pure Yang Sword Beam Cannon, a main cannon of orange quality with astonishing attributes and the component offering the highest enhancement returns to date. Of course, this is under the premise that the dark matter energy shield generator could no longer be enhanced. Otherwise, his first choice would unquestionably be the energy shield. After 4 consecutive enhancements, the Pure Yang Sword Beam Cannon, like the dark matter energy shield generator, was also enhanced to LV-29. Pure Yang Sword Beam Cannon LV-29. Quality, orange. Feature, mixed hollow extreme Yang Sword Intent Divine Light. Feature 2, main cannon might increase 100%. Consumption, 2400/shot, spectral energy points. Attack, 122,880. Charge time, 4's buffer, 7's. Up rank requirement, 150 strands of floating land origin, 2nd rank, 30000 spectral energy points, sunflame ore 300 tons, titanium crystals 30 pieces. Note, has reached the ship's inherent enhancement limit and cannot be further enhanced. Mixed hollow extreme Yang Sword Intent Divine Light, after 22 seconds of charging, unleashes a giant sword strike with 490% of the main cannon's might in the designated direction, destroying everything in its path. The properties of the enhanced cannon are self-explanatory, describable only as astonishing. However, along with the substantial increase in the properties of the Pure Yang Sword Beam Cannon, the titanium crystals in Song Kai's hands were once again depleted, leaving only 14 pieces. Following the Pure Yang Sword Beam Cannon was the Starshine V-type alloy armor, a warship armor of blue quality that is the second most important defense component on the Kankai after the dark matter energy shield generator. It also had to be enhanced to the limit. In addition, the Healing Fruit, with its property of repairing warship armor, had to be enhanced as well. Starshine V-Type Alloy Armor LV29. Quality, blue. Consumption, 60/2. Spectral energy points. Defense, 35,280. Up rank requirement, 60 strands of floating land origin. Second rank, 10000 spectral energy points. Healing Fruit LV29. Quality, white. Consumption, 2000/usage, spectral energy points. Effect, repairs 25% of damaged warship armor and 10% of the warship's hull. Buffer, 12 hours charge time, 10s. Up rank requirement, none. The enhancement limit for the component has been reached. It can no longer be enhanced. Although both components have been enhanced to their limits, there is an essential difference between them. One is limited to the white quality torch warship body, while the Healing Fruit has reached its enhancement limit at LV29 due to its quality. Even if Song Kai's Seed of Torch were to advance to blue quality, it would still be impossible to enhance it further. After enhancing these two components, Song Kai took stock of the second rank floating land origin he had left, and seeing that there were just over 400 strands remaining, he thought nothing else and immediately focused on the Shadow Capture Antimatter Overstate engine. For a warship, besides the main cannon and energy shield, the engine considerably influences combat power. The engine is the heart of a warship, not only providing a continuous energy supply for a warship's operation but also related to the ship's maneuverability, and the importance of maneuverability on the battlefield goes without saying. Confirm spending 20 strands of second-rank floating land origin plus 10,000 spectral energy points plus 20 second-rank life cores plus 1 titanium crystal, to upgrade the Shadow Capture Antimatter Overstate engine from LV20 to LV21? Confirm. After 4 consecutive enhancements, the Shadow Capture Antimatter Overstate engine was enhanced to LV24. It was not that Song Kai chose not to continue enhancing but that he only had 2 titanium crystals left, which were insufficient for the next upgrade. Feeling somewhat unsatisfied, he exited the ruins market and went straight to his grandfather, who was talking with his great-uncle, and managed to obtain 33 more crystals. Adding these to the 2 he already had in hand, he succeeded in enhancing the engine to LV29 in one go. Shadow Capture Antimatter Overstate engine LV29. Quality, purple. Feature, the energy supply efficiency is additionally increased by 74%. Consumption, 100/s. Energy supply, 1009/s. Post-overload buffer, 20 minutes. Energy pool, 48,000 points, can store 48,000 points of energy. Convertible, Shadow Capture Grade Reactor. Up rank requirement, 90 strands of floating land origin. Second rank, 25000 spectral energy points, 90 second rank life cores, 15 titanium crystals. After enhancing to LV29, the efficiency of the Shadow Capture Antimatter Overstate engine became terrifyingly high, and it would surely grant the Kankai greater maneuverability. However, as delightful as the attributes were, the resources consumed were also quite fearsome. The second-rank floating land origin, which initially numbered just over 400 strands, had dropped to only 14 strands left. The engine's upgrade from LV20 to LV29 had devoured a whopping 396 strands of second-rank floating land origin, and there were no titanium crystals left. Looking at himself, aside from the 100 strands of third-rank floating land origin and 20 strands of fourth-rank floating land origin, he only had a considerable amount of zero-rank and first-rank floating land origin left. However, for the current Song Kai, the zero-rank and first-rank floating land origin had lost much of their usefulness. This bothered him. Song Kai wasn't planning to trade his third-rank and fourth-rank floating land origin with the family elders, although he could likely get a good amount of second-rank floating land origin in exchange. He would almost immediately need the third-rank floating land origin once he upgraded the quality of the Seed of Torch. Moreover, floating land origin above the third rank is already rare, far scarcer than the second rank by tenfold. or even dozens of times. Naturally, he wanted to save these for personal use. As for the 4th rank floating land origin, its rarity need not be overstated. With this in mind, he ceased the thought of further enhancement and let his gaze sweep over the special slot area of the Kankion, quickly settling on the fixed-point launch pad component. Following that, the light between his eyebrows flickered rapidly, and 3 blue orbs flew out from the ancestral aperture. Each of the 3 orbs represented a blue quality component. Starshine 3 type ship cannon, particle beam cannon, Blackwater Xuan turtle warship armor. These 3 components are no longer needed by Kankion, and there's no other significance in bringing them out. He planned to go ask his third brother, Song Wen, to see if Song Wen was interested in exchanging for the fixed-point launch pad. When matched with a brainwave remote control system, this component can exert stronger effects, and he wanted to try to get it in his possession. Before calling Kankion, Song Kai opened its detailed attributes panel. He was quite curious about the changes in Kankion's properties after the comprehensive enhancements. Name, Kankion. Model, Torch Spectral Airship. Level, LV-10. Basic components, White Torch Warship hull LV-10, Pyongyang Sword Beam Cannon, Orange, LV-29, Electromagnetic Ray Cannon, Blue, LV-20, Starshine V-Type Alloy Armor, Blue, LV-29, Shadow Capture Antimatter Overstate Engine, Purple, LV-29, Dark Matter Energy Shield Generator, Orange, LV-29, Sky Reconnaissance Radar, Blue, LV-29, Spectral Cultivation Room LV-0, 8/8. Additional components, Fire Peony Soldier Figurine Tree, White, LV-20, Brainwave Remote Control System, Purple, LV-23, Abnormal Status Purifier, Blue, LV-20, Purple River Translocation Device, Blue, LV-20, Healing Fruit, White, LV-29, Fixed Point Launch Pad, Blue, LV-20, 6/10, Spectral Energy Pool, 48,000. Supplies, 4th rank Floating Land Origin 20 strands, 3rd rank Floating Land Origin 100 strands, 2nd rank Floating Land Origin 14 strands. Looking at the warship's attribute panel, which was filled with blue, purple, and orange components in the basic and special components sections, and only a few white components, Song Kai's mouth curved slightly, revealing a smile. He had not let down the Zutan Ruins market, which brought him a hefty sum of resources each month. In just 8 months, the various configurations on board Kankion were almost on par with the 3rd rank level torch warship. This couldn't even be described as splendid anymore. Song Kai guessed that even the main branch of his family, the Ding Hai Song family's direct descendants, could only achieve this much at best. 2 orange, 2 purple, 7 blue, equipped on any first-rank torch warship, that should be considered genius level or even a prodigy's territory. Satisfied, he closed the attribute panel, recalled Kankion, and exited the Zutan Ruins market. On the 2nd floor of the base, in the room where Song Wen was. 4th brother, what's the matter, you've finished using the fixed-point launch pad? Hearing Song Wen's words, Song Kai touched his nose, then whispered, 3rd brother, does your flagship still need blue components? Song Wen? Before the puzzled Song Wen could speak, Song Kai took out the 3 components he had prepared earlier. 3rd brother, what I mean is, do you have any thoughts about trading the fixed-point launch pad? If you do, you can pick any of these 3 blue components. After hearing Song Kai's real intention, Song Wen was initially going to refuse, as the fixed-point launch pad was a rather rare special component that he had obtained with difficulty and naturally did not want to trade it away. However, as his eyes swept over the 3 blue components presented by Song Kai, his gaze suddenly fixated on the particle beam cannon. Feature, main cannon of blue top rank. With flickering eyes, Song Wen felt tempted. His own flagship also had a blue main cannon installed, but it was just a regular blue main cannon. Although it was just a difference of 1 feature, the enhancement percentage would become significantly more substantial the further it was strengthened, eventually becoming a world of difference. After pondering for a while, Song Wen said, "Fourth brother, how about this? I'll exchange the fixed-point launch pad for your particle beam cannon. In addition, I will take off the blue main cannon from my flagship and exchange it with you for the Blackwater Xuan Turtle warship armor. What do you say?" Song Kai thought about it and then agreed. His thinking was straightforward, since the items were no longer needed by Kang Kyung and were all going to be traded anyway. Whether it was a main cannon or warship armor was not important to him. Seeing Song Kai agree, Song Wen also showed a smile on his face. The warship armor on his flagship was only white, and now not only could he switch to blue warship armor, but he could also acquire a top-rank blue main cannon, which obviously pleased him greatly. As for the fixed-point launch pad, its absence was no concern. It was just a supportive component and did not affect the combat power of the warship anyway. After completing the trade, Song Kai didn't return to his own room but went to find Song Chi, Song Lin, and Song Yu to ask if they needed a main cannon of blue quality. Of course, he wasn't offering it for free. He wanted to check with his own family members first before selling it to others. If they needed it, they naturally would have to pay for it with floating land origin. He also took the opportunity to see if they had any components Kang Kyung needed. Currently, there were still 4 special slots available on Kang Kyung. As long as the components were usable, he was willing to try them out. However, it was clear he had been overly optimistic. The 3 of them also had second-rank parents, and their own airships were already equipped with blue main cannons, and other special components were just as scarce on their ships. How could they have any spare? Thus, Song Kai could only return to his room, enter the ruins market, and begin to fully adjust his state, trying to ensure that he was in his peak condition for the action tomorrow. The next day, within the illusion space, at the warship docking area outside the base, all 15 members of the Song family gathered here. With Song Ming Song's nod as a signal, the 15 swiftly boarded the only torch warship in front, which was none other than the Kang Kyung, not more than 20 meters in length. As for why they chose Kang Kyung, it was simple. Among the 15, Kang Kyung had the lowest warship rank, required the least resources when carrying passengers, and was also the only one equipped with a translocation device. In just a moment, we'll be confronting the Bloodblade Star Thieves, so of course, it's not feasible to use the torch warship boarding certificate at this time. Wouldn't that be the same as tying myself up and delivering myself to their doorstep? Since the torch warship boarding certificate can't be used, it would be better to take a ship of a lower rank, as the floating land origin deducted is determined by the warship's own rank. In the Kang Kyung main control room, Song Kai activated the shadow capture antimatter overstate engine while comparing the 2 hovering star charts in front of him. One of them was transferred by his grandfather when he first boarded the airship, and the other was painstakingly completed through the loss of more than 20 Hornet-class drones over the past 2 months, generated by the Eye in the Sky Patrol radar. After a careful comparison, Song Kai's mouth twitched. These 2 star charts in front of him weren't 99% similar, they were 100% identical. Knowing this, he wasn't a fool, naturally realizing that his family had already explored everything near the lair of the Bloodblade Star Thieves long before him and had everything about them crystal clear. So all that time and drones were wasted in these 2 months. Mumbling to himself in his heart, he thought of another point. Previously, when he showed the internal layout map of the Bloodblade Star Thieves' lair, recorded on the Phantom Butterfly drones, to his father, Song Jiao, the man's face didn't show much change, which puzzled him at the time. Now it seems that the family's decades of infiltration work might have been better than he imagined. It was not just the periphery of the Bloodblade Star Thieves' lair that they knew inside out. Likely all the internal arrangements were already completely clear to them. Shaking his head, he scolded himself for being too naive and didn't dwell on it further. As the Kang Kyung rose into the open space, he directly activated the Purple River translocation device. After a substantial charging time, a spatial vortex nearly 100 meters in diameter appeared in the combined illusion space, and in the next second, the Kang Kyung vanished. emerging from a spatial rift in a vacuum star domain not too far from the Bloodblade Star Thieves' lair. The Kang appeared from the spatial vortex. The jump point set by his grandparents was not close to the Bloodblade Star Thieves, to avoid premature detection. After all, activating the Void Prison feature of the Starry Sky Monitor required a considerable charging time. If discovered too early, the variables would be too great. The doors of the Kang opened, and 14 figures rushed out, each subsequently summoning their own warships. When Song Ming Song's Furious Lion appeared, it quickly activated the Void Prison feature, targeting the distant Bloodblade Star Thieves' stronghold, while the 15 torch warships also began to move slowly toward the lair. Bloodblade Star Thieves' lair, top floor, gang leader's private room. As a third-rank torch captain over 550 years old, Blood Eye's guidance technique had reached the peak of LV-39. Thus, unlike other third-rank torch captains who usually lock themselves inside their warships, he preferred a leisurely tea, enjoying the little time he had left. But at that moment, he suddenly stood up from the sofa. His cold gaze turned, tracing a path through the window to the outside of the stronghold as if something in the deep, dark starry sky beyond the station's defense light shield greatly concerned him. The ominous gaze, paired with a terrifying scar on his face, made Blood Eye look particularly fearsome at that moment. As if confirming something, spectral energy surged within Blood Eye, and the next second, his figure seemingly teleported, swiftly moving from in front of the sofa to the window. Bang! The window shattered entirely, and Blood Eye, surrounded by a layer of dark energy, burst out of the room, his figure hovering in the space above the Star Thieves' stronghold. Below, the mid and lower-ranking members of the Star Thieves hadn't yet reacted, but Blood Eye's cold, spectral energy-amplified voice was already echoing in every corner of the stronghold. Enemy attack, all hands, battle stations, apostrophe. As soon as the voice fell, the kilometer-long Bloodblade cruiser appeared out of nowhere in the skies above the station. Looking at the familiar blood-colored armor and the two immensely large shipborne main cannons at the bow, all the members of the Star Thieves group finally came to their senses, scrambling to summon their own warships. Amidst the violent roar of the engines, the Bloodblade cruiser had already charged out of the protective light shield hovering above the station. As a torch captain who had lived for nearly 600 years, Bloodknife had personally slain countless captains of his rank, fostering his domineering and bloodthirsty character. To wait inside the protective light shield for enemies to come knocking was not his style. Sorry. Buzz. Some second-rank Star Thieves attempted to activate the spatial jump devices on their flagships, trying to keep up with the Bloodblade, but they quickly discovered that the jump devices on their warships, after flickering several times, went dark, evidently unable to perform a spatial jump. Spatial blockade. Everyone stay alert, the ones coming this time are definitely not ordinary folk. After several attempts, the vice-captain of the Star Thieves group, Blood Wolf, shouted out loudly, his eyes showing seriousness, a far cry from his usual sickly arrogance. The special component capable of conducting a spatial blockade was at least of the purple level. Looking at the spatial fractures outside the station that were also temporarily sealed, Blood Wolf already had his answer. To freeze so many spatial fractures, the blockade was certainly not the work of a purple component. It must have been a spatial blockade activated by an orange-level component. Boom boom boom. Before the members of the Bloodblade Star Thieves could give it much thought, a dozen attacks were already shooting over from afar. One was leading the charge, with the remaining 14 clearly lagging behind. Something's wrong. A sense of foreboding surged in Blood Wolf's heart. Just as he was about to speak up to warn the others, the light beam dashing in front did not give him the chance. Whiz! The light beam struck the protective light shield above the station. At first, only a faint ripple appeared on the shield, as if it had barely taken any damage, but the next second the colors of the light shield quickly dimmed, and in just a few seconds, the light shield capable of withstanding third-rank level attacks completely dissipated. Shield breaker feature, damn it! On the Blood Wolf and such, Blood Wolf cursed loudly, but what responded to him were the following 14 main cannon barrages that struck various parts of the station. Boom boom boom. Amidst violent explosions and tremors, the Star Thieves station instantly lay in ruins, with numerous lower-ranked Star Thieves suffering heavy casualties and deaths. Rubble, blood, and screams turned the station into complete chaos in no time. In the midst of the mayhem, Blood Wolf raised his blood-red eyes, and upon capturing the sight of the 15 torch warships of varying sizes at the edge of his vision, he let out a loud roar and then, together with a few second-ranked torch warships from within the group, charged straight towards the 15 unknown warships outside. Meanwhile, in the communication projection group of Kangkang, Grandfather Song Ming Song's voice popped up. "Boss, follow me to intercept the Bloodblade. Others carry out the tasks as we distributed before. Fight on your own." "Yes." With the order given, Song Kai was the first to control Kangkang, speeding off to the side, thinking to quickly put enough distance between himself and the second-ranked torch warships to his side, minimizing the chance of being caught in collateral damage. Although the dark matter energy shield had been activated in advance, this did not guarantee complete safety. The recent attack launched by the Furious Lion remained vivid in his memory. The defense light shield of the Bloodblade Star Thieves lair, supposedly as strong as the dark matter energy shield, collapsed in mere seconds, instilling a significant sense of danger in Song Kai, who had previously been quite confident in the might of the dark matter energy shield. Of course, he was well aware that the main cannon on the Furious Lion must have activated some unique feature, resulting in that effect, unlikely to be replicated by other torch warships. But what if? As his thoughts raced, the Kangkang had not slowed down either, successfully gaining enough distance from the warships of his family's elders. Glancing to the rear, the situation of battle reaffirmed Song Kai's quick reflexes. The 6 second-ranked torch warships that burst from the Star Thieves' stronghold were now engaged in battle with his father, second uncle, and fourth uncle. Main and secondary cannons of second rank, even enhanced to third rank level, bombarded each other, illuminating the pitch-black space with countless blasts, with terrifying explosions and energy shockwaves resonating across 100,000 meters. Looking toward the outskirts of the battle, Song Yu and Song Wen, who reacted slightly slower than Song Kai, Song Qi, and Song Lin, were in a less favorable situation. The energy shields on the exterior of their warships seemed much dimmer than those of Song Kai and the others, having already sustained several impacts from the battle's residual waves in this short time. Fortunately, no one's warship had its energy shield breached yet, and their basic combat power was still intact. After briefly surveying the situation, Song Kai had to refocus his attention as a spectral airship from the Bloodblade Star Thieves appeared not far ahead of the Kangkang. Upon seeing this, the Pyongyang sword beam cannon, which had been charging in advance and was just about to complete, turned its barrel, and in the next second, boomed. Whoosh! Amidst the whistling sword cries, a sword-light phantasm 2 meters wide and over 10 meters long shot out. The airship from the Bloodblade Star Thieves slightly shifted to dodge the sword-light phantasm, but compared to the blazing fast sword-light, its dodging speed was tortoise-like. The fluctuation on its shield was minimal, and not because the Pyongyang sword beam cannon's sword-light phantasm was weak, but because it was excessively terrifying, causing the other airship's energy shield to completely collapse in less than 2 seconds. Inside the main control room of the Blood Hyena himself widened his eyes in disbelief. His Blood Hyena was only equipped with a white energy shield, but it had been enhanced to level 20. A second-rank energy shield completely overloaded in less than 2 seconds? What kind of monster was this? His gaze remained fixed on the approaching spectral airship enshrouded in the dark light shield, the eagerness in his eyes replaced by endless fear. But this fear did not last long. After the sword-light phantasm shattered the Blood Hyena's energy shield, its might was still far from exhausted, and it further struck the warship armor of the Blood Hyena, tearing open a gaping hole of several meters before completely dissipating. Blood Hyena, panic-stricken, glanced towards the damaged warship armor and the ship itself, then, without looking back, frantically steered the Blood Hyena to escape at high speed to the side. Damage to warship armor, 38%, damage to the ship itself, 16%. Damn, if it can break through the energy shield and damage nearly 40% of the warship armor, someone else can fight this battle. I'm bailing out first, Blood Hyena thought to himself. However, faster than his warship was the electromagnetic ray cannon on the Kankian, and a streak of purple lightning followed, striking the recently turned Blood Hyena, not just once, but with a continuous barrage of electromagnetic rays. 5 seconds later, the Blood Hyena sank completely. And yet, a stream of lightning continued to emanate from its hull, finally falling onto the surrounding Star Thieves warships that weren't too far away. The electromagnetic ray cannon was only a blue component, and the arcs it scattered had limited might. Naturally, they couldn't break through other warships' energy shields as easily as the Pyongyang sword beam cannon, but they still caused the numerous zero-rank and first-rank torch warships nearby considerable distress. After all, also enhanced to second rank, even just secondary cannons were not something that spectral shuttles and ordinary spectral airships could easily withstand. Inside the Kankian, after witnessing the terrifying might of the Pyongyang sword beam cannon, Song Kai's nerves were steadied, and with narrowed eyes, he focused his indifferent gaze on the zero-rank and first-rank torch warships of the Bloodblade Star Thieves ahead. As members of the Bloodblade Star Thieves, regardless of their power, their hands were surely stained with innocent blood, and there was no need for mercy. Seconds later, the Pyongyang sword beam cannon roared again, and another 10-meter-long sword light phantasm shot out. Having seen the terror of the sword light phantasm, the Star Thieves warships scattered in all directions. Even though some stray fire landed on the Kankian, they were merely transient ripples on the dark matter energy shield, almost negligible. With the shadow capture antimatter overstate engine at level 29, the Kankian, unencumbered by the temporarily sealed spatial rifts, pursued the fleeing Star Thieves warships with a velocity far surpassing that of peer warships, quickly overtaking and sinking one after another. While Song Kai was easily crushing his opponents, the battlefield where his elders were fighting was exceedingly fierce. The lower-ranked members of the Bloodblade Star Thieves, due to their inferior status, were generally allocated very few resources, resulting in their flagships having generally weak combat power. However, these second-ranked torch ship captains were different. As the absolute upper echelon of the Star Thieves, even though the lion's share of the spoils from each plunder needed to be handed over to the Moruo royal family, the smaller portion divided among these few was still terrifyingly significant. Aboard the King Kong, Song Jiao's expression was grim. Each of their flagships averages more than 2 purple components, and even the main cannon, engine, and energy shield on the Blood Wolf are purple components, along with one more special purple component. They're excessively luxurious, making it difficult for us to end this battle within 4 hours. In the communication channel, Song Hai, Song Yang, Zhao Hongsu, and others also had serious expressions. The second-ranked torch warships of the Bloodblade Star Thieves far exceeded their initial estimates, prolonging the fight that was supposed to be quick and decisive. If there were no other limitations, it actually wouldn't matter much since they still had Chen Lixia acting from outside, and the longer the time dragged on, the scales of battle would inevitably tip in their favor. But the problem was that the effect of the Void Prison spatial blockade could only last for 4 hours. If they couldn't end the battle within this time frame, there was no telling what kind of chain reaction that might trigger. Let Lixia join the battle. The kids are not bad, especially little Kai. Those remnants of the Star Thieves pose no great threat to them. Good. After agreeing, the Dragonfly, which had been hovering outside the battlefield, quickly joined in. With the addition of an escort ship, the balance of the battlefield was finally broken. The 6 escort ships of the Bloodblade Star Thieves gradually fell into a disadvantage, and for the Song family, the situation began to improve. Tens of thousands of meters away, 3-kilometer-long warships were exchanging fire. The horrifying third-rank ship cannons fired with a terrifying ring of energy, creating new spatial cracks at their points of impact. Although this space was temporarily sealed by orange components, the continuous spread of spatial cracks and spatial currents over the past thousands of years had significantly weakened the space in this region. Under the onslaught of third-rank ship cannons from within, it couldn't hold on, despite the sealing effect of the orange components. Inside the main control room of the Bloodblade, the fierce visage of Blood Knife flashed with a bloody hue as he activated a special component on the warship. As a ring of light passed over the Bloodblade, the two cruisers, Furious Lion and Mountain, opposite it, jerked simultaneously, then uncontrollably collided with each other. Within the Furious Lion, Song Ming Song's eyes flashed with a sharp light. "It's a magnetic field, boss. Activate the steadfast aura." As his words fell, rings of light similarly appeared on both cruisers, forming two invisible auras encompassing both the Furious Lion and the Mountain. With the appearance of these auras, the two warships were no longer controlled by the Bloodblade's magnetic field and continued to fire relentlessly at the Bloodblade. It was only because the energy shields on the Bloodblade were of orange quality that they hadn't collapsed under the continuous attack from the two cruisers. Seeing that the magnetic field was ineffective, Blood Knife once again activated another special component on the warship. As a torch ship captain who had lived for nearly 600 years, Blood Knife had handled too many strange objects. As a result, the 44 special slots on the Bloodblade were already full 100 years ago, providing the Bloodblade with numerous tactical options. Suddenly, a clanging metallic sound emanated from the front of the Bloodblade. In an instant, the two main cannons at the bow were retracted into the body of the warship. In their place appeared a sharp protrusion made of Jin metal. "Ram horn. Be careful of the enemy's close approach." Song Ming Song, having seen and known a lot, immediately recognized the Jin ram horn and alerted the Mountain in time for it to react. As soon as the Jin ram horn appeared, the Bloodblade transformed into a blur. It seemed to activate some sort of engine burst feature, rushing towards the Mountain with terrifying speed. With the shrewd eyes of Blood Knife, he naturally discerned which of the two cruisers battling him was stronger, opting to strike at the slightly weaker Mountain as his target. Clang! After a violent metallic collision, a huge dent appeared on the front side of the Mountain. In such physical ship-to-ship collisions, energy shields were useless. However, Bloodblade was far from happy about this result. He was actually extremely angry because the Mountain had reacted in advance, generating a special metal shield on the surface of the ship's body. 90% of the damage inflicted by Bloodblade had landed on that metal shield. Whoosh! On one side, Song Ming Song naturally wouldn't miss this excellent opportunity. Both main cannons fired simultaneously, attacking the surface of Bloodblade's energy shield, with the second shot having a special shield-breaking effect. Of course, it was only one of the purple main cannons that possessed the shield-breaking trait, and it could not completely shatter Bloodblade's orange-quality energy shield. Nonetheless, after so many rounds of focused fire, the shield had dimmed to its limit and was on the verge of collapse. As Bloodblade drew near, the Mountain seized the opportunity, with one of its main cannons firing in succession. Just as Song Ming Song and Song Shan thought Bloodblade's tough turtle shell was about to break, a cold sneer came from the Bloodblade's main control room. A blue-quality device designed for energy shield regeneration was timely activated, and the shield value, which had been less than 5%, recovered to nearly 50%. After doing all this, Bloodblade still did not pull away from the Mountain. Instead, he broke from the norm and charged at the Mountain once again. Inside the Furious Lion, Song Ming Song's eyes widened in shock. The metal shield outside the Mountain had failed, and without the extra defense, how could the ship's body, equipped with only a standard purple warship armor, withstand a direct hit from the special ram horn? Clang! After the second sound of metallic collision, as expected, the front side of the Mountain's hull dented completely. This time, it wasn't just some outer metal layer that was damaged. One of the two main cannons was also completely destroyed in the collision. Warning: warship armor damaged by 20%, hull integrity compromised by 14%. Please conduct repairs immediately. On the side, all main and secondary cannons of the Furious Lion fired with full force, but how could the orange energy shield, still at 50% capacity, be so easily shattered? Soon, a third piercing collision sounded, further aggravating the damage to the mountain. Warning: warship armor damaged by 38%, hull integrity compromised by 26%, please conduct repairs immediately. Inside the mountain, a sense of urgency crossed Song Shan's face as he tried to control the mountain to retreat backwards, but the ship was bound by a special device on a blood blade, and the mountain's purple engines alone could not break free. Inside the blood blade was cackling maniacally, knowing that just 2 more hits and the cruiser before him would completely lose the ability to move. Without its support, the ship that remained at the side would be no match for Bloodblade. For a moment, the situation involving these 3 cruisers caused the state of the entire stellar battlefield to become complex and unpredictable. On board the Furious Lion, Song Ming Song's spectral energy involuntarily erupted due to intense emotion, filling the entire main control room with a strong third-rank might. At this moment, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes, and with a fierce thought, a slight tremor came from beneath the Furious Lion. If Song Kai were here at this moment, he would see a familiar special device that had popped out from under the Furious Lion. On this device dangled a nuclear missile over several tens of meters in length. Indeed, this device closely resembled the external deep space torpedo launcher that had been equipped on Shen Qing's Dragonfly and was clearly another type of external launching device. Inside the Furious Lion, Song Ming Song fiercely pressed the fire button. External nuclear missile launcher, blast this bastard to smithereens. Although the blood blade was nearly stuck to the mountain at the moment, once the launched nuclear missile detonated, it would inevitably be within the blast radius. However, the mountain's energy shield on the surface of the warship was still there, ineffective against the physical collision of the warship bodies, but sufficient to protect the mountain in the explosion of a nuclear missile. But still, whether it could fully withstand the explosion's might was another matter, otherwise Song Ming Song wouldn't have waited until now to decide to use it. If it weren't for the fact that the mountain was on the verge of sinking, and something had to be done to stop the blood blade, Song Ming Song was actually not prepared to use this nuclear missile launcher. In the front, the moment the nuclear missile launcher popped out below the Furious Lion, Bloodblade, who was in a state of 5-fold mind utilization, had already captured it, but after considering for a moment, he did not choose to pull back the Bloodblade for evasion. Instead, he once again adjusted the orientation, preparing for a 4th collision with the mountain. He was well aware that if he missed this chance and once free from the constraints with the cautious mountain on alert, it would not give the Bloodblade another opportunity to get close, but would instead hide behind another cruiser and attack from a distance with gunfire. If the previous 3 collisions had completely destroyed both of the mountain's main cannons, he would not hesitate to choose to retreat and dodge, because a cruiser without its main cannons was like a tiger without its teeth, no longer a threat. After all, external mounting devices are not common. Not every torch warship is equipped with one. But that wasn't the case. In the subsequent collisions, the mountain had purposely slightly adjusted the orientation of its warship body, keeping the remaining main cannon intact, so it was necessary to completely resolve the mountain. Of course, the most important reason supporting his decision was this: even though the energy shield of the Bloodblade had been further depleted during this time, depleting its shield value considerably, it had now fallen back to 35%, yet it could withstand a nuclear missile of 3rd-rank peak power, with one missile at most eating away 20% of the shield value. It was precisely because of this confidence that he dared to make the decision to neither dodge nor avoid. Whiz! As the Bloodblade collided with the mountain for the 4th time, the nuclear missile was also launched. Clang! Boom! After 2 utterly different roaring sounds, almost half of the mountain's front side was damaged beyond recognition, with the warship armor sustaining damage reaching 71%, and the warship body itself fared little better, also having suffered damage over 60%. Looking at the Bloodblade, just as Bloody Knife had expected, following the intense nuclear explosion, the Bloodblade's shield value was left with 13%, slightly over the limit, but generally not a big problem. The savage gaze turned, sneering at the mountain in the front. With one more strike, he could firmly decide the outcome of the subsequent battle situation, and the only variable was just a matter of time. In a corner of the battlefield, the Kangkyung, which had cleared over 20 star pirate warships along the way, came to a stop. There were actually more fish that had slipped the net in every corner of the void prison, but at the moment, Song Kai had no mind to deal with these small fries. Having activated his limit-breaking state early, with his fourfold mind utilization state, he caught the dire situation of his grandfather and uncle at the earliest. His mind racing with thoughts, he eventually set his sights on the Pyongyang sword beam cannon aboard the Kangkyung. Of all the components currently on the Kangkyung, the only one he could think of that might affect a third-rank cruiser was this orange main cannon. "Buddy, let me witness the ultimate might that belongs to an orange main cannon." Mixed Hollow Extreme Yang Sword Intent Divine Light, "Don't let me down." At the bow of the Kangkyung, where the pure white radiance that had been accumulating energy for several tens of seconds had transformed into a nearly 100-meter enormous mixed hollow sword shadow. The next second the 100-meter sword light streaked across the sky, shooting towards the battlefield where the three cruisers were located. Inside the Bloodblade, Bloody Knife, having adjusted the warship's orientation again, controlled the Bloodblade to charge forward at high speed, while on the side, the Furious Lion under Song Ming Song's control, also gave up on artillery attack and, imitating the Bloodblade, directly collided at high speed with its kilometer-long warship body, trying to stop the Bloodblade ahead. But this was nearly impossible. The Furious Lion wasn't equipped with ramming components, so the damage it could inflict on the Bloodblade was minimal. Just then, all three cruisers almost simultaneously captured a severe energy fluctuation coming from the side, and before they could react, a piercing howl had already directly struck the left side of the Bloodblade's warship body. Hum hum hum. Amidst uncertainty, Bloody Knife suddenly found that as the Bloodblade's warship body shook violently, the shield value of the orange energy shield mounted on the warship was dropping at a terrifying rate. A second ago it was still at 13%, and in the blink of an eye, it fell below 10%, leaving him no time to think further. In just 3 short seconds, the Bloodblade's energy shield was completely overloaded, and it wasn't over yet. After shattering the Bloodblade's energy shield, the mixed hollow sword Intent Divine Light Shadow, although dimmed by more than half, still retained some power, continuing to bombard the Bloodblade's warship armor. In comparison to the orange quality energy shield, the Bloodblade's warship armor was inferior by far, being only of purple quality, and under the ravaging of the remnants of mixed hollow extreme Yang Sword Intent Divine Light, the Bloodblade's warship armor sustained damage over 20%, and the warship body itself also reached 8% damage. However, by this point, the might of the mixed hollow extreme Yang Sword Intent Divine Light had been completely exhausted, dissipating into the void. On the right side of the Bloodblade, Song Ming Song had no time for joy. Seizing the opportunity, he ordered the 2 main cannons on the Furious Lion to fire again, and the remaining main cannon on the mountain followed suit. Under the successive 3 attacks, the Bloodblade's damage level surged, and although it had not yet reached the dire state of the mountain, it wasn't far off. To prevent the Bloodblade from desperately fighting back, Song Ming Song ultimately decided to ram the Furious Lion head-on into it. This collision, like the last straw that broke the camel's back, caused the brilliance on the Bloodblade to fade entirely, and it lost its ability to move. Ahead, as the Bloodblade lost power, the mountain successfully broke free from its control. However, under Song Shan's command, the mountain didn't stay put but quickly increased its distance from the Bloodblade, with the Bloodblade having sustained over 80% damage and having completely lost its ability to move. It hadn't sunk yet, and it might still have other contingencies left. The mountain, already unable to withstand another round of destruction, naturally did not want to take risks. On the side of the Bloodblade, the Furious Lion, which also had significant damage to its bow, shone with a bright gleam in Song Ming Song's eyes. He chose not to continue firing but instead opened the hangar doors, deploying 10 third-rank fire soldier figurines and 10 second-rank fire peony soldier figurines onto the Bloodblade, allowing these soldier figurines to slowly clear the remaining combat power inside the Bloodblade. The reason for not directly sinking the Bloodblade was simple. When a torch warship is sunk, 90% of its components would be completely destroyed, whereas if it merely lost mobility, they could all be confiscated. The difference between the two outcomes was substantial. After all, aboard this Bloodblade, there existed orange components, and even more purple components. To let them be destroyed would be a huge loss. Song Ming-song's eyes flickered several times before he finally took the initiative to send a communication request to the Bloodblade in front. After waiting for a few seconds, communication was established. Upon seeing Song Ming-song in the communication projection, the ferocious look on Blood Knife's face changed slightly, and then he directly uttered Song Ming-song's name. White Tower Floating Land, Song Ming-song, ha ha ha, so that's how it is. After a brief moment of surprise, Blood Knife began to laugh loudly. Without waiting for Song Ming-song to start the conversation, he continued to speak. Ding Hai Song family, no wonder the Moruo clan has forsaken even the secret realm and has not sent support. So that's why. Once he finished his soliloquy, Song Ming-song interjected. Blood Knife, the victor becomes the king, the loser the outcast. If you hand over the captaincy of the Bloodblade, I can give you one piece of 2,000-year-old Starry Sea Tank Uitri heart. How about it? The captaincy of a torch warship could be transferred, but only 3 times. After 3 transfers, the warship would sink on its own. Song Ming-song's meaning was simple, to trade the Starry Sea Tank Uitri heart for the intact Bloodblade. While speaking, he fumbled behind him and then took out a palm-sized tree heart emitting a green glow. A 2,000-year-old Starry Sea Tank Uitri heart could extend life by 50 years, which held great attraction for torch ship captains whose lifespan was coming to an end. Surprisingly, Blood Knife merely glanced at the tree heart and then scoffed, shifting his gaze away and once again revealing a familiar ferocious smile on his face. You want the high-level components from my ship? Ha ha ha, you wish. After speaking, a crackling sound was heard, and the communication projection cut off. Song Ming-song's face darkened as he hurriedly maneuvered the furious lion to retreat, while telepathically ordering the fire soldier figurines and fire peony soldier figurines inside the Bloodblade to evacuate. However, as soon as the order was issued, his connection with the 20 soldier figurines completely disappeared, accompanied by the sudden explosion of the Bloodblade. Indeed, Bloodsword had directly controlled the Bloodblade to self-destruct, and with that, the Bloodblade was completely sunk. Damn it! Song Ming-song cursed angrily, calling Bloodsword a fool, while feeling intense heartache. This operation had destroyed over 90% of the components on the Bloodblade, and the orange quality energy shield was also likely to be among the damaged, which infuriated him. Even the Starry Sea Overlord tree's core was used as a bargaining chip, yet he hadn't expected the other party to be so obstinate. Upon further consideration, he surmised the likely reason. Bloodsword was probably under the special control of the Moruo royal family, with no control over his own life and death. Otherwise, who would want to shorten their own life? While calling Song Shan to come and clean up the remains of the sunken Bloodblade and to see if any top-rank components could be salvaged, Song Ming-song himself was on his way to the stronghold of the Bloodblade Star Thieves, where Bai Xiukan was watching over the entrance to the secret realm alone. He had to rush over there, as the most important part of this operation was that secret realm, and he had to personally guard it. On the way, he also helped Song Hai and Song Jiao destroy 2 escort warships belonging to the Bloodblade Star Thieves, hastening the tilt of the scales in their favor. Before charging into the stronghold of the Star Thieves, Song Ming-song took a special glance at the Kankian, which was pursuing the remaining members of the Star Thieves, his face filled with a satisfied smile. Although he was unable to catch sight of the attacker when the mixed hollow extreme Yang Sword intent divine light was emitted, as his view was blocked by the hull of the Bloodblade at the crucial moment, it wasn't difficult to deduce that it was the Kankian based on the positions of the other warships. Curious as he was about how his grandson managed to launch that attack, whether it was the main cannon or some sort of external firing device. He did not plan to ask. He knew his fourth grandson's character well, someone who liked to keep his abilities hidden. As time passed, and after Song Jiao and others had completely dealt with the 6 second-rank torch ship captains from the Bloodblade Star Thieves, Song Kai and the other 5 members cleared out all the 0-rank and 1st-rank members from the Void Prison. With that, the operation was essentially over. As for the outcome, it went without saying, the Song family of the White Tower achieved a great victory. Mission accomplished. All right. Clean up the battlefield as quickly as possible. Gather all the spoils together first. They will be distributed later according to the merits of this operation. The duration of the Void Prison is coming to an end, and we don't know what other accidents might happen afterward, so don't let your guard down. In the communications projection group, Song Shan's deep voice resonated. Since Song Ming Song had gone into the interior of the Bloodblade Star Thieves base and was outside the magnetic energy field of the warship, unable to connect to communications, it naturally fell to Song Shan to take charge. Soon, 13 torch warships began to quickly clean up the battlefield, checking if any intact shipborne components or various resources could be salvaged from the sunken torch warships. For the torch warships that had not yet sunk, their components were promptly collected. Speaking of which, it is important to mention the few second-rank torch warships that surrendered, which, apart from that Starry Sea secret realm, were a significant gain from this mission. Because of the complete sinking of the Bloodblade, and Song Ming Song having specifically navigated the Furious Lion over for a look, 3 out of the 6 escort ships chose to surrender voluntarily, while the other 3 ended up sunken, with 90% of the components on the warships destroyed. The 3 voluntarily surrendering escort ships contributed to the confiscation of over 90 components, with the vast majority being above the blue level in quality, representing a significant haul. As for the other 1st-rank and 0-rank torch warships, the situation was quite pitiful, with some of the 1st-rank torch ship captains having 1 or 2 colorless quality standard components on their flagships, looking rather pathetic. After the battlefield was cleaned up, everyone quickly rushed into the stronghold of the Bloodblade Star Thieves. The Void Prison was coming to an end, and the family needed to decide on their next actions, to be determined by the family patriarch. Of course, everyone was curious about the so-called Starry Sea secret realm, a thing rumored to be comparable to a red epic component, and nobody would be disinterested in it. Recalling the torch warships and guarded by over 100 soldier figurines, they made their way toward the depths of the Star Thieves' stronghold. Only then did Song Kai realize, every member of his family possessed special components related to soldier figurines. Upon this discovery, Song Kai had some thoughts, but knowing so little about the Ding Hai Song family, he ultimately couldn't come to a conclusion. Forcing himself not to dwell on these thoughts anymore, Song Kai turned his attention back and focused all his spiritual mindfulness on observing his surroundings and remaining alert. After all, this was the depths of the Bloodblade Star Thieves' lair, and given that the grandparents who had entered earlier hadn't sent back any news or movement, coupled with the words Moruo royal family, the group dared not be careless. Fortunately, the soldier figurines under his uncle's command had all been enhanced to 3rd rank, with 10 3rd-rank soldier figurines leading the way. Everyone felt much more at ease. Having lost the protection of the flagship at the rear of the team, Song Kai swept his gaze over the 10 cyan brown soldier figurines at the forefront, and then turned to Song Yu beside him and asked, "Little Yu, I see that these 10 soldier figurines of Uncle's seem to have a water attribute. Do you know what type of soldier figurines these are?" Song Yu, with a vigilant expression on his face, replied while keeping his guard, "That's the blue quality water demon soldier figurine my father has. Though it doesn't have the sustained burning power that comes with fire attribute soldier figurines, each attack has a chance to trigger a demon breaking effect, which can ignore the defense of spiritual energy artifacts, including spectral energy, mana, magic, blood chi, and the like." Song Kai nodded slightly, feeling quite interested. After all, The Fire Peony soldier figurines were of too low quality. A puppet body was far inferior to blue quality and higher quality soldier figurines of the same rank, and their attached burning attribute was quite weak, effective only against low-rank stellar sea creatures and almost useless against life entities of the same rank. Therefore, he had lost much desire to enhance it further. Otherwise, this earliest special component would probably have been enhanced to the limit of LV-29 by now. He thought to himself that he must acquire a higher quality soldier figurine component in the future, preferably a flying one, and then combine it with both their fixed-point launch pad and brainwave remote control system. The three could perfectly interact, achieving true traceless long-range control. The previous drones, although capable of remote exploration up to 1.5 light-years away, were ultimately limited by their inability to be recovered. However, soldier figurine components were different. Once the exploration was completed, he could actively cancel the summoning of the soldier figurine. Although remote cancellation would take a non-negligible amount of time, it was still more convenient than an unrecoverable drone. Moreover, even if it was too late to recall and the soldier figurine was damaged en route, it wouldn't be a pity, because after 24 hours, the soldier figurine tree could be used to summon it again. With this in mind, Song Kai touched the Phantom Butterfly drone in his backpack. After rushing into this location, he had retrieved the abandoned drone from the corner as soon as he recalled the Kankian. However, the Phantom Butterfly drone had been severely damaged in the indiscriminate barrage of fire earlier, and it would likely need a good repair before it could be used again. This was the gap between drones and soldier figurines. Of course, this wasn't to say drones had no advantages. At least the stealth aspect of the Phantom Butterfly drone was unmatched by most soldier figurines. It was simply that each had its strengths, and if possible, it was best to be fully equipped with both in the future. Dad, Mum. While he was pondering, a call from his uncle came from up ahead. Looking up, he saw two figures appearing before his eyes, precisely his uncles Song Ming Song and Bai Xiuqin. At the moment, 7 soldier figurines emitting a third-rank presence stood around the couple, surrounded by numerous bodies, most of which were 0-rank and 1st-rank members of the Star Thieves. Most eye-catching among them was the body of a bizarre, 4-armed black creature with a faint silver horn on its forehead. Seeing this body, Song Kai immediately recognized it as the creature previously seen standing with that blood wolf. Moruo royal family. These 4 words came to his mind, and at the same time, Song Kai noticed something else. Although the member of the Moruo royal family had long been dead, its body still emitted a faint 3rd-rank pressure, having been a 3rd-rank member of the Moruo clan in life. This readily explained why only 7 of the 3rd-rank soldier figurines summoned by Grandma were left. Looking behind Song Ming Song and Bai Xiuqin, a spatial vortex with a diameter of several tens of meters was continuously emitting space fluctuations that weren't particularly strong. Clearly, this spatial vortex most likely led to that Starry Sea secret realm. After the family successfully reunited, the Shanghai Kaoyang brothers and Song Ming Song started discussing the specific arrangements for what came next. After a brief discussion, Song Ming Song took the lead and said, "This secret realm entrance is very hard to move, otherwise, the Moruo royal family behind it wouldn't have left it here. They would have moved it to the Star Domain where they're now hiding. So before the family sends people to take over, we'll have to keep guarding it. Furthermore, I've only briefly scanned the inside of the secret realm. I haven't taken a close look yet." Big brother, you, Hongsu, and the second brother's couple go in and thoroughly search it to make sure there are no remaining traps set by the Bloodblade Star Thieves or the Moruo clan. Having said that, the old master turned his gaze, glanced at Song Jiao beside him, and continued, "The 3rd and 4th brothers' couples and I will go out and try to restart the protective light shield of this base." After the battle until now, the Moruo royal family should have already received word of the Bloodblade Star Thieves being attacked. If they really choose to make a last-ditch effort because of this Starry Sea secret realm, they should be arriving soon. A series of commands issued from Song Ming Song's mouth, and a line of 15 people quickly divided into 3 teams. One team, led by Song Shan, headed to the secret realm inside the space vortex. Another team, led by Song Ming-song, went to try to reactivate the defense light shield of the former lair of the Star Thieves. The third team was led by Grandma Baeksukin, taking Song Kai, Song Chi, Song Yu, and 2 others, to continue guarding at the entrance to the secret realm. Song Ming-song was very protective of his 5 grandchildren. In such times, danger could arise inside the secret realm or outside at any moment. Staying at the entrance to the secret realm was indeed the safest option. After the 9 people left one after the other, Song Kai's eyes flickered several times before he summoned 2 second-rank Fire Peony soldier figurines amidst a flash of radiance around him. Simultaneously, the Kang inside his ancestral aperture trembled lightly as the brainwave remote control system inside it was activated. After attaching a brainwave beacon to one of the Fire Peony soldier figurines, Song Kai remotely controlled both to rush out into the outside world. Staying at the entrance to the secret realm was extremely safe under Grandma's care, but he was still worried about the Moruo royal family, so he thought it would be safer to remotely control the 2 Fire Peony soldier figurines to stay informed about the situation outside. As for his actions, Baeksukin and the rest simply gave a cursory glance before disregarding it. In the control room of the Bloodblade Star Thieves' nuclear energy shield, which used to be guarded by more than 10 first-rank Star Thieves every day, was now utterly empty. Song Ming-song, leading Song Jiao, Chen Lixia, and the Song Yang couple, easily entered this room that spanned over thousands of square meters. In the center of the room, a mechanical device weighing hundreds of tons sat quietly staring at this bulky machinery. Song Ming-song was full of confusion. This was a piece of high-tech engineering machinery, quite complicated for a torch ship captain like him to decipher the specific steps for operation. It wasn't just Song Ming-song, Song Jiao and Song Yang were also overwhelmed. With dozens of switches on the machine, who could tell which one would restart it? As for looking up the information online, impossible. When there was no internet connection, how would they use their heads to search? Fortunately, at that moment, Zhao Lan, Song Yang's wife, stepped forward. Before she met Song Yang, her major was in engineering machinery, so she had a good understanding of these devices. This should be a nuclear energy shield generator, but only the lowest powered kind. Compared to the ones on Mobile War Star's fortresses, it's not even close in terms of magnitude, she said. As she spoke, her hand swiftly touched several points on the device. Soon after, Song Ming-song and the others heard a rising buzzing and roaring sound as the nuclear energy shield generator began to operate again. After dealing with that, the group didn't stay in the control room any longer. When they left the control room and unconsciously raised their eyes, they saw the familiar defense light shield reappear above the Star Thieves' stronghold. But before they could feel slightly relieved, Song Ming-song's gaze sharply turned, just like with the previous Bloodblade, looking straight towards the depths of the starry sky behind them. At the same time, a ghostly light flickered between his brows, summoning the mini-form of the Furious Lion, while he also roared, "Go, enter that starry sea secret realm, quickly." All this happened in the blink of an eye. The 4 behind him, including Song Jiao, responded extremely quickly. Without any hesitation, they wrapped themselves in spectral energy and rushed toward the depth of the stronghold. However, no sooner had the 4 of them turned around than the direction Song Ming-song was looking at was struck by an alarming light column with a diameter of 100 meters and a tail flame stretching thousands of kilometers. The light column hit the nuclear energy shield above the Star Thieves' stronghold, which could resist attacks of 3rd rank peak level. The shield almost immediately collapsed upon contact, and the light column itself seemed barely dimmed. However, fortunately, it held for an instant, and that instant was long enough for Song Ming-song to leap onto the now kilometer-long Furious Lion. Even though he had boarded the Furious Lion, Song Ming-song felt no relief. On the contrary, all his hairs stood on end. The threat from this terrifying light column was beyond imagination. This was definitely not an attack that a 3rd rank unit could make. And since it wasn't a 3rd rank unit, the answer was clear. The entity that released this light column attack had to be of a 4th rank level. So the Moruo royal family has finally made their move. With this thought flashing through his mind, Song Mingsong's gaze suddenly narrowed, the solemn expression from a moment ago changing abruptly, turning into a subtle look of joy, one of overwhelming delight at the arrival of the true opponent. As Song Mingsong's expression shifted, the light beam that had crushed the nuclear energy shield continued to shoot straight down, now blazing above the furious lion. Clearly, the target of this light beam's attack was not the core area of the Star Thieves' stronghold, but Song Mingsong himself. Deep within the stronghold, Song Kai, who had witnessed the entire scene through two Fire Peony soldier figurines, suddenly opened his eyes and relayed everything he had seen to Bai Xiuqin beside him in the most succinct manner. After pondering for a moment, Bai Xiuqin, while quickly leading Song Kai and the others toward the secret realm entrance, said coldly, "They are likely concerned about damaging this secret realm entrance. It seems that the comers must undoubtedly be the Moruo royal family behind this." Song Kai also quickly got up, following his grandmother's swift steps towards the entrance of the secret realm. Unlike the expressionless Bai Xiuqin, his face bore a heavy look. If a fourth-rank level entity of terror was present, wouldn't his grandfather outside be in great danger? What about the backups the family mentioned before? When will they arrive? Grandmother, what about grandfather? If a fourth-rank member of the Moruo royal family truly arrives, the furious lion won't be able to withstand it. Song Lin, his complexion ashen, expressed his worry from behind Song Kai. To this question, Bai Xiuqin appeared remarkably calm. "All right, there's no need for you to worry about that. Your grandfather has his own backups. The Moruo royal family? They've been lingering in the gutters for thousands of years, surviving in squalor. Nowadays, only they themselves still take those 4 words seriously." As Bai Xiuqin spoke, her voice paused slightly and, when she spoke again, her tone was noticeably several degrees higher. "Remember, we are not the only ones with 4th-rank combat power. The Ding Hai Song family will only have more." As the words full of confidence from their grandmother reached their ears, for some reason, the slightly frightened Song Qi and the others instantly felt reassured, their pale complexions returning to normal. But Song Kai was different. He had sorted out all the family's preparations before they started the mission and had believed from the start that his grandfather and the others would have prepared for a direct confrontation with a 4th-rank Moruo clan entity. Therefore, there was not much panic or fear in his heart, only a quick step following his grandmother's while he continued to observe the situation outside through the Fire Peony soldier figurines. Crack. Layers of the metal armor wrapping the warship's hull shattered, revealing the rather pitiful sight of the furious lion beneath. After passing through the layers of the nuclear energy shield, the Torch warship's purple quality energy shield, and the active vibrating gold armor feature of the purple warship armor, the horrifying light beam with 100-meter diameter, in the end, failed to sink the furious lion in a single strike. Warning: current warship armor damaged 32%, hull integrity compromised by 16%, please repair immediately. Hearing the alarm in his ear, Song Mingsong's face still maintained its smile, as he raised his gaze. Above his head, a massive black mecha, over 2,000 meters high, stood still, its presence nearly obscuring the entire sky above the stronghold. The mecha was a dark gray-black color, with its right arm clutching an alloy warsword nearly a kilometer in length, and the palm of its left hand featured a black cannon port of considerable diameter. Clearly, the pulse beam had been fired from there. In addition, attached to the back of its left hand was a tan 3-pronged claw, with flickering red lights hinting that this contraption either possessed terrifying armor-breaking might or some other special attribute. Feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from this giant mecha that blocked the sky, even with mental preparation Song Mingsong's pupils involuntarily contracted sharply, and the smile that had always been on his face now completely stiffened. At the same time, information about this black mecha surfaced in his mind. 4th-rank combat unit, the Moruo Space Escape Mesh. It's rather amusing when you think about it. A 3rd-rank torch ship captain born into a prestigious family, yet over the course of more than 200 years, have never once directly experienced the oppressive might of a fourth rank level, a small knot in Song Ming Song's heart. Shortly after his initial promotion to third rank, he received a secret mission from his family. Although the mission was led by a Zulu warship, he never even got the chance to fight. Due to one of his mistakes, the mission was completely ruined. As for the aftermath, it was naturally the family's punishment to exile from the Dinghai Star Domain, and eventually, his entire family ended up here on the White Tower floating land. Today, Song Ming Song finally fulfilled the wish in his heart, but, well, reality told him that the pressure of a fourth rank level was not something one could simply withstand. Facing such terrifying oppression, he couldn't muster much of a desire to resist. Above his head, a cold voice emanated from the black mesh. Dare to defy the might of the Moruo royal family, slay a member of the royal family, such a crime must be punished. As these words ended, the kilometer-long war sword in the right arm of the figure was slightly lifted, and a giant sword beam shot out from the blade, chopping toward the furious lion below. Song Ming Song, who had thoroughly studied the Moruo clan a month earlier, naturally understood the meaning behind these words in Moruo language. He quickly put away the fear in his eyes and, instead of dodging the incoming sword beam, turned his gaze toward the side of the furious lion's main control room. There, a small blade coin was floating in midair, not only flickering with intense red brilliance but also surrounded by an extremely sharp saber will. After staring at the blade coin for a moment, Song Ming Song's lips suddenly curled into a grin. The spectral energy within his body surged, and a small spectral sphere shot towards the blade coin. At the same time, he began muttering to himself, "Buddy, I've already felt your unmatched sharp edge. Let me see how much faster the blade of our ancestor has become compared to 50 years ago." Deep within the Bloodblade Star Thieves base, Song Kai and his group of 5 who had nearly reached the entrance of the secret realm paused in their steps, and the 4 people chasing after them, led by Song Jiao, did the same. They all heard a high-pitched call that echoed through every corner of the thieves' base and lingered for a long time. "Unworthy descendant of the Dinghai Song family, Song Ming Song, humbly beseeches the ancestor to descend." Unworthy descendant of the Dinghai Song family. The Dinghai Song family. This sound, which echoed for a long time, was also heard by the Moruo royal family inside the black Moruo space escape mesh. Then, their expressions suddenly changed. However, their actions did not stop grinding their teeth. The speed at which they pressed down their war sword quickened, as if determined to cleave the furious lion hovering below in two. Around the terrifying sword light, the dark space cracks accompanied it, and under the fluctuation of fourth rank level energy, combined with the absence of the Void Prison's seal, the nearby void was completely vulnerable before the fourth rank Moruo space escape mesh, as fragile as paper, easily torn apart. Whoosh! Just then, tens of thousands of meters away from the Bloodblade Star Thieves, a gigantic spatial rift over 5,000 kilometers in diameter abruptly appeared at the end of the starry sky. Following that, a sharp blade light nearly 5,000 kilometers in length slid through space, carrying an indescribable majestic force. In an instant, it crossed tens of thousands of meters of sky and arrived above the Bloodblade Star Thieves base. Compared to this nearly 5,000 kilometer diameter blade light, even the Moruo space escape mesh seemed like a little brother. Inside the space escape mesh, the Moruo royal family showed a look of fear. They quickly raised their left arm, and on the outside, the black space escape mesh also lifted its mesh left arm at the same time. The brilliance on its claw arm intensified, and ultimately, a phantom claw shadow nearly 3,000 meters in length materialized above its head, confronting the 5,000 kilometer blade light in the sky. Blade light and phantom claw shadow collided, and the intense energy shockwave immediately dispersed in all directions. As the terrifying energy shockwave swept through, the numerous space cracks around it began to further expand, showing signs of extending outward. 2 seconds later, the phantom claw shadow shattered, and the remaining blade light slashed directly onto the head of the Moruo space escape mesh. Sizzling. Amidst the intense friction sounds, sparks flew in all directions, and the black mesh, unable to control its descent, plummeted straight down. Boom! A tremor, comparable to an earthquake, spread throughout the entire base. The remaining structures of the Bloodblade Star Thieves all collapsed, and then under the scorching energy waves, the entirety was incinerated into nothingness. Thus, the entire Bloodblade Star Thieves became history. Looking at the furious Lion cruiser again, it remained intact, floating a kilometer above. In front of the warship, a phantom mesh armor projection quietly hovered. Compared to the Moruo royal family's space escape mesh, this mesh armor projection, over 10,000 meters tall and wrapped in a light repulsion energy shield, held a Xi'an 3,000-meter-long saber and was accompanied by phantom images of the dragon whale. Merely a projection, yet the pressure it exuded was enough to completely crush the Moruo space escape mesh in front. Behind, Song Mingsong within the furious lion was emotionally stirred. It was this mesh armor projection that had just saved the furious lion from the sword light, and it was also this projection that gave him the courage to proceed with the plan, despite knowing the Bloodblade Star Thieves were backed by the Moruo royal family. Subconsciously standing up from the main control console, Song Mingsong raised his hands high and said with a trembling voice, "Unfilial son Song Mingsong, paying respects to the Prime Ancestor." Ahead, the 10,000-meter mesh armor projection slightly turned its body, and its gaze fell upon the furious lion. After staring for 2 seconds, the mesh armor projection nodded gently. "You did very well this time. Once everything is finished, take your clan and return home." Hearing these words, Song Mingsong could no longer hold back, his firm eyes completely moistened, and he responded with a hoarse voice, "I will heed the Prime Ancestor's command." As he spoke, the 10,000-meter mesh armor projection's head turned fiercely, refocusing on a black space escape mesh ahead. "Since you have personally entered the fray, don't be in a hurry to leave." When the Chenxing Principality annihilated your clan, my Song family had not yet risen. But today, having finally encountered this opportunity, you will follow this venerable back to Dinghai. It just so happens that our ancestral lands are in need of a guardian of sufficient weight. As the words ended, the right arm of the Moruo space escape mesh, which was behind its back, suddenly cracked, and the space escape device that was about to activate was directly destroyed. Inside the space escape mesh, that member of the Moruo royal family, who had just advanced to 4th rank not long ago, was utterly panicked. If at first, upon seeing that 5th rank entity's projection descend, it still had a sliver of hope, now it was utterly despairing. The mechas of the Moruo clan were referred to as space escape meshs because of the special space escape devices developed by their clan. Equipped with these devices, the meshs could easily enter the fissures in space, and then with the help of the large quantity of space solidification stones fused within the meshs, achieve extremely rapid escape through the spatial fissures, which made them a godsend for fleeing and surprise attacks. Because of this device, during the great expedition of the Chenxing Principality thousands of years ago, they suffered numerous surprise attacks from the Moruo clan, resulting in heavy losses to the expeditionary force. In the end, they had no choice but to use a large number of space collapse bombs for indiscriminate bombing. The instant a space collapse bomb was detonated, it produced intense spatial compression and shearing forces. Even if the Moruo space escape meshs had entered the fissures in space, they would still be crushed by the spatial compression force, turned into thin slices. This decimated over 90% of the Moruo clan's high-level combat power and led to the final victory of the Great Expedition. Originally, it still wanted to attempt retreating into the void, but now with the escape device destroyed, it virtually lost any chance of a full retreat. Although there were many spatial fissures surrounding it, how could an ordinary spatial fissure accommodate a mesh with a volume of more than 2,000 meters? Upon this realization, the Moruo royal family member's eyes flashed fiercely, and the deep silver horn on its head began to flicker with radiant light. However, this movement was immediately noticed by the 10,000-meter mesh armor projection ahead. With the convergence of energy around the mesh armor projection, the result was that member of the Moruo royal family inside the space escape mesh suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and the glow of its silver horn completely dimmed. As for the member of the Moruo royal family itself, all of its energy was sealed, and it was completely turned into a dead fish at the mercy of others. At the chest of the space escape mesh, with a series of gentle openings and closings, the hatch door opened, and the fourth-rank Moruo royal family member inside the cockpit walked out, grinding his teeth with rage. Strangely, although this fourth-rank Moruo royal family member's eyes were full of hatred and ferocity, his physical actions seemed to be beyond his own control. Not only did he open the cockpit door by himself, but he also voluntarily bound his hands, waiting for the Song family members to restrain him. Inside the furious lion, Song Ming-song guessed that his ancestor had used some special control-type component, so he didn't think much about it. At this moment, the mesh giant projection in front of him turned around again and took the initiative to speak. My projection won't last long. Before it dissipates, I will seal this fourth-rank Moruo member. Afterwards, you just need to bring it and the Moruo space escape mesh back with you. Song Ming-song first nodded his head, indicating he understood, then turned his head and glanced at the blade coin emitting ultimate red light on the side. At this moment, the blade coin was covered in cracks, and its shattering was imminent. But then he suddenly thought of something, and his gaze shifted to the over 2,000 meters tall black mesh, his face showing a difficult expression. Seeing this, the aged voice once again came from the mesh armor projection. Apostrophe. Look at my memory, I almost forgot this is a fourth-rank mesh. Saying this, he directed his thoughts, reactivating a special component on the warship. Mesh. Song Ming-song saw an orange radiance shoot out from the mesh projection in front of him. Once the light touched the Moruo space escape mesh, the mesh began to shrink rapidly, and eventually, it transformed into a palm-sized mini-mesh model. Witnessing such a magical maneuver, Song Ming-song's eyes widened, his gaze filled with curiosity. However, the prime ancestor from the Dinghai Song family had no intention of explaining. After tossing the mini-mesh model to Song Ming-song, the aura of his mesh projection dimmed again. Now, the mesh projection emitted another flash of light, this time revealing a second blade coin, also shining with a red glow. You will place this second blade coin into the Moruo secret realm later on, and then destroy the entrance to the realm. I have my methods to locate its exact position and enter it, he said. After taking the second blade coin, Song Ming-song voiced his concern. Prime Ancestor, isn't the clan sending someone over? All clan members of 4th rank and above are currently preoccupied, and a 3rd rank torch captain coming over would be of little use. Otherwise, we wouldn't have let you and your descendants take such a risk. After speaking, the aged voice cut off Song Ming-song, who was about to ask something else, and continued, all right. We will discuss subsequent matters once you return to the clan. Right now, your main task is to return home safely. The Moruo royal family likely still has hidden 4th rank combat powers. It's unwise to linger here. Yes. Before Song Ming-song could finish speaking, the blade coin at his side had already shattered completely. Simultaneously, the projection of the tens of kilometers tall mesh giant in front of him dissipated as if carried away by the wind, leaving no trace behind. As he watched the mesh projection vanish before his eyes, a hint of melancholy surfaced in Song Ming-song's heart. However, the thought of soon rejoined his family replaced his sentiment with boundless joy. 50 years. It had been nearly 50 years since he left the clan. Song Ming-song was finally going to return to his family with honor. How could he not be joyous? Moreover, his gaze intently fixed on the 4th rank Moruo royal family member sealed in front of him, now sunk into slumber, and the mini-mesh model in his hand, Song Ming-song felt a surge of excitement. These were two genuine 4th rank combat powers. Although the Moruo space escape mesh could only be operated and powered by the Moruo clan itself, effectively counting as only one 4th rank combat power, this was still an incredibly significant gain. These were bona fide 4th rank units, incomparable to those enhanced to LV-40 soldier figurines. For the Dinghai Song family, The fourth rank represented the pinnacle of combat power. What occupied Song Ming-song's thoughts was the family's reward to come. Although the Moruo royal family and the Moruo space escape mesh had been captured by the Prime Ancestor, as the strategist of this operation, wouldn't he also have some credit? The secret realm might be used to rectify his past mistakes, but the Moruo space escape mesh should warrant some form of reward from the family. Thinking of this, Song Ming-song was very pleased. Shaking his head, Song Ming-song stopped dwelling on his thoughts. As the Prime Ancestor had said, the Moruo royal family probably had a fourth rank combat power remaining, and he must lead his family to safety quickly. In the Moruo secret realm, Song Kai, following his grandmother, quickly adapted after a slight feeling of weightlessness, as his life level had already advanced to the first rank, granting him a higher resistance to the side effects caused by the spatial transfer and transition. Turning to his companions Song Lin, Song Wen, and Song Yu, they were all still eyes closed, seeming not yet recovered from the transition. Yet his thoughts were not preoccupied with this secret realm, starkly different from the outside world, but with reminiscing everything he had witnessed through the Fire Peony soldier figurine, especially the tens of kilometers tall mesh giant projection. Although he did not know its true identity, judging by the dragon whale apparition that faintly surfaced around the mesh projection, it must have been a mighty figure from the Ding Hai Song family. The thought of that being a power player from his own family left Song Kai unable to calm his heart for a long time. Although the two Fire Peony soldier figurines soon completely vanished into nothingness under the onslaught of that overpowering fiery energy, before the brainwave beacon faded away, Song Kai still witnessed the scene where the 10,000-meter mesh armor projection easily suppressed the black mecha of the Moruo clan. He had been utterly astounded by the terrifying size of the Moruo royal family's fourth-rank mecha upon its arrival, yet he had not anticipated it to be so easily defeated in front of his ancestor's mesh armor projection. That was actually the most shocking aspect for Song Kai's heart. Compared to the engraving map deep within his own mind, the profound shock brought by today's 10,000-meter mesh armor projection seen with his own eyes was tenfold, 100-fold greater. Of course, this is not to say that the engraving map in his mind was no longer important. These two things actually are not comparable. One is a secret method for refining the spiritual self, and the other is the physical projection upon reaching a higher rank. While the latter brings a far more intense visual impact than the former, it cannot replace the former to aid one in cultivating. Once his heart settled down again, Song Kai started to make inquiries to his grandmother by his side. Listening to his description, Bai Xukan knitted her brows and appeared somewhat uncertain for a moment. Mesh armor projection, dragon whale phantom. It wasn't that she was unfamiliar with the ancient ones of the clan, rather Song Kai's description was too vague. Members of the Ding Hai Song family lineage who were above fourth rank generally possessed these two characteristics, making it difficult to determine who it was. Not until Song Kai added two more details did Bai Xukan's face show sudden realization, and she found the answer in her heart. If it's more than 10,000 meters in size and wields a green longsword over 3,000 meters long, then that should indeed be Prime Ancestor, sir, she said. Hearing the words Prime Ancestor, not only Song Kai but also Song Chi on the side, and Song Lin, Song Wen, and Song Yu, who had since recovered, all cast curious glances. There was no helping it. For those youngsters who were still considered juniors, the character ancestor was undoubtedly a high-status buzzword. Those who bore this suffix were often absolute powerhouses within their respective forces. Regarding the curiosity of her grandchildren, Bai Xukan just gave a light glance and didn't say much more. She simply told them that the Prime Ancestor was a senior ancestor from the main lineage of the family and sternly warned them to never show any disrespect towards this ancestor, not even verbally. Seeing that his grandmother had no intention of elaborating, Song Kai gradually suppressed his curiosity and shifted his attention to the secret realm they were in. Looking around in all directions, Song Kai noticed that the space within the Moruo secret realm seemed not much different from the outer starry sky. Strictly speaking, it was more akin to an independent starry sky sealed off from the outside world, surrounded by the same pitch-black vacuum, the only difference being the starry sea floating land they stood upon. After only a cursory look, Song Kai didn't know the full extent of the floating land beneath his feet, but judging by the fact that his first-rank spectral energy-enhanced eyes couldn't see its end, it clearly was not a common fragment or small asteroid. It was either a massive floating land fragment or a complete starry sea floating land. Moreover, unlike those floating lands in the outer starry sea, this one beneath their feet was covered with all kinds of ancient vegetation, with sky-high, ancient trees thousands of meters tall almost everywhere. Out of curiosity, Song Kai specially summoned Kang Kyung and traveled up tens of thousands of meters into the sky, yet this single glance truly startled him. The diameter of the floating land below was far greater than he had imagined, as even from tens of thousands of meters up, he still couldn't see its end. If it were placed in the outer starry sea, it would definitely qualify as a second, perhaps even a third-level floating land. Besides, among those dense, high-reaching ancient trees, there were occasional ones reaching 3,000 to 5,000 meters, even 10,000 meters tall, which could obscure the sky. As his gaze swept over trees of such caliber, terms like home tree, world tree, a broken bar unconsciously surfaced in Song Kai's mind. But these were merely lingering memories from his past life wreaking havoc. Such colossal trees naturally did not have such miraculous powers, but were only able to grow to such an extent due to sufficiently long periods of growth in the original environment of the Moruo secret realm. That said, such 10,000-meter tall ancient trees were indeed enough to shock anyone, for Song Kai had only seen plant life of such size listed in textbooks of stellar flora before. When Kang Kyung was descended again, a spatial fluctuation came from the entrance to the secret realm just in time here. It was Song Ming Song, who had just finished cleaning up the aftermath. Upon seeing Song Ming Song enter, everyone hurried to meet him and inquired about the battle situation outside. Song Ming Song gave a brief explanation, generally stating that the battle had ended and that the fourth-rank Moruo space escape mesh had been dealt with. Then, with a serious expression, he firmly added, "Try to inform the eldest and the others that we will only stay in this secret realm for 24 hours. After 24 hours, once the entrance to the secret realm is destroyed, we'll withdraw immediately. In this one day, how many resources you can collect in this secret realm is up to your own abilities. But remember one thing, any damage to the environment within the secret realm is strictly prohibited." Hearing Song Ming Song finish speaking, Song Jiao and Song Yang beside him flashed a look in their eyes, as if they had something to say but ultimately held back. Clearly, everyone was puzzled by Song Ming Song's decision at 24 hours was such a short time. After decades of arduous planning, they had finally conquered the secret realm, and even the fourth-rank Moruo royal family from the outside world had been taken care of. With this accomplishment, shouldn't they have taken advantage of the situation to thoroughly loot the place before handing it over to the main family? What was the use of 24 hours? Sensing the doubts in their minds, Song Ming Song solemnly explained. Before the Prime Ancestor's projection dissipated, it mentioned that there could still be other fourth-rank combat powers from the Moruo royal family. Therefore, to be on the safe side, we can't stay here too long. Shocked by this explanation, everyone ceased their questions and quickly summoned the torch warships, scattering and speeding off toward different areas of the floating land beneath them. Before leaving, Song Jiao specifically sent Chen Lixia and Song Kai a special resource distribution map, which was reportedly seized from an escort ship of a group of star thieves. Afterwards, the three also speedily split up. In such a race against time, splitting up was the best strategy. The Kang Kyung surged at full speed above the dense forest, its destination very clear, heading straight for the space solidification stone vein marked on the resource distribution map. There were many resource points marked on the distribution map, which included not just space solidification stone mineral deposits, but also several unique resources of the secret realm, and nearly 100 resources that existed in the outside world but were relatively rare. It wasn't to say that among all the resources in the secret realm the space solidification stone was the most valuable. Several other secret realm specialty resources were equally precious. For instance, one of the resources was called the Moonth Tree. Once a Moonth Tree aged over 1,000 years, the essence it produced from its sap could improve the success rate of a torch warship's promotion. The essence from a Moonth Tree aged under 3,000 years could only increase the success rate of a first-rank torch warship's promotion to second rank, but those over 3,000 years could significantly benefit the promotion of second-rank torch warships. Even the sap from a Moonth Tree over 10,000 years old could have a certain effect when a cruiser was promoted to a Zulu warship. It was a resource fervently sought after by every torch ship captain. However, for Song Kai, the space solidification stone was still the more important mineral, as it could endow the Kankiang with enough spatial resistance. As long as he could resist spatial rifts and spatial tempests to some extent, he would later be able to command the Kankiang to hunt void demons, thereby continuously acquiring the rare resource known as void crystals. As long as he had enough void crystals, it surely wouldn't be too difficult to trade them in for resources for promoting various first-rank torch warships within his family, nor would it be impossible to exchange them for purple or orange components for his warship. Of course, if he managed to obtain enough space solidification stones and still had time to spare, he wouldn't mind making a trip to the Moonth Tree resource point. The space solidification stone resource point in the Moruo secret realm was located in the heart of the floating land. By the time the Kankiang arrived above the resource point, 2-kilometer-long warships had reached it ahead of him. "Uncle, grandfather, why didn't you go to the Moonth Tree resource point?" As soon as he joined the communication channel, Song Kai immediately raised his question. Naturally, he had his speculations. The resource distribution map indicated that 1,000-year Moonth Tree sap could improve the success rate of promoting to a Zulu warship. However, the Bloodblade Star Thieves or the Moruo royal familiar who had controlled the secret realm for over 100 years, so if there were indeed Moonth Trees producing sap, they would undoubtedly have taken it long ago. How could it be their turn? While talking with his grandfather and uncle, Song Kai was controlling the Kankiang to descend. Then, with the strange looks from Song Ming Song and Song Shan, the doors of the Kankiang opened, and two fully equipped Furious Tiger Type 1 floating land mining carts quickly drove out from the airship, heading toward the space solidification stone vein ahead. There, 4 slightly larger Furious Tiger Type 2 floating land mining carts were already operating. Above the vault of heaven, within the Furious Lion and the Mountain, Song Ming Song and Song Shan exchanged bewildered glances, their gazes shifting back and forth between the 2 Furious Tiger Type 1 floating land mining carts and the Kankiang. No matter how they looked at it, the volumes of the 2 Furious Tiger Type I floating land mining carts nearly occupied nearly half of the storage space of the Kankiang. Could it be that the little guy takes these 2 big fellows with him every time he explores the alien star domain? Amidst their puzzlement, the 2 of them quickly came upon another question. They remembered that a few hours ago, when they had conducted a spatial jump on board the Kankiang, there didn't seem to be these 2 mining carts in the hangar, right? For a moment, the only 2 third-rank torch ship captains in the family were almost simultaneously stumped by Song Kai. As for this, Song Kai had actually thought about it when he first saw his grandfather and great-uncle's flagships lift off. But then again, they were his closest elders, and knowing their personalities well, Song Kai still chose to release the 2 mining carts he had obtained from within the ruins market mid-journey. At a time like this, there was no time to waste. If he really had to control the 8 Fire Peony soldier figurines to mine manually, there definitely wouldn't be enough time to mine a sufficient amount of space solidification stones. Even though his grandfather and great-uncle would most likely share some with him later, that wouldn't be enough for Song Kai, who needed not just 1 portion but also had to prepare 1 or even 2 portions for the subsequently to be replaced warship armor. Based on these factors, Song Kai released the 2 floating land mining carts. Half a minute later, the 2 Furious Tiger Type I mining carts had already started working, and as expected, His grandfather and great-uncle did not pursue the matter further, allowing Song Kai to finally breathe a sigh of relief. To change the subject, he voiced a doubt he had in his mind. Grandfather, great-uncle, this secret realm was first controlled by the Moruo clan for an unknown period, and then by the Bloodblade Star Thieves for 100 or 200 years. Logically speaking, shouldn't all its various resources have been exhausted long ago? Why do I still see so many resource points existing on the resource distribution chart? Upon hearing this, Song Mingsong first smiled, then explained, every secret realm in the Shattered Starry Sea is tightly controlled by various civilizations. Little Kai, have you ever heard of a secret realm being abandoned due to the depletion of resources? Hearing that, Song Kai was slightly taken aback. It really seemed to be the case. In the past, he thought he had just seen too few introductions to various secret realms in textbooks, which is why he had never heard of the term abandoned secret realm. But now, listening to his grandfather, it appeared that none of the secret realms in the Starry Sea had ever been abandoned due to resource depletion. With this thought, he turned his gaze back to his grandfather on the projection screen. Song Mingsong's smile deepened a bit before he continued to speak after a pause. Actually, all Starry Sea secret realms can undergo time acceleration. With that sort of 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold time acceleration, the resources within the realms can regenerate in cycles, relying on the special environment within their space. This explanation was something Song Kai had not anticipated, so he was quite taken aback upon hearing the answer. His mind continuously echoed the same thought. Secret realms can actually undergo time acceleration. The reason why he was so shocked was because the first thing he thought of was his own Ruins Market secret realm. If secret realms could truly undergo time acceleration, could his Ruins Market secret realm also do so? If that were the case, did it mean that his cultivation of the guidance technique could achieve rapid improvement through this? Could the subsequent trades in the Ruins Market turn 24 hours of the outside world into 240 hours, or even 2,400 hours, 100 days? In an instant, Song Kai's eyes flickered non-stop, his mind filled with all sorts of thoughts. P.S. My treasures, some are saying the comments section is sadly barren. Go over there and show your faces, guys. Less than 100 comments is really a bit sore on the eyes. Boo-hoo-hoo, I'm begging you. Suppressing the various thoughts in his heart, Song Kai lifted his gaze once more and continued to press on. Grandpa, can all the Starry Sea secret realms carry out time acceleration? There must be special restrictions on this acceleration, right? Otherwise, wouldn't torch ship captains be able to quickly enhance their guidance technique by using this feature? That would be too exaggerated. Song Kai's thoughts were simple. Time acceleration might sound impressive, but it most likely required exceedingly stringent conditions that were difficult to achieve. Song Mingsong nodded softly and let out a sigh. However, the words that followed took Song Kai by surprise. That's correct. To carry out time acceleration, a secret realm needs the Void Crystal, a very rare resource that supplies the energy necessary for time acceleration. As for cultivating the guidance technique within the secret realm, not to mention the synchronization of one's lifespan with the accelerated time, which in itself is consumed, just the fact that the laws in the secret realm are incomplete, making the bottleneck between each rank of the guidance technique several times more difficult than in the outside world, is enough to dissuade any torch ship captain from entertaining such thoughts. A wave of astonishment rose in Song Kai's heart. He had never imagined that the Void Crystal could be the resource needed for the secret realm's acceleration. This was far too coincidental, as he could potentially leverage the Ruins Market secret realm to continuously obtain Void Crystals. Nevertheless, Song Kai wasn't one to act carelessly. Hunting void demons in the Ruins Market was a matter that endangered his safety. Without thorough preparation, he wouldn't rashly take that step. After the brief surge of excitement, a sense of disappointment settled at the bottom of Song Kai's heart because of the latter part of his grandfather's words. If he couldn't use the secret realm's acceleration to cultivate the guidance technique, it significantly reduced its appeal to him. After all, compared to other things, evolving his own life level to achieve a longer lifespan was his ultimate pursuit. Shaking his head, Song Kai was about to push aside the jumbled thoughts in his mind when a sudden flash of insight struck him. Wait, the Void Crystal. If the Void Crystal was indeed the source of energy for the Secret Realm's time acceleration, then when he held thousands of Void Crystals in his hands, he should not have been completely unaware. As the master of the Ruins Market Secret Realm's laws, it could be said definitively that he would have detected any item beneficial or harmful to the Ruins Market itself. Yet, he had felt nothing at the time. This indicated only one possibility: the Void Crystal didn't work on the Ruins Market Secret Realm. But his grandfather wouldn't deceive him, so where exactly did the problem lie? Beyond that, Song Kai recalled another matter. When Jontros had actively hunted him, wasn't it for the Void Crystal? If he was desperately in need of the Void Crystal, could it be that he, too, controlled a secret realm with his hands? Little Kai? As his mind was deep in thought, a sudden greeting pulled him back to reality. Without waiting for Song Kai to respond, Song Ming Song spoke softly. All right, you don't need to stay here any longer. With your grandpa and your uncle here, nothing will happen to your 2 mining carts. Take advantage of the remaining 20+ hours to scavenge the secret realm for resources you need. After surrendering them to the main family later, you'd have to spend family merit points to enter this secret realm again. Song Kai nodded and, without further courtesy with his grandfather and uncle, maneuvered the Kankian to take off. He soon disappeared from their sight. After Song Kai left, the old man and Song Shan exchanged glances, and then said, "Big brother, what do you think of this kid?" In response to Song Ming Song's sudden question, Song Shan was not surprised. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "Little Kai, this child has quite the fate. If I didn't see it wrong before, it was he who dealt the critical blow to the Blood Blade. Judging by the intensity of that attack, it was stronger than the purple main cannon enhanced to level 39 on my ship. Added to that, his ship's impressive energy shield and the shadow capture antimatter overstate engine you gave him before, this kid's flagship's combat power has likely already surpassed all of our imaginations." Song Ming Song nodded slightly, his face unable to conceal a smile. Seeing that Song Shan had finished speaking, he immediately continued with another question. It was this very query that made Song Shan, the newly promoted 3rd-rank torch captain, instinctively twitch at the corner of his eye. "Do you think he has the potential to challenge the family hierarchy?" Hearing the word hierarchy, the normally composed Song Shan suddenly felt a great stirring in his heart. As Song Ming Song's eldest son, unlike his 3 brothers Song Hai, Song Jiao, and Song Yang, he was already a 2nd-rank torch ship captain before being exiled from the main family. And a 2nd-rank torch ship captain, in any force of significant magnitude, counted as a core, even a key member. Because of this, compared to his 3 younger brothers, he knew much more about the Ding Hai Song family. Even within the Chenxing Principality, the Ding Hai Song family counted as an overlord-level force. However, this also made it all the more difficult to challenge the family hierarchy. With a legacy nearly 3,000 years old, the Ding Hai Song family already had countless descendants, numbering in the millions. One could imagine, with such vast numbers, how many geniuses were among them. Take his generation, for example. The family had 5 in the sequence, and the first in the sequence had an innate torch seed of quality that was as high as orange. A talent so frightening that it left others with no ambition to compete with him. Difficult. After pausing for quite some time, Song Shan finally replied. Although it was only a word, it made Song Ming Song in the communication light screen heave a long sigh. Yes, difficult, very difficult. Alas, it's just that the initial quality of the torch seed is too low. Even though he has already been promoted once, and now it's only white, the gap is indeed quite big compared to those monsters in the clan. Song Ming Song muttered to himself, as if talking to himself. However, before Song Shan could say anything to comfort him, a gleam suddenly shot out of Song Ming Song's eyes. No matter how difficult, I have to give it a try, otherwise, I won't just be letting myself down. But also Little Kai. The owner of Chenxing's multifunctional shops may have kept a top-rank purple fire source up rank for Little Kai. When I go back this time, I'll try to exchange for it. If the torch seed can be promoted to blue, then there might still be a chance. As he spoke, Song Ming Song paused and turned to Song Shan. The same goes for little you. When allocating the harvest later, try to choose a purple quality component for him. It's simply unacceptable for a blue torch seed not to have a single purple component on the flagship. In a valley on the northern side of the floating land, a certain special plant grew. It was none other than one of the two highest valued special resources in the Moruo secret realm, the Mo Moon Tree Garden that produced Mo Moon Tree sap. After landing the Kangkang, Song Kai quickly reunited with the family members who had already gathered in this valley. The first to greet him was Song Yu, who had been brought here by Zhao Hongsu ahead of time. Fourth brother, where did you go? Why are you only arriving now? I went to the space solidification stone or vein first. Grandpa and your dad are both there, Song Kai explained with a smile and then casually inquired, how is it? Are there many Mo Moon trees in this valley, and what are the years like? Upon hearing Song Kai's question, Song Yu immediately became interested. After the count by Grandma and Uncle Tu, there are 320 Mo Moon trees in this valley. 301 of them are below 3,000 years, and 18 are above 3,000 years but below 10,000. Upon hearing this, Song Kai's eyes brightened. According to Song Yu's words, it meant that there was indeed a Mo Moon tree in this valley that was over 10,000 years old. If so, the value of this resource point was much higher. You see, the Mo Moon trees also have their own rankings of talent. Generally speaking, they don't live past 3,000 years. Only a very small number can break through this limit and grow beyond 3,000 years. And as for 10,000 years, that's the second major milestone. Of those Mo Moon trees that broke through the 3,000-year lifespan, more than 99% are incapable of breaking through this limit. But once they break through the 10,000-year bottleneck, the Mo Moon trees will be completely free of lifespan limits in the future, capable of easily living for tens or even hundreds of thousands of years. Even if there is a time acceleration in the secret realm, it wouldn't affect them much. There is a Mo Moon tree that's over 10,000 years old? Hearing him ask proactively, Song Yu nodded excitedly, but it seemed as if he thought of something and then frowned. Unfortunately, this 10,000-year Mo Moon tree was just tapped for sap not long ago. According to Uncle Tu, it'll take at least 1,000 years before it can produce again. Hearing this, Song Kai frowned, but Song Yu's words weren't finished. He continued, it's not just the 10,000-year Mo Moon tree, but also most of the other Mo Moon trees have already been tapped for sap. For these Mo Moon trees to produce again, while it isn't as extreme as the 10,000-year Mo Moon tree, it will still take decades to hundreds of years, and some even several hundred years. Ignoring these less positive pieces of information, Song Kai asked directly, how many can be produced? Song Yu gestured with his hands to form the number 12. They're all collected, 11 portions under 3,000 years, and 1 portion of 6,000 years. Song Kai's heart relaxed slightly. There was still 1 portion of 6,000 years. He hadn't been completely unlucky. This 6,000-year portion of Moruo tree sap could be used by Grandma Baeksuken since she was already 200 years old. It was time to attempt to reach 3rd rank. Otherwise, the longer they delayed, the harder it would be to attempt a second time if she failed. Thinking this, Song Kai asked another question. How much can the 6,000-year Moruo tree sap increase the success rate of advancement? Song Yu's reply was still prompt. If used when advancing from 1st rank to 2nd rank, it can increase the chance by 15%. If used when advancing from 2nd rank to 3rd rank, it can increase the chance by 7%. Song Kai nodded slightly. Using it for a 1st rank torch warship would indeed be overkill, but for a 2nd rank torch warship, it was just right. A 7% success rate wasn't low. Plus, with the 11% provided by specific special resources and combined with the increase from killing members of the alien race during explorations in the alien star domain, reaching over 40% wasn't difficult. Besides, with the assistance of Grandpa and his uncle, reaching 50%, or even above 60%, should be possible. What about us? Depending on the age, It fluctuates between 3% and 7%. After Song Yu carefully reiterated all these details to Song Kai, they heard Grandma calling out. Hearing this, the two quickly made their way over. Once all the family members had congregated, Uncle Song Hai glanced over at Song Kai and the other four juniors, then he spread his palm, pointing at the 5 porcelain bottles in his hand, and said, "Here are 5 portions of Moruo tree sap, 1 bottle of 2,500 years, 1 of 2,300 years, and 3 of 2,000 years. They can respectively provide 7%, 6%, and 5% success rate for warship advancement to 2nd rank. You 5 choose for yourselves." The juniors exchanged looks, then Song Chi stepped forward first, taking one of the 2,000-year bottles. Next was Song Lin, whose choice was the same as his older brother Song Chi. Seeing this, Song Kai quickly stepped forward, reaching for the last 2,000-year bottle, but his third brother, Song Wen, made a move at the same time. "Fourth brother, as the eldest and second brother have set an example, don't fight with me for it." Then, Song Wen's spectral energy slightly quickened within him, making his steps a fraction faster, and he took the last portion of the 2,000-year Moruo tree sap first. Helpless, Song Kai could only take the 2,300-year portion, leaving the last 2,500-year one for Song Yu. In reality, possessing the Zutan Ruins market, he didn't need to worry about the Kangkyung's advancement to 2nd rank. The Moruo tree sap was merely the icing on the cake. Compared to himself, Song Chi and the other two needed it more. However, he didn't want to forcefully contend with Song Wen, who was already 35 years old. If he, a clan junior 5 years younger, asked Song Wen to make way in full view of everyone, it would likely make him feel even worse. A good intention might turn into a bad one, possibly leading to unpleasant feelings between them. Seeing that the juniors were also courteous, the elders revealed expressions of relief and satisfaction. Once the Moruo tree sap was allocated, everyone scattered again to collect other resources in the secret realm. Song Kai chose to go after mercury crystals, which were essential for enhancing the dark matter energy shield generator. Moreover, after reaching level 29, the required amount for each enhancement was not insignificant. Although he currently couldn't continue enhancing due to the quality of his seed of torch, Song Kai believed that this situation wouldn't last too long, and it was better to prepare in advance. When he arrived at the mercury crystal vein, he didn't encounter any other family members, which let Song Kai release the 3rd and 4th Tiger Age Type I floating land mining carts with peace of mind. Due to the expansion of the ruins market and having plenty of 0-rank floating land origins at hand, Song Kai had earlier increased the number of floating land mining carts in the ruins market from 2 to 4, foreseeing situations where he might find himself short-handed, which neatly solved his current problem. Otherwise, he wasn't sure if he could extract 200 tons by the end of the day. Once the 2 mining carts had started their operation, Song Kai thought about checking out other places, as the carts were equipped with onboard intelligence and could mine on their own, requiring only a collection later. However, after some thought, he eventually gave up on the idea of leaving. The floating land beneath his feet was not small, and it was unknown whether there were creatures threatening enough to endanger a 2nd-rank puppet, so Song Kai felt it was better to have the Kangkyung remain and personally oversee it. Moreover, all 4 mining carts had been dispatched to work even if he wanted to mine other mineral resources. With his own 2 hands, 20+ hours would yield at most a couple of 100 tons. It really wasn't necessary, especially since they were not strategic level resources like titanium crystal, Zenjin, or mixed elemental copper. More than 10 hours later, in the Kangkyung hanging hundreds of meters in the air, a soft exclamation suddenly rang out. Song Kai abruptly stood up from the main control console, a gleam of light flashing in his eyes. "I think I know. The problem most likely lies in the fact that the ruins market has been damaged in the past." If what his grandfather said was all true, then the problem must certainly lie with the ruins market secret realm. He pondered, and the only possibility he could think of was this. He remembered when he first opened the ruins market secret realm with the Starsea ruin market rank, The previously damaged secret realm had shrunk to a miserable 100 square meters. Although it had partially recovered since then, it was still far from its peak. It would need further investment of resources for repair and upgrade, most likely because the Ruins Market secret realm had not been fully repaired. Operations like time acceleration could not be carried out. As he calculated this, Song Kai had an intuition that the truth was very likely what he had deduced. But upon arriving at this conclusion, he felt somewhat troubled. How easy could it be to repair the Ruins Market back to its peak? For now, it was still first rank, only requiring first rank floating land origin, but as it progressed, the resources needed would probably become increasingly terrifying. Rubbing his forehead, Song Kai forced himself not to think too much. After all, this was not a miserly hen that only took in without giving. The monthly income from the Ruins Marketplace exchange was indeed quite substantial. Thinking of this, his mood somewhat improved. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, it was the next day. Before the assembly, Song Kai recalled the two Furious Tiger mining carts that were mining mercury crystal back to the Ruins Market, and along the way, he tallied the harvested mercury crystal. The mining cart's efficiency was formidable. In just under 24 hours, they had mined over 2,000 tons of mercury crystal. Subsequently, he rushed to the location of the space solidification stone vein. Although the mining here had started earlier, the quantity of space solidification stones extracted was much less than the mercury crystal, a mere 800 tons. Song Kai wasn't surprised by this. The space solidification stone vein was a special resource that had evolved based on the space laws present in the Moruo secret realm. Both the reserves and purity of the vein could only be considered average, so extracting 800 tons was already very good. By the exit of the Moruo secret realm, members of the Song family had already gathered, waiting for the fierce flame soldier figurines that Song Ming-song had sent out to return and confirm that it was safe outside the secret realm. 10 fierce flame soldier figurines were the first to exit, followed closely by Song Ming-song and Song Shan, and then Bai Xiuqin, Song Hai, Song Jiao, and the others. The moment their eyes fell upon the ruins of the Bloodblade Star Thieves base, Song Kai couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying power of 4th rank and above beings. Even a mere remnant of their battle was frighteningly powerful, easily shattering floating lands and the starry sky, confirming what he had read in textbooks. Mighty power centered on oneself, plucking stars and seizing the moon is but a flick of the hand. Once everyone had boarded the Furious Lion, the kilometer-long cruiser suddenly soared into the sky, speeding toward a region farther away that had been less affected by the battle and had fewer space fissures. Shortly after, the Furious Lion began a spatial jump in a suitable part of space, assembling the illusion space. After a brief tidy-up, they officially began their journey back to the White Tower floating land. Several days later, in the Golden Shark star field, White Tower floating land. After several days of continuous travel, the large family finally made it back to the White Tower floating land. Within the grand hall of the Furious Lion mansion, as a blue isolation barrier emerged, Song Ming-song, who sat at the center of the hall, spoke out. "All right, let's settle on 1 month. Within this month, everyone should arrange their affairs properly. For industries that need to be sold off, do so quickly, and try your best to recollect the capital. After a month, we embark for the Dinghai Star Domain. We return home." Upon hearing the final words "return home," the younger members like Song Kai felt nothing significant, but expressions of excitement were evident on the faces of Song Shan, Song Hai, and others. Having seen the strength of the Dinghai Song family and having spent their lives from birth to the next few decades in the Dinghai Star Domain, the sense of belonging the phrase Dinghai Song family invoked in them was beyond comparison. Once their emotions had settled, it was time for the moment Song Kai and the others had been eagerly anticipating, the distribution of the spoils of war. Previously, due to time constraints and other reasons, a distribution had not yet taken place. Now that they had successfully returned to the White Tower floating land, there were no more concerns, and they could confidently proceed with the distribution of all the spoils. Whoosh! A large pile of items was stacked in the middle of the hall floor. and everyone was somewhat dazzled by the sight, feeling a bit overwhelmed. There was no way around it. The spoils of this mission were substantial indeed. Beyond the ship components collected from the fleet of torch warships belonging to the Star Pirates, as well as an assortment of various resources, the items scavenged from the rooms of the Star Pirates' den were already quite a lot. About a dozen people quickly set to work, clearing out the valueless items one by one, and after half an hour, a large portion of the hall was finally empty. Now, looking at the pile of spoils in the center, they seemed much more striking, because among these, over 90% were either ship components or Starry Sea oddities. Even those that weren't oddities were mostly rare and valuable resources that the Star Pirates had hoarded for themselves, like space solidification stones and phantom crystals. And even Song Kai spotted the presence of titanium crystals and void crystals among them. Although there were only a few pieces of each, this also indirectly highlighted the value of this small pile of spoils. Seeing a glint in the eyes of his grandsons, Song Ming Song didn't dawdle any longer. "All right, let's begin the distribution of the spoils." But he had scarcely started speaking when his tone changed. "However, before we do that, we need to list the contribution ranking for this mission. The one with the highest contribution gets to choose first, followed by the second, then the third. After one round, the second round continues in the same order." Hearing this method of distribution, everyone nodded in agreement. "First and second place go without saying. It is I and the boss. As for the third." At this point, Song Ming Song paused, garnering a series of eye rolls from the crowd. But it also piqued everyone's curiosity. Among the spoils before them, there were 18 purple quality relics, just enough for the top 3 to make 2 rounds of choices. Hence the position of the third place was quite important. Song Ming Song's gaze swept through the living room, eventually landing on Song Kai. Upon witnessing this, everyone except for Song Ming Song and Song Shan, including Song Kai himself, was somewhat prepared. While the other 12 showed surprise, even Song Jiao and Chen Lixia felt the same. Although the couple had long known that their son had experienced no small adventures, and that his flagship's combat power far surpassed that of other torch warships of the same rank, they wouldn't have believed that he could have achieved the third highest contribution in the previous battle involving the escort ships and cruisers. During the fight with Bloodblade, Little Kai's critical strike saved my mountain from sinking, and it was the key to Dad and me being able to defeat them. Hearing Song Shan's explanation, everyone came to a sudden realization, easily picturing the peril of that battle just from his brief mention. Seeing no objections, the selection officially began. The first to choose, Song Ming Song, opted for a purple quality special Jin Ram horn component, which was salvaged from the sunken Bloodblade. It was also the culprit that had almost sunk mountain. As for Bloodblade, Song Ming Song was still grinding his teeth at the memory. Even after self-destructing, it had left behind 7 components, 6 of which were purple components. If not for this, there wouldn't have been as many as 18 purple relics among the spoils. This also fully demonstrated just how magnificent the loaded components were on the Bloodblade. When it was intact yet, it had chosen to scuttle, destroying 8 to 9/10 of its components. Even the orange quality energy shield couldn't be salvaged, which was the most infuriating part. Jin Ram Horn LV0 quality, purple, feature, armor break boosted by an extra 50%. Consumption, 12/S, spectral energy points. Effect, adds a Jin Ram horn that can be retracted or extended on the bow of the ship, increasing resilience by +200, armor break by +300. No charge or buffer needed. Up rank requirement, 8 strands of floating land origin, 0 rank, 500 spectral energy points, 100 kilograms of Jin metal. Honestly, this Jin Ram horn was indeed a rather rare special component, but for Song Kai, it wasn't very appealing. Its primary function was to enhance the destructive power during head-on collisions between warships. For someone who always took a cautious approach, like him, it was hard to imagine maneuvering Kankayan to perform such risky maneuvers. However, considering Grandpa's fiery temperament, it wasn't surprising that he chose that component. Following Song Ming Song, It was Uncle Song Shan's turn. His choice was simple, a purple quality secondary cannon, likely intended for the newly promoted mountain. When it came to Song Kai's turn, everyone was curious about what he would pick, as there were still many good purple components left. White Oak Hull Armor Plasma Cutter Cannon Half Serpent Soldier Figurine Tree Silver Space Jump Device Particle Collision Energy Shield Generator, among others, were all excellent purple components. However, Song Kai's final choice was somewhat unexpected. Instead of lingering on the other purple components, he selected a relatively unpopular special component, their Phantom Thruster. Phantom Thruster LV0. Feature: Phantom Trace. Consumption: 8/S. Spectral Energy Points. Effect: increases thrust by 50%, improving the warship's speed by 50%. Up rank requirement: 8 strands of floating land origin, 0 rank, 800 spectral energy points, 50 kilograms of phantom crystal. Phantom Trace consumes 200 spectral energy points. After a 30's charge, the thruster enters overdrive, allowing the warship to perform an extreme dash in the specified direction at 500% speed for 5s. During the dash, 3 consistent phantoms of the warship will be generated around it, confounding enemy units. The reason for choosing this component was not only due to its potential to further enhance the flexibility of the warship but also because of its active feature, Phantom Trace, an excellent capability for retreat. This was particularly true when the warship was surrounded, making it an exceptional skill for breaking through encirclements. Also, among the purple components available, there was no radar, or else he would have had a hard decision to make. After a slight surprise, the fourth to choose was Grandmother Baek Sukin, who selected their White Oak Hull Armor. Her flagship, Sky Zither, would embark on an upgrading mission upon its return to the family, inevitably heading into the alien star domain battlefield to fight, which would increase the success rate of the warship's promotion. Hence, a high-quality hull armor was the best choice. Of course, if Sky Zither hadn't already been equipped with a purple quality energy shield and main cannon, her first choice would certainly have been their particle collision energy shield generator, or plasma cutter cannon. Subsequently, their particle collision energy shield generator ended up with Dad Song Jiao, and their plasma cutter cannon was taken by the second uncle. Mom Chen Lixia got the half serpent soldier figurine tree component. Overall, the entire family managed to pick something satisfactory. When it came to the second round of choices, only 3 purple items remained. Among these 3 items, 2 were Starry Sea oddities that could not be converted into shipborne components, and the last one was a shipborne main cannon, their long-range cannon. Grandpa and Uncle, who had chosen before, picked the 2 Starry Sea oddities, evidently leaving their long-range cannon for Song Kai. Song Kai actually wanted to reject it because those 2 purple relics would only sell for half their value in Grandpa and Uncle's hands, whereas he could get the full price if sold at the ruins market. However, after giving it some thought, he remembered that the woman from the Chanxing multi-purpose shop had left a Senbai bone flame for him to exchange, which might require the long-range cannon. Furthermore, after Mom's Dragonfly was promoted to second rank, Dad had specially requested a purple main cannon from Grandpa, so she didn't need this long-range cannon. Thinking this, he didn't say much and just took their long-range cannon. His reasoning was simple: if the woman hadn't left the Senbai bone flame for him, he could always exchange their long-range cannon with Grandpa and Uncle later. After distributing the purple components, it was time for the blue components. These blue components were numerous, totaling 30 pieces, including quite a few exceptional items. Song Kai showed interest in one called Yinfeng Soldier Figurine Tree, whose summoned Yinfeng Soldier figurines wielded special corrosive yin wind power, extremely tyrannical, with a respectable upper limit. However, what left Song Kai speechless was that before he even got to his third round of selection, the Yin Wind Soldier figurine tree component was preemptively picked by that guy, Song Yu. With no other choice, Song Kai could only select another special component called Blood Soul Stigma. This component was of the tracking type and could mark living beings with a Blood Soul mark, thereby enabling tracking within a certain range. Blood Soul Stigma LV0. Quality: blue. Consumption: 200/instance. Spectral energy points. Mark count: 3/3. Effect: mark a specified target with a Blood Soul mark and continuously sense the location of the Blood Soul mark within a range of 0.5 light years. Requires no charge or buffer. Up rank requirement: 5 threads of 0 rank floating land origin, 300 spectral energy points, 50 rank life cores. This component's chances of being used were far lower compared to soldier figurine type components. However, it was not without use. At certain critical moments, it could still play a significant role, which was why Song Kai chose it as a fallback. There was not much to say about the white components that followed. Most of them were requisitioned from ordinary Starthief battleships and lacked any significant flair. After distributing these, there was still a modest number of floating land origins left. The reason there was not much floating land origin was, firstly, most torch ship captains did not have the habit of retaining too much floating land origin, and secondly, the surrendered or deceased Starthief gang members would not leave behind even a thread of floating land origin. When a torch warship sank, most components on it would be damaged beyond 90%, but there would still be a lucky 10 to 20% that survived. However, once the torch ship captain perished, their ancestral torch would completely collapse and naturally, any floating land origin stored within the ancestral torch could not be preserved. The floating land origins they had at hand were obtained from those surrendered Starthief gang members and were extremely scarce. Their 0 rank floating land origin was more abundant with over 50,000 threads. The amount significantly decreased from the first rank, with only 800 threads, less than 300 for the second rank, just 62 threads for the third rank, and outright 0 for the fourth rank. In the end, Song Kai only received several thousand threads of 0 rank floating land origin, 50 threads of first rank, and none of the second rank, as those went directly to the elders like Song Jiao and others. Wealth in the third rank, naturally, landed in the hands of the patriarch and his eldest uncle, Song Shan. After everything was distributed, everyone gradually left. With only 1 month remaining during their stay at White Tower Floating Land, they had to hurry to arrange various follow-up affairs. Jiangyuan City, the Song Kai family had also started to deal with various matters after returning to the city. "Dad, should we go to pick up Xiaoting now or wait a few days?" After considering for a moment, Song Jiao replied, "Let's wait a bit longer, until we've dealt with the things at hand." "All right." With his father's clear response, Song Kai nodded and then brought up another matter. "Dad, Mom, I need to go out for a bit. It will probably take 2 or 3 days." "Go ahead." Outside White Tower Floating Land, accompanied by violent spatial fluctuations, Kang Kang plunged into the space vortex ahead. A day later, a standard Starry Sea shuttle landed in the docking zone of the floating fortress above Guangyuan Floating Land. The combat robot clad in a black cloak made its way toward the shopping district of the fortress. It was the same familiar secluded street. When he saw the open doors of the Chenxing multifunctional shop through the brainwave beacon, Song Kai, billions of kilometers away, couldn't help but sigh with relief. However, he quickly suppressed the excitement in his heart. Although the shop door was open, it was not certain that the other party had really left behind that Senbai bone flame. With trepidation, he controlled the combat robot to step into the shop. The shop's style was as familiar as ever, with a wide variety of products and strict categorization, giving a comfortable first impression. Seeing this familiar style, Song Kai felt slightly more assured. He stepped up to the counter and, at the same time, the communication bracelet on the robot's wrist projected a line of text. "Hello." As the previous owner already left behind the counter, a somewhat young-looking girl stood up, glanced at the projected text, and meticulously studied the black cloak on the combat robot a few times as if confirming something. After a few seconds, She tentatively said, "Are you here for the Senbei Bone Flame?" Hearing her direct approach and thinking about the black cloak draped over the robot, as well as the familiar method of communicating with projected text used in the previous visits, Song Kai could imagine the smirk on the face of the woman who must have described these characteristics to the girl in front of her. Inside Kangkyang, Song Kai coughed awkwardly twice before continuing to control the robot to respond, "Yes." As the word "yes" popped up on the communication text, Song Kai's heart surged with excitement. The thought of the Senbei Bone Flame enhancing the quality of his seed of torch made his heart race uncontrollably. However, the next words spoken by the girl behind the counter caught him off guard. "It's good you're here." Before the boss left, she emphasized that if you were to come later for the trade of the Senbei Bone Flame, you'd have to personally appear and use that communication bracelet to verify with her directly, otherwise, no deal. As the girl finished speaking in one breath, Song Kai's face was already pitch black from where he stood atop the distant Kangkyang. That woman wasn't looking to verify anything at all. She clearly just wanted to deliberately toy with him. "Hey, naive foolish woman." While he mentally ranted, on the surface, he still carefully asked, "And the traded item? Are there any additional restrictions?" Behind the counter, the girl thought for a moment, then shook her head. "The boss didn't say." "You can chat with the boss yourself during subsequent communications." Although helpless, Song Kai could only accept the condition. There was no choice since purple quality top-rank fire source up rank wasn't common, so, apart from humbling himself, it seemed he had no other option unless he could convince himself to completely give up on the Senbei Bone Flame. 3 days later, Song Kai, having once again brought his grandfather and his uncle over, walked into the Chenxing multifunctional shop with confidence, head held high, and also clutched the special black communication bracelet in his hand. Taking a deep breath, Song Kai pressed the call button for the only contact on his bracelet. Beep, beep, beep. Following a series of beeps, the communication bracelet connected. "Hello." Song Kai spoke first and then heard a slight rustling noise, much like the sound of someone getting dressed after waking up. The current communication was only audio, so he couldn't see what the other party was actually doing. That woman was far away in the duchy capital Star Domain. The fact that they could communicate via the bracelet was already the limit. This was most likely possible only because of a communications network established at a huge cost, the annual maintenance fees of which could scare anyone to death. Soon, that familiar soft and tender voice echoed in his ear. "Giggle giggle giggle, contacting your sister so early in the morning, little brother, it's just been a few months, and you're already missing me?" Hearing this, the corner of Song Kai's eye involuntarily started twitching continuously, and his mind was too exhausted to complain. That woman was indeed skillful at teasing. With just the first sentence, she had already given him the urge to smash the communication bracelet. Perhaps guessing his current emotional changes, the woman didn't continue to tease, but her voice still had a hint of laziness and tenderness mixed with a faint magnetism, incredibly enticing. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Are you here to exchange for the Senbei Bone Flame this time?" "Yes." After confirming, the woman continued to ask, "So, what items have you brought for the trade?" Song Kai quickly recited the attributes of the long-range cannon he had at hand. After listening to the attributes of the long-range cannon, the woman paused for a moment, considering the specific value of both, and then she replied, "Little brother, I don't think your sister needs to say more, do I?" Although both are purple relics, their values are not equivalent. Song Kai was not surprised and directly responded, +3 blue main cannons, how about that? The voice communication fell silent for quite some time, and at last, the woman nodded in agreement. Hearing this response, Song Kai was completely stunned, and for a moment, he did not know what to say. Mentioning these 3 blue main cannons, he had merely wanted to negotiate the price further with the other party, never expecting her to agree. The 3 blue main cannons may seem plenty and sound like they're of considerable value, but when actually compared to purple components, they were simply incomparable. Although on the market blue components are priced at about 1/6 of purple components, These three main cannons are comparable to half a purple component. The reality isn't that simple. The purple components selling at 90,000 or 100,000 per zero-rank floating land origin on the market are, frankly, the most useless existence among purple components, so a tasteless bite, yet a pity to discard. Those normal components that truly qualify as purple quality can't be bought with zero-rank or first-rank floating land origins. They're either traded for other items or bought with high-level floating land origin, and these are just the regular purple relics. For an item like the Senbei Bone Flame, that is a top-tier purple fire source up rank, it is considered the cream of the crop amongst top-tier purple relics. To some torch ship captains, it's even more alluring than your average orange component. That's exactly why Song Kai was at a loss for words for a moment. Clearly, the woman had just practically given away this Senbei Bone Flame to him for a song. To be honest, this gift was huge. After a long silence, in the end, Song Kai didn't say much. He only uttered two words, "Thank you." After those two words, a giggling sound soon came from the communication bracelet, followed by the woman saying, "All right, it's enough for you to remember my kindness. Also, remember to proactively reach out to me if you have time in the future." After emphasizing the word proactively, without waiting for Song Kai to reply, the woman hung up the communication. Song Kai was momentarily stunned and then turned to look at the counter. He saw the young girl had already taken out a white jade box from below and passed it over to him. Song Kai also took out the long-range cannon and the other three blue main cannons. When he opened a corner of the white jade box, an intense purple light immediately shone from inside, along with a strand of extremely cold energy. After confirming it was indeed the Senbei Bone Flame, Song Kai closed the jade box again, nodded towards the girl behind the counter, and then left the multifunctional shop with his uncle and grandfather. In front of the Chenxing multifunctional shop, Song Ming Song turned to look at Song Kai for a long while before saying, "This time you indeed have to acknowledge the favor from the other party. You can consider reciprocating appropriately later on, but also don't fully trust them. Keep your basic guards up, understand?" Song Kai's eyes narrowed slightly as he nodded gently. Inside a secret room in the White Tower Floating Lands Fury Lion Courtyard, Song Ming Song and Song Shan stood on guard at each side of the secret room's door, faces alert, while in front of them, inside the secret room, Song Kai was sitting cross-legged on a round white jade platform, rapidly circulating spectral energy within his body, striving to adjust his state to its peak. Several minutes later, feeling his state had reached its peak, Song Kai suddenly opened his eyes and his spectral energy began to converge at full speed towards his forehead. As time passed, his ancestral torch slowly opened. At the same time, he raised his right hand, and the white jade box in his palm was opened. A flame with a ghostly chill floated out and, pulled by the absorbing force within the ancestral torch, the cold Senbei Bone Flame slowly moved towards his forehead. Seconds later, the Senbei Bone Flame completely disappeared into the ancestral torch as it entered. The bright white seed of torch within the ancestral aperture space blazed up significantly. Since the 10,000-year-old Star Cow fire, it was the second time it felt another fire source with a huge attraction towards itself. Driven by an instinct to advance, it wanted to devour and assimilate the strand of Senbei Bone Flame as quickly as possible. Under the pull of the seed of torch, the Senbei Bone Flame started to slowly move towards the center of the ancestral aperture. When it finally came into contact with the seed of torch, the flame burst into a frenzied dance, like a vigorous wild horse, as if fuel was added to its fire. As for the Senbei Bone Flame itself, it started to dull as it was devoured and assimilated by the seed of torch, until it was completely absorbed. This process of absorption and assimilation lasted for about half an hour. When it was thoroughly complete, the bright white seed of torch also underwent a transformation, changing from its original bright white to deep blue. As the seed of torch completed its transformation from white to blue, Song Kai, somewhat exhausted, was revitalized. The energy he had previously expended was all recovered at that moment, and with the enhancement of the blue seed of torch, his mind power also became more concentrated and stable. As is well known, The Seed of Torch provides a protective and strengthening effect on the Torch Ship Captain's spiritual energy, and while the previous White Seed of Torch's enhancement and protection were like a tiny sparkle, the current Blue Seed of Torch was akin to a flickering candlelight, not overwhelmingly powerful but far surpassing what it was before. Feeling the increasingly solid spiritual essence in his mind, Song Kai's excitement seemed uncontrollable as a strong joy appeared on his face. The Blue Torch Seed, though only one rank higher than the White Torch Seed, signified an essential difference between them. After ascending to Blue, the Torch Seed not only provided a stronger enhancement to one's spirit, it also meant that the potential of the Kankian would be raised from 2nd rank to 3rd rank. The enhancement limit for all the ship components carried on board would likewise be elevated. Additionally, with every 5 levels increased, the White Torch ship body would only gain 4 special component slots, whereas a Blue Torch ship body would gain 6. In summary, advancing from a White to a Blue Torch Seed was essentially a qualitative transformation, allowing a Torch warship's combat power to greatly improve. After a bout of excitement, Song Kai retracted the spectral energy within his body and, as it dispersed from his brow, the opened ancestral torch also began to close slowly. Once he stood up from the white jade platform, Song Mingsong and Song Shan, who were waiting at the entrance of the secret room, let go of their vigilance, and smiles emerged from the bottom of their hearts. Good, a Blue Fire Seed, this is indeed the mark of a prodigy, ha ha ha. Amongst the joy, Song Mingsong began to laugh heartily, using his actions to convey his happiness. Beside him, Uncle Song Shan turned his gaze to Song Kai, asking him about his current condition. After receiving an affirmative reply, the three of them then pushed open the large door of the secret room. However, before leaving the secret room, Song Kai asked his grandfather and uncle a small favor, hoping they would keep the news of his Torch Seed's quality advancement confidential for the time being. Obviously, he didn't want to attract too much attention. Having long understood Song Kai's character, they were not surprised by this request and quickly agreed. Of course, apart from his grandfather and uncle, Song Kai would still inform his parents. Otherwise, when the advancement became public later on, his father might be okay, but his mother would definitely complain and sulk for quite some time. After greeting his grandfather and uncle, Song Kai left the enraged lion's courtyard and set out to return to Jiangyuan City. Dongjiang Community, home. Advanced to a Blue Torch Seed. Upon hearing Song Kai's words, Song Jiao and his wife, who had been busy bustling around, paused simultaneously. They then solemnly called their son into the living room and began to inquire in detail about the whole story. After Song Kai had explained everything, Song Jiao nodded slightly, his eyes constantly moving as if weighing something, while his mother, Chen Lixia, had a completely different focus. Little Kai, tell Mum more about that girl. If she's so good to our son, I have to screen her properly. Song Kai's face darkened, internally complaining. A girl? She's a bona fide 3rd-rank torch captain, maybe even older than you. Upon hearing this, Song Jiao also chimed in. Old woman, by your logic, has the Shen family's girl lost her spot as your hand-picked daughter-in-law again? Chen Lixia stiffened. Her interest piqued as she had momentarily forgotten that overly reserved girl. As soon as Song Jiao brought her up, it left her feeling somewhat awkward as a mother. To cover up that flicker of embarrassment, Chen Lixia's tone suddenly rose, and with arms akimbo, she said, "What's wrong with that? My son is so excellent, can't he marry 2 daughters-in-law for his mother? You think you're like yourself, who only managed to snag me, this cabbage, after my father went around matchmaking." PFFT. Song Kai tried hard to control his facial expressions, trying not to laugh out loud. Eventually, he quickly retreated to his bedroom. Locking the door behind him, his figure vanished from the bedroom after a while. In the ruins market secret realm, marching straight along the central street towards the inner side of the market, Song Kai's goal was not the all-attributes cultivation room, but the ultra-long-distance space gate random deployment platform. Though he had initiated a trade in the market, he had stayed in the Moruo secret realm for a day, experienced delays on the return trip, and spent several days in the Chenxing multifunction shop. All these events added up to nearly 10 days gone by. As of yesterday, the ultra-long-distance Space Gate random deployment platform had completed its cool-down and was ready for the next market trade. Song Kai's idea was straightforward. Before launching the next exploration of the alien star domain or revisiting the Buluo civilization ruins, he wanted to engage in another market trade to better prepare himself. As for the specifics, of course, it was the continued enhancement of the dark matter energy shield generator and the Pyongyang sword beam cannon. Now that his torch seed had advanced from white to blue, the prior limitation of LV-29 was lifted. The enhancement limit for components installed on a warship derived from a white torch seed was the peak of the second rank, LV-29. In contrast, for a blue torch warship, the enhancement limit for its carried components rose to the peak of the third rank, LV-39. This meant that both the LV-29 dark matter energy shield generator and Pyongyang sword beam cannon could now undergo further enhancement. Considering the Buluo civilization ruins, there was already a queen insect of the third rank level in the second layer, and the third layer might contain something even more terrifying. Feeling that the LV-29 dark matter energy shield alone was insufficient for absolute safety, Song Kai wanted to enhance it beyond LV-30 before exploring further. Having made up his mind, he no longer hesitated. With a mere thought, the ultra-long-distance Space Gate random deployment platform before him was activated. Outside the entrance to the ruins market, following intense spatial fluctuations, 42 vortex portals appeared almost simultaneously. After completing these actions, Song Kai didn't involve himself further. The power of laws circulated around him, and in an instant, he transformed from a human form into a Moruo clan member with a crescent-shaped horn on his head. He then walked directly into a shop by the street. Having opened the ruins market for trade so many times, his mindset had long since become serene, devoid of the nervousness and anticipation he'd felt during the initial few openings. Inside the oddity exchange shop, he looked around at nearly 100 variegated Starry Sea oddities in the shop all by himself. Positioned in the most conspicuous place above the shop were 3 oddities emitting a purple glow. Time Stone, Millennium Ghost, Locust Wood, Molten Crystal. Undoubtedly, all 3 were strange objects that couldn't be transformed into ship-mounted components. Otherwise, Song Kai wouldn't have put them up for trade. Among them, the first 2 were acquired from that battle with the Bloodblade Star Thieves, and they were also the 2 objects his grandfather and his uncle had received previously. Song Kai casually mentioned to them that he had a channel to sell the 2 for the original price, and thereafter, without saying much, his grandfather and uncle entrusted him with both items, showing full trust in him. Because of this, Song Kai felt a warm sentiment inside. The feeling of having a warm, large family was really quite pleasant. At the same time, he also made a decision. After the trade at this ruins market was over, and before the next ruins market trade began, he would take out one of the 4 remaining ruins market guest tokens he had and reveal it to his parents, grandfather, and uncle, using it as a cover for his own fortunes. The explanation would be simple. He would say that during his first expedition to the alien star domain, he had luckily encountered a spatial gate deployed by the Zutan ruins market, which is how he obtained that ruins market guest token. He had given this decision careful thought. This way, he could explain the circumstances of his fortunes, and when he continues to provide the family with various resources, he could perfectly account for their origins. Moreover, this would make it convenient to collect resources needed by family members in the future, accelerating everyone's advancement, a strategy that promised multiple benefits. The reason he didn't reveal his identity as the ruins market master was simple. His family would soon be returning to the main family. While he absolutely trusted the elders of his own family, he felt quite differently about the Ding Hai Song family, a clan with nearly 3,000 years of heritage, with its intricate internal factions that were enough to make one's head throb just thinking about them. With a population in the tens of millions, who could guarantee that there weren't individuals with ill intentions, looking only to suppress and exploit their clanmates? The value of the Zutan Ruins Market and the secret realm behind it goes without saying. The worth is immeasurable, and precisely because of this, it's more likely to attract covetous outsiders. The fewer people who know, the less the risk of exposure. As they say, human nature is unpredictable. Song Kai didn't want to gamble, and keeping it a secret was the best choice. The third purple relic, Molten Crystal, was one he had purchased from the multifunctional Chengxing shop after acquiring the Senbai Bone Flame, spending merely 50,000 strands of zero-rank floating land origin. Beneath the three purple relics were more than 20 blue oddities. A small portion of these were purchased from the multifunctional Chengxing shop, and the rest, apart from a few left over from before, were acquired from the battle with the Bloodblade Star Thieves, also through casual requests made to his family members. The remaining almost 70 items were all white oddities, sourced similarly to the blue ones mentioned above. Looking at the more than 90 oddities, Song Kai nodded in satisfaction. It wasn't an extravagant assortment, but there was at least an initial scale to it, unlike when he had just opened this exchange shop and it was rather shabby. Furthermore, he believed that with each successive opening of the ruins market for trade, the scale of this oddity exchange shop would undoubtedly grow larger and larger. In time, not to mention a few scant purple oddities, even orange oddities, or red-level starry sea oddities, would appear on the shelves of this shop. But let's not get ahead of Song Kai, who was currently contemplating a bright future. Far beyond the Star River, the primordial continent, Luofu Sword Sect. Among the 6 peaks of the Sword Sect, at the Heavy Sword Peak, atop the Heavy Sword Pavilion. Since he'd become a direct disciple of the Heavy Sword Peak, Zhu Ping had transformed overnight, becoming the current third senior brother of the Heavy Sword Peak. Now he resided in the True Inheritance Hall situated nearest the peak of the mountain, while his cultivation place was within the Heavy Sword Pavilion, where the spiritual mechanism was most pure. He lived a carefree life. At this moment, while Zhu Ping was cultivating with all his might in the Heavy Sword Pavilion, he suddenly opened his eyes, looked down at the bronze token hanging from his waist, which was flickering with red light. As the new ruins market trade started, he muttered softly to himself, then sprang up from his meditative state and rushed towards the main hall of the Heavy Sword Peak. Inside the main hall, after explaining the situation, the Peak Master of the Heavy Sword Peak at the head of the hall, True Sword Immortal, waved his hand gently. Then, an exquisite storage bag flew out and finally landed in Zhu Ping's hands. This was a super large storage bag, with a space exceeding 200 cubic meters, also something the Luofu Sword Sect prepared monthly for Zhu Ping. Inside the storage bag were various medicinal herbs, minerals, spiritual mechanisms, and treasures of heaven and earth, starry sea oddities, and Zhu Ping's task was to sell them at high prices within 24 hours after entering the Zutan Ruins market. Taking the storage bag, Zhu Ping waved his hand at his waist to activate the Ruins Market guest token. Simultaneously, within the Ruins Market secret realm, Song Kai's eyebrows rose slightly as he felt the transfer request coming from the second guest token. After a pause of 2 seconds, his mind moved, and he agreed to the transfer. On the second floor of the inn, the second guest room, accompanied by a mild spatial fluctuation, Zhu Ping deftly opened the door and then went downstairs to the free stall area, beginning to place the items from the storage bag one by one onto his own booth. At this moment, there weren't many creatures in the ruins market, so taking this opportunity, he quickly walked through the shops on both sides of the street, and as usual, purchased several sets of military exoskeleton armor, 10 first-rank combat robots, and dozens of matching energy batteries. Seeing this, Song Kai coughed lightly in his mind. Is this taking the cyber cultivation path further and further away? While pondering, Zhu Ping had already made his way to the oddity exchange shop. Entering the shop, Zhu Ping swept a glance at Song Kai, in the form of Moruo clan member, then went straight to the central counter and pulled out a black cloth bag from the storage bag, followed immediately by a moderately sized wooden box. Sir, here are 50 titanium crystals, 1,000 portions of body tempering liquid, and 100 boxes of body tempering paste for this time. As he finished speaking, the cloth bag and wooden box that were in front of him on the counter disappeared together, and at the same time, the bronze token at his waist grew hot, and the just consumed times were restored. After doing all this, Zhu Ping was about to leave the shop, but when his sight swept over the 3 strange objects at the top of the shop, his figure suddenly halted, and his gaze fell on one of them. There, 10,000-year ghost locust wood. In a corner of the shop, Song Kai disguised as a Moruo clan member felt a move in his heart. Although Zhu Ping was trying his best to conceal it, how could he fool Song Kai, the ruins market lord? The moment Zhu Ping saw the 10,000-year ghost locust wood, strange object, his eyes trembled ever so slightly. Obviously, there, 10,000-year ghost locust wood, must be of great value in the primordial continent behind him. With this conclusion, on the surface, Song Kai seemed unruffled, but inwardly he was all smiles. Zhu Ping had the entire Luofu sword sect behind him, qualifying him as possibly the biggest potential consumer in each ruins market trade. Since the opportunity had arisen, Song Kai thought it was only right to skim a substantial amount of profit from him. He was in urgent need of second rank or higher floating land origin, and this was like being offered a pillow when drowsy. After probing around for some time, Song Kai had come to a general understanding of the situation on the primordial continent. It was a cultivation continent, the specific area of which was unclear, but it was certainly immense. The specific cultivation ranks on the continent were compared to the various ranks of the Shattered Starry Sea as follows: Common People, 0 rank; Chi Cultivation Stage, 1st rank; Foundation Establishment Stage, 2nd rank; Golden Core Stage, 3rd rank; Nascent Soul Stage, 4th rank; Divinity Transformation Stage, 5th rank. Whether there are existences that transcend above divinity transformation wasn't something Zhu Ping was clear about, but even if it only went up to divinity transformation, this primordial starry sea floating land was already incredibly astonishing. Common knowledge of the starry sea, on the premise of not plundering resources from other floating lands to replenish oneself. The rank of a starry sea floating land itself determines the upper limit of strength of the life forms it can spawn. Which is to say, the primordial continent was at least a 5th rank life form star sea floating land, and one could imagine just how rich the resources on such a high-level starry sea floating land must be. And the Luofu sword sect was a large sect on the primordial continent, with a true god transforming master of 5th rank level suppressing the sector. That was why Song Kai always considered Zhu Ping as his biggest potential customer. A true god transforming master corresponds to a 5th rank powerhouse in the Shattered Starry Sea, someone who is powerful enough to suppress an entire star domain alone, a lord of the star field. One can imagine the kind of energy the Luofu sword sect possesses and how many rare items they must have with such a level of powerhouse. Just as various thoughts flashed through Song Kai's mind, Zhu Ping spoke up. My lord, how can I exchange for this 10,000-year ghost locust wood? Is it possible to trade items, or would spiritual mechanisms suffice? In the center of the shop, the projection screen started to change swiftly, providing a response. Item exchange is preferred, like that spiritual energy nameplate you have there on your person. Song Kai was quite interested in that purple quality individual shield component. However, Zhu Ping obviously was not willing to part with it, shaking his head rapidly, and after pondering for a moment, he slapped his storage bag at his waist and then had an item in his hand. Surrounded by the power of laws, Song Kai quickly saw the attributes of this item. Strange object, Devil Soul Stone. Quality, purple. Convertible, no. Remarks, a unique type of ore from the Devil Soul Abyss beneath the Heavenly Devil sect in the primordial continent, with extremely limited use. Initially, when he saw the purple glow it emanated, Song Kai was somewhat excited, thinking it was another purple relic convertible into a shipboard component, but soon, disappointment showed in his eye, so it was not convertible into a shipboard component either. Seeing the negative reply come through on the screen, Zhu Ping frowned. The sect had not prepared many high-level treasures for him. This Devil Soul Crystal was the only one, and if that was not acceptable, He really did not know what else to trade with at the moment. After musing for a good while, he took out another item from his storage bag. This time it was not a starry sea oddity, but a mass of floating land origin, also known as the spiritual mechanism of the primordial continent. Song Kai reached out with his thoughts. However, what he saw made him slightly surprised. This mass of floating land origin was not insubstantial, the key being that it contained neither zero rank nor first rank, the two low-rank floating land origins. Second-rank floating land origin, 400 threads. Third-rank floating land origin, 50 threads. This amount was basically equivalent to an average purple relic, but after thinking it over, Song Kai did not agree. From his initial reaction upon seeing the 10,000-year ghost locust wood, Song Kai suspected that its value on the primordial continent was probably not as simple as that of an ordinary purple relic. Not enough. On the projection screen, Song Kai replied with 2 words using his thoughts. After replying, he carefully watched Zhu Ping's subsequent reaction and thought to himself as expected. Upon seeing those 2 words, Zhu Ping showed no sign of strangeness in his eyes, as if it was the expected answer. With this, Song Kai became even more sure of his thoughts. Not long after, Zhu Ping lightly patted his storage bag again and took out another mass of floating land origin, all of which was second rank, and not 2 muka, only 200 threads. Song Kai thought it over for a while, and in the end did not agree. 2 minutes later, Zhu Ping walked out of the oddity exchange shop, his face alight with joy, clearly having successfully exchanged for the 10,000-year ghost locust wood. However, the slight pained expressions flickering in the depths of his eyes indicated that to make the exchange, he had indeed paid a significant price. Inside the shop, Song Kai wore a smile on his face as he looked down at the large mass of floating land origin in his hands. The trade had indeed been completed, and the amount of floating land origin Zhu Ping had put forth was quite substantial. In the glow that Song Kai held now, there were as many as 800 threads of second-rank floating land origin, and 100 threads of third-rank floating land origin. With a shift in his gaze, Song Kai divided the floating land origin into 2, each portion being 400 threads of second-rank floating land origin plus 50 threads of third-rank floating land origin. One portion was for his uncle, and that 10,000-year ghost locust wood was exactly what his uncle had gotten. As for the other portion, of course, he kept it for himself. With a soft cough, Song Kai muttered in his heart, "Uncle, I'm sorry, I swear, this will absolutely not happen again." In fact, 400 threads of second-rank floating land origin plus 50 threads of third-rank floating land origin were indeed enough to match an ordinary purple relic, not to mention relics that could only be sold at half price within the Torch human civilization territory. Song Kai felt guilty because he had intercepted far too much, a whole half, which would absolutely be seen as ruthless and greedy if it was someone else. But he had no choice, as it was a critical time when he was most in need of second-rank, third-rank floating land origin. He couldn't afford to think about anything else for the time being. Time passed quickly, and in the 20th hour since the ruins market trading commenced, the number of alien species creatures in the ruins market secret realm had reached its peak. However, it was still less than 1,000, a lot fewer than the previous event. Obviously, the 42 spatial gates that were deployed didn't land in very favorable locations. Most of them hadn't been placed above the starry sea floating land or areas where alien creatures were active, which resulted in fewer creatures entering the ruins market. As a result, Song Kai's revenue had significantly decreased. After the ruins market trading ended, the total income converted to zero-rank floating land origin was just over 100,000 strands, less than 2,000 strands of first-rank floating land origin, and if excluding what Zhu Ping had offered, the second-rank floating land origin was less than 100 strands, not to mention scavenging any starry sea oddity. Once all the alien species had left, and Zhu Ping had been transported back to the primordial continent via the ruins market guest token, Song Kai immediately summoned the Kang Kang. What was the purpose of opening this ruins market? Wasn't it to earn second rank and third rank floating land origins to enhance the dark matter energy shield generator and the Pyongyang sword beam cannon? Now that he had the floating land origin, it was naturally time to begin the enhancements. Rather than directly enhancing the two Orange Glory quality components, he first installed the two special components he had acquired, spending hundreds of strands of 0 rank and first rank floating land origin to bring both up to LV20. After enhancing to LV20, the blue quality blood soul stigma didn't change much. The number of marks only increased from 3 to 10, and the detection range was heightened from 0.5 light-year to 5 light-years. The change in the Phantom Thruster was quite significant. Phantom Thruster LV20, quality, purple, feature, Phantom Trace. Consumption, 50/S, spectral energy points. Effect, increase thrust by 100%, warship cruising speed increased by 100%. Up rank requirement, 12 strands of floating land origin, second rank, 8,000 spectral energy points, Phantom Stone 500 kilograms, 1 titanium crystal. Phantom Trace, consumes 2,000 spectral energy points, charges for 15s. The thruster enters into overdrive. The warship will make a high-speed dash in the specified direction with 1,000% increased speed for 5s. During the dash, 6 illusions that closely follow and mimic the warship will be generated around it to confuse enemy units. After enhancing to LV20, Song Kai felt no need to enhance further, as at that moment he only had a little over 500 strands of second-rank floating land origin left, which needed to be used where most crucial. First, he approached the dark matter energy shield generator, and after a burst of radiance, this orange energy shield was enhanced to LV30. After reaching LV30, he didn't rush to continue enhancing but went over to the Pyongyang sword beam cannon and also enhanced it to LV30. However, these two enhancements cost Song Kai 300 strands of second-rank floating land origin plus 60 titanium crystals, using up most of his second-rank floating land origin. Together with the 50 crystals from the last ruins market trading, he had just reached 100 titanium crystals, and now only 40 remained. Song Kai sighed, pressing down the pain in his heart. His thoughts began to race again. At the moment, he was pondering only one question: which component to enhance next? With only 40 titanium crystals left, it meant that whether he chose to enhance the dark matter energy shield generator or the Pyongyang sword beam cannon, he could only enhance one level further, as both parts required 32 titanium crystals to upgrade from LV30 to LV31. This was the cause for his dilemma. After much deliberation, Song Kai decided not to enhance either of the two, instead opting for the Shadow Capture antimatter overstate engine, bringing it to LV30 as well. The reason was simple enough. On reaching LV30, unlike the incremental improvement within the same rank from LV30 to LV31, the Shadow Capture antimatter overstate engine experienced a rank jump, with significant boosts to its energy supply and drive capability. It would provide Kang Kaiyang with higher cruising speed and flexibility, offering the highest value for the cost at that moment. With these enhancements, the attributes of Kang Kaiyang saw a significant and comprehensive boost. The three components enhanced to the third rank were frighteningly powerful. Shadow Capture antimatter overstate engine LV30. Quality, purple. Feature, an additional 80% increase in energy supply efficiency. Consumption, 180/S. Energy supply, 1512/S. Post-overload buffer, 20 minutes. Energy pool, 60,000 points, able to store 60,000 points of energy. Convertible, Shadow Capture reactor. Up rank requirement, 15 strands of floating land origin, third rank, 30000 spectral energy points, 10 life cores, third rank, 16 titanium crystals. Dark matter energy shield generator LV30. Quality, orange. Feature, shield value additionally increased by 115%. Feature 2, shield defense value doubled. Consumption, 350/S, spectral energy points. Defense, 159,600. Shield value, 4,120,000. 4,120,000. Charge, 20s. Post overload buffer, 30 minutes. Up rank requirement, 20 strands of 3rd rank floating land origin, 40,000 spectral energy points, 350 tons of mercury crystal, 32 titanium crystals. Pure Yang Sword Beam Cannon LV30. Quality, orange. Feature, mixed hollow extreme Yang Sword Intent Divine Light. Feature 2, main cannon might increased by 115%. Consumption, 3000 per use. Spectral energy points. Attack, 490,200. Charge, 4s. Buffer 5s. Up rank requirement, 20 strands of 3rd rank floating land origin, 35,000 spectral energy points, 350 tons of sunflame ore, 32 titanium crystals. Satisfied, Song Kai closed down the attributes of the 3 components and once again tallied up the remaining funds he had on hand. Only 110 strands of 2nd rank floating land origin remained, 150 strands of 3rd rank floating land origin, 20 strands of 4th rank floating land origin, and, in addition, 25 titanium crystals. Considering this, Song Kai turned his gaze to the heavenly ice scan radar. With only 110 strands of the 2nd rank floating land origin left, there was barely enough for one more enhancement, and the importance of the radar to a warship needs no further explanation. Do you want to spend 50 strands of 2nd rank floating land origin plus 20,000 spectral energy points to upgrade the heavenly ice scan radar from LV-29 to LV-30? Confirm. Following his confirmation, the heavenly ice scan radar was successfully enhanced to LV-30. Looking at its attributes after reaching LV-30, its detection range increased from 240 light hours to 480 light hours, and its precision went from 260 to 300. Last was its feature star chart collector, which had a collection range 100 times that of the detection range, meaning the diameter it could generate star charts for reached 12 light-years, a significant improvement from the previous 3 light-years. With this, the latest round of enhancements for the Kangkyung was essentially complete. After enhancing the Kangkyung, he went ahead and pulled the Zutan Ruins market from LV-15 to LV-16 and also enhanced the Spectral Energy Protective Array, the All Attributes Cultivation Room, and the Ultra-Long Distance Space Gate Random Deployment Platform to LV-16, further advancing their features. After all that was done, Song Kai exited the Ruins market. He then made a trip to Jiangyuan City to hand over the 400 strands of 2nd rank and 50 strands of 3rd rank floating land origin to his uncle. Dongjiang Community, home. Having just completed over 10 hours of deep sleep, Song Kai was now refreshed and back in prime condition. After having lunch and bidding goodbye to his parents, he left home. Once outside the community, he quickly summoned the Kangkyung and headed straight for the Vault of Heaven. With the Ruins market transactions complete and the Kangkyung strengthened to its short-term limit, and having waited for over 2 months already, Song Kai could no longer hold back and shot straight for the Starry Sea space region beyond the White Tower floating land. Upon reaching a suitable star domain, he immediately commenced a new exploration of the alien star domain. Hum hum hum. Amid the faint vibrational noise, the Kangkyung officially completed the charging process for the alien star domain deployment. The very next second Song Kai was enveloped in a strong sense of weightlessness. At the same time, he was inwardly exclaiming, "Baluo civilization ruins, I hope you won't disappoint me." In the midst of an unfamiliar star domain, one could vaguely make out a sizable asteroid belt at the edge of their vision. However, Song Kai had no intention of steering the Kangkyung over to it, instead rapidly recalling the warship, while he himself also vanished into the pitch-black starry sky. In the Ruins market secret realm, he meticulously arranged the equipment he wore on his body. Chenxing military exoskeleton powered armor, disposable single-soldier combat shields. Once he confirmed that everything was ready, he activated the only spatial anchor point coordinates of the ruins market. High above the yellow sand floating continent, appearing suddenly from the void, Song Kai began to plummet at high speed. When he got his bearings, he immediately harnessed spectral energy to open the ancestral torch. In the next second, the Kangkayang materialized directly below, precisely catching the falling Song Kai. After entering the Kangkayang, Song Kai didn't descend toward the floating land below but first flew over the top of a 10,000-meter tall rock from the starry sky, then began to streak straight down, which saved a considerable amount of time. The Kangkayang passed through the clouds above the floating land, and the scene below came fully into view, but Song Kai's brow suddenly furrowed. Is that a sandstorm? From a bird's-eye view, near the towering rock below, there was a strikingly large eye of the storm, wreaking havoc. The strength of the energy at the center of the sandstorm forming this eye of the storm was terrifying, spanning over 10,000 meters in diameter, with the half-automated intelligence aboard the Kangkayang showing that the energy intensity at the storm's center reached 5th rank. Even the weaker energy reactions of the surrounding storm's gravitational field reached the strength of 4th rank. Clearly, it was a giant sandstorm of the sort one might see once in 100 years. Just my luck to run into this thing. Feeling helpless inside, Song Kai lamented his poorly timed arrival. Yet, he did not give up. Terrifying as the storm was, the mass of the 10,000-meter rock was real. He tried to control the Kangkayang to approach the rock slowly from exactly behind it, the side opposite the eye of the storm. After cautiously trying for about half an hour, Song Kai finally gave up. Though the rock did diminish some of the might of the 10,000-meter storm, its gravitational field was alarmingly extensive. Despite being only 10,000 meters in diameter, the influence of its gravitational field stretched beyond 100,000 meters, making it very difficult for the Kangkayang to stabilize its hull. Even the slightest carelessness could spell complete disaster. For the sake of safety, he ultimately abandoned the idea of taking a gamble. Upon raising the flight altitude of the Kangkayang again, Song Kai contemplated his next course of action. The 10,000-meter scale sandstorm clearly wouldn't subside or change location anytime soon. It might even rage on for 10 days or a half a month, which meant he wouldn't be able to enter the Buluo civilization ruins this time. Therefore, he naturally had to consider his next plan of action. With more than 20 hours until his return, he obviously couldn't just wait around doing nothing. Minutes passed, and Song Kai came around. Now he faced two choices. First, to control the Kangkayang and leave the yellow sand floating land to explore other areas of this unknown starry space. Second, to stay above the yellow sand floating continent. He remembered that this floating land harbored a creature somewhat akin to the earthworms from his previous life but magnified. He went out of his way to research these creatures after his return and concluded they seemed to be a type of insect from the insect race. And since they were also from the insect race, it was certain that the probability of energy crystals condensing within their bodies far exceeded that of other stellar sea creatures. Hence, remaining in this area to hunt these creatures was a decent choice as well. It had only been half a year since the Kangkayang advanced to 1st rank, but with Song Kai's earning capacity, he could enhance the torch warship's hull to LV-19 and undertake the 2nd rank escort ship upgrade mission whenever he wished. Therefore, gathering specific resources needed for the torch warship to advance from 1st rank to 2nd rank, along with special materials that could further increase the warship's upgrade success rate, was equally vital for him to focus on. However, energy crystals were ultimately a hit-or-miss affair. Even if he hunted many of those sand-dwelling insect race creatures later on, it was highly probable there would be no gains, and this was the reason for Song Kai's current dilemma. But before he could ponder any further, a prompt sound helped him resolve this issue. Some time had passed since he teleported here using the spatial anchor point, and after an hour of gathering, the star chart collector successfully produced a 10-light-year diameter nearby star domain map. And it was this star chart that made the indecisive Song Kai come to a decision. There were no other floating lands or asteroid belts, or even fragment belts, noted on this map. This meant that there were no other resource points within at least a 5 light-year radius, so he could dismiss the first option, leaving only the second. Within the Kangkayang, Song Kai's figure suddenly disappeared, and inside the enclosed storage space of the ruins market secret realm, he rummaged through with the power of laws and finally retrieved a glass bottle from a corner. The label on the glass bottle read, "Flesh Life Universal Pheromones are widely used and circulated biological attractant within Torch human civilization." This substance had a single purpose, to attract those non-sentient or low-intelligence species of alien creatures, enabling a faster capture or kill. Furthermore, with just 10 strands of zero-rank floating land origin per bottle, Song Kai had prepared dozens of bottles in this storage space for emergency use. In an area where yellow sand floating land storms were relatively less frequent, the door of the Kangkayang hovering 100 meters in the air was slowly opened, and a fire peony soldier figurine wearing military exoskeleton-powered armor leapt down from it. Bang! The rapidly descending fire peony soldier figurine crashed into the yellow sand below, creating a huge pit, but in front of its second-rank puppet body, coupled with the exoskeleton armor absorbing part of the impact, such a collision could hardly cause any significant effect. At the same time, the brainwave beacon attached to the soldier figurine quickly issued a command to release pheromones. After opening the glass bottle, the fire peony soldier figurine swiftly threw it onto the sandy soil beneath its feet, then with the aid of its exoskeleton armor, it took more than 10 steps in a sprint, before slightly bending its body downward, and in the next second, with the assistance of its own legs and the exoskeleton armor, it leapt up and landed precisely back onto the Kangkayang hovering nearly 100 meters above. Having retrieved the fire peony soldier figurine, Song Kai quickly controlled the Kangkayang to ascend again, only stopping once it reached a height of 1 kilometer. The last time he encountered a sandworm that resembled a huge earthworm, it was over 100 meters in length. Naturally, he would not put himself in danger. In the Kangkayang main control room, the projection screen enlarged dozens of times showed the glass bottle with pheromones quickly being sucked into the sandy bottom by the quicksand, but the pheromones inside had already spread out in all directions. Seeing this, Song Kai waited patiently, like a hunter standing guard for prey, quietly awaiting the arrival of his quarry. A few minutes later, his normally calm eyes narrowed slightly, and his gaze shifted to a location dozens of kilometers away from where the pheromones had been deployed, where under the surface of the sand, there had just been a slight disturbance. Just as Song Kai thought that sandworms would soon converge on the area, another 10 minutes passed without any sign of movement from below. "If one bottle isn't enough, then I'll add a little more." No sooner had he spoken than he vanished in front of the control console, and within seconds, Song Kai reappeared holding 5 more of the same glass bottles. The fire peony soldier figurine swiftly repeated its previous actions, throwing 5 bottles of pheromones into the same spot below. This series of actions did indeed have a significant effect. Perhaps the continuous 6 bottles of pheromones caused a qualitative change in concentration. In any case, not long after, noises started emanating from the surroundings. Moreover, it was not a single noise, for from all directions beneath the yellow sand, different sizes of vibrations began emerging, followed by swift sand dragons streaking through. His eyes moving, Song Kai quickly calculated and analyzed the number of these sand dragons and the specific ranks of the sandworms hidden beneath them. There were a total of 8 sand dragons that had appeared, 4 of which had a diameter of 10 meters like last time, 3 more were about 7 meters, and the last one was particularly astonishing, with a diameter of 15 meters, and its speed as it tore toward the center of the pheromone diffusion was the most formidable. Second-rank peak, or possibly third-rank level sandworm. Muttering to himself, he did not slow his movements. The ship's body tilted slightly downward, and the muzzles of both the Pyongyang sword beam cannon and the electromagnetic ray cannon aimed at the ground below, where the Pyongyang sword beam cannon was already gathering streams of light, and a phantom sword shadow was rapidly coalescing. Seconds later, the 8 sand dragons had converged in the sand below, and on the enlarged projection screen, fine sand began to spew upwards from the ground. Amidst the swirling yellow sand, the image on the projection screen quickly became enveloped by the thickening dust storm, making it impossible to clearly see what was happening below. Seeing this, Song Kai pressed the fire button for the Pyongyang sword beam cannon without hesitation, while the electromagnetic ray cannon began furiously firing down below. Boom boom boom! In the midst of a violent roaring, countless barrages poured into the soil and sand below, making the flying yellow sand around grow even more fierce. Although Song Kai had no knowledge of the specific situation below, he had never ceased firing the electromagnetic ray cannon. He could hear from the howls coming from below that the sandworms were thrashing violently, a sign of their ultimate frenzy after being severely wounded. Soon, the air filled with thick, pungent odors mingled within the sand dust, emanating from the blood of those sandworms. Under the influence of a large amount of pheromones, which already possessed a strong attraction to these kinds of sandworms, now coupled with the intense stench, the sandworms beneath the yellow sand grew even crazier. Every moment, from all directions, more and more sandworms rapidly converged. In response to this, Song Kai's eyelids twitched continuously as the sheer number of converging sandworms was too great, with dozens arriving every minute from great distances. Even the dust clouds could not hide everything. Occasionally, one could see the dark silhouettes, easily 100 meters in size, beneath the thinning dust. They opened their jaws wide, frantically biting and gnawing at their own kind next to them. What was once a gray-yellow sandy surface was now stained with dark green patches from the stench-ridden blood sprayed from the inside of the sandworms. Bits of flesh were scattered everywhere, creating a horrifying sight. Despite his twitching eyelids, Song Kai's hands never stopped moving. Once the Pyongyang sword beam cannon finished buffering, he immediately began to recharge it again. On his side, the electromagnetic ray cannon had been firing non-stop from the beginning. Under this relentless barrage, the floating land origin reserve on the Kangkyan continued to rise. Although sporadic traces of zero-rank floating land origin would appear, the vast majority was still first-rank. In a short period, the Kangkyan had accumulated several hundred strands of first-rank floating land origin. That is to say, the vast majority of sandworms below were of second-rank level, and after several hours of fire coverage, hundreds of second-rank sandworms had perished under the Kangkyan's gunfire. Hundreds of second-rank worms, such a staggering number, it's no wonder Song Kai's reaction was so intense. However, amidst his astonishment, he also felt some excitement. Even though he wasn't lacking first-rank floating land origin, the profit he gained was still tangible, and validating the astonishing firepower of the Kangkyan brought natural excitement. Of course, of the current battle spoils, the Pyongyang sword beam cannon only accounted for a small part of the credit. Although its power was tremendous, it was after all a single target attack, and each attack required a considerable amount of time for charging and buffering, which greatly limited its attack frequency. On the contrary, the blue-quality electromagnetic ray cannon truly shone this time. Its lightning arc splash feature was simply a masterpiece for area attacks. Each shot could splash onto several surrounding sandworms. Even if the power wasn't very strong, the accumulation from shot after shot resulted in a large number of second-rank sandworms falling. Just when things were getting intense, at one moment, Song Kai felt a sudden jolt in his heart. An inexplicable sense of horror surged within him, and a chill ran down his back. Glancing around the projection screen with the corner of his eye, he quickly noticed something, and his eyes trembled fiercely. Subconsciously, he continued to instruct the Kangkyan to ascend, but before it could ascend much, a pitch-black energy sphere shot through the dense dust below, heading straight for the Kangkyan in the sky. The black energy sphere, over 10 meters in diameter, rippled violently upon Kangkyan's energy shield. The force of the impact was so strong that it sent the airship's body flying nearly 10 meters upwards, though this wasn't too noticeable because the Kangkyan was already ascending. Song Kai instinctively glanced at the dark matter energy shield's shield value, and then his pupils constricted simultaneously. Shield value, 3,215,800 4,120,000. The formerly full shield value had dropped by a fifth. Keep in mind that this was an orange energy shield, enhanced to third rank level, with a defense value of 200,000. Considering this, the attack strength of this pitch-black energy sphere was well over 1,000,000. Looking down again, the vast yellow sand could not conceal the enormous shadow below, with a diameter of 100 meters and a length exceeding a kilometer. Looking at the terrifyingly huge shadow, Song Kai was absolutely sure that this must be a third-rank level sandworm, and not just any ordinary one, but the kind at the third-rank peak, possibly even a pseudo-fourth-rank level creature. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to inflict such damage on a dark matter energy shield generator that had been enhanced to LV-30. To put it simply, a normal creature from the starry sea of the third rank, when faced with an orange-quality dark matter energy shield generator, would do well to deal more than 50,000 points of damage. Those that aren't adept at attacking wouldn't even be able to break through the dark matter energy shield, their attack damage being lower than the defense value of the energy shield. From this, it's evident how terrifying it was for a single strike to deplete over 800,000 shield points. As time passed, and the dust and smoke around him gradually cleared, Song Kai finally got a clear view of the massive shadow beneath him. It was almost exactly as he had surmised. Indeed, it was a sandworm. However, compared to those of the first and second rank, its size was much more colossal. With a diameter nearing 100 meters, and a length surpassing a kilometer, anyone with a phobia of large objects would be terrified beyond compare at this daunting size. However, for Song Kai, the impact was far less intense and could barely be considered out of the ordinary. Just about 10 days ago, he had personally witnessed a fourth-rank level Moruo space escape mesh that was over 2,000 meters in size, as well as the projection of his family's ancestors' mythical mesh that exceeded 10,000 meters. In comparison to these two, the third-rank sandworm before him didn't seem as impressive. Of course, even if he somewhat overlooked its size, Song Kai's vigilance did not diminish in the slightest. He had a clear understanding of the combat power of a third-rank creature. Although both the energy shield and the ship-borne main cannon of the Kankian were enhanced to the third rank, they were still quite a bit short of a true third-rank being's capabilities. His mind whirred at high speed while continuing to increase the Kankian's altitude. Song Kai also wrestled with the decision of whether to fight or retreat. The reason for his dilemma was that although the Kankian still had a significant gap with a third-rank being, it was a relative gap, not absolute. If it were to engage in close combat with a third-rank creature, with the energy shield ineffective, the Kankian were merely equipped with blue-quality warship armor and currently at an enhancement level of only LV-29A would undoubtedly be crushed. However, from another perspective, if they maintained enough distance, the Kankian with its third-rank orange energy shield and orange main cannon, actually had the capability to fight head-to-head with a third-rank being. With its ability to withstand an attack, how could it not be qualified to match up against a third-rank stellar sea creature? That's why he seemed hesitant. Of course, this hesitation was only for Song Kai, whose mind was operating at high speed. In the outside world, it was merely the span of 2 seconds. Just as the Kankian had ascended to 3,000 meters, the third-rank sandworm below refused to let up. Its wide maw, tens of meters across, with countless fangs over dozens of centimeters long at the center, was rapidly condensing a second 10-meter-wide pitch-black energy sphere. Whoosh! The pitch-black energy sphere once again shot upward, aiming directly for the hull of the Kankian. This provoked the smoldering fire in the depths of Song Kai's heart. He no longer hesitated, dismissed the thought of leaving, and decided to have a head-on confrontation with the third-rank peak sandworm. The Kankian's combat power had just undergone a significant increase, and he was also curious to see just how effective the third-rank orange main cannon combined with the third-rank orange energy shield could be in combat. The instant he made his decision, the engines of the Kankian began to operate beyond their limits, while the newly installed streaming light propulsors at the rear of the warship were responsible for converting the energy expelled by the engines into effective thrust for the Kangkang at the highest degree possible. With both purple components powering up simultaneously, the Kangkang managed to execute a warship sidestep in just 0.5 seconds. Humming. It was due to this evasive maneuver that the energy sphere, 10 meters in diameter, did not hit the Kangkang head-on but rather grazed by, brushing past the energy shield and causing some energy consumption. However, compared to the previous attack, the damage was much lesser. Before Song Kai could feel relieved, his second stream of consciousness captured another piercing whistle from below. A third one. Can this thing really fire without limit? His expression darkened as he once again pushed the shadow capture antimatter overstate engine and phantom thruster to their limits. While the warship still managed a slight deflection, Song Kai's face visibly paled, and beads of sweat began to emerge on his forehead, clearly indicating the mental strain exerted by these minute maneuvers. Thus, the third energy sphere still grazed past the dark matter energy shield. Although this time the inflicted damage was higher, the Kangkang's energy shield still retained over 70% of its shield points, maintaining its absolute combat power. During the evasion, Song Kai's third stream of consciousness activated the Pyongyang sword beam cannon. The ability to attack from a distance wasn't only restricted to the opponent. Enough is enough. It's my turn now. Inside the Kangkang, Song Kai spoke with a cold tone, and the next second the fully charged Pyongyang sword beam cannon erupted fiercely. The 10-meter-long sword light phantasm buzzed briefly before transforming into a streak of light that shot towards the giant shadow below. Sizzling. The 10-meter diameter sword light phantasm shot downwards at an astonishing speed, allowing the sandworm below no time to react. Almost as if it had exited the cannon 1 second before, the next it had already landed upon its pitch-black body. What surprised Song Kai was that when the sword light phantasm struck the third-rank sandworm, it emitted a clear, resonant metallic friction sound, accompanied by countless sparks spraying out. Clearly, the layer of pitch-black skin on the surface of the third-rank sandworm was already as hard as a special alloy. Although he hadn't activated the mixed hollow extreme yang sword intent divine light with this strike, it was still an all-out attack from the third-rank orange main cannon. Even with just a first-rank warship body's 20% damage enhancement, the might definitely qualified as third-rank level. Yet, it surprisingly couldn't inflict significant damage on the opponent, something he found hard to accept. Chi. Suddenly, the third-rank sandworm below opened its ferocious mouth again, and Song Kai, who caught it first, subconsciously prepared to control the Kangkang to evade. But what was unexpected was that this time, it didn't shoot out the dark energy ball, but roared upwards. Not good. A sonic attack. Song Kai's reaction was swift enough. He guessed it was a sonic attack when he saw no energy ball forming in its mouth but a roar instead, but it was still too late. Hum hum hum. No time was left for other reactions when the sharp screaming sound had already penetrated through the hull into his ears. In an instant, his entire mind was filled with the buzzing noise. Seen from the outside, his eyes were lifeless, filled with a blank stare. In fact, because he had a heads-up, he had 0.1 seconds to react. Song Kai immediately thought of a countermeasure, which was to enter the ruins market secret realm himself, easily avoiding the sonic influences, but this thought only flashed through his mind for a moment before being rapidly dismissed. Entering the ruins market would indeed avoid the sonic influence, but the Kangkang left in the sky would not escape the attack of the dark energy balls. Considering the power of the first energy ball, should the Kangkang be hit, its hull would surely be pushed over 10 meters by the blast wave. Then, when Song Kai exited the market, he wouldn't be on the Kangkang but instead in mid-air without any support. If the situation turned out like that, he would really be doomed. Remaining on the Kangkang, even if unable to evade due to the sonic interference, there was still the protection of the dark matter energy shield. But once his real body was exposed, the terrifying energy carried by the dark energy ball could evaporate him instantly. Boom. As expected, after the interference, the dark energy ball followed up closely, striking the energy shield on the outer layer of the Kangkayang. This attack once again consumed 20% of the dark matter energy shield's shield value, leaving just over 50% remaining. It hadn't ended there, as a second energy ball followed up closely, and after this one, the dark matter energy shield's shield value was only left at 30%. Below, on the now dark green sand, the kilometer-long sandworm opened its massive mouth again, the third energy ball rapidly condensing. However, at this moment, something different happened on the Kangkayang. Song Kai, who should have been affected for a while, suddenly recovered thanks to the abnormal status purifier beside him. It was the purification ore emitted by this component that purged the lingering sonic waves that had captivated his spirit, and together with the boost from the blue torch, it allowed him to regain consciousness ahead of time. As for why it took him so long to recover, after all, the sonic wave came from a third-rank peak creature, and Song Kai himself was only at first rank. The abnormal status purifier's enhancement level was also only at LV20, releasing a purification ore at the second rank level, which was why it couldn't instantly cleanse the sound waves emitted by the sandworm. But this was enough. At least the dark matter energy shield generator hadn't collapsed yet. At least the hull of the Kangkayang was still intact. Suppressing the sting in his mind, Song Kai reactivated the Pure Yang Sword Beam Cannon, and the Mixed Hollow Extreme Yang Sword Intent Divine Light feature was also activated alongside it. Given his personality, after turning back, he should have immediately redirected the Kangkayang to make a getaway. The reason he did not choose to do so was that he couldn't bear to flee in such an embarrassing way when the warship's most powerful attack had yet to be launched. How could he possibly flee so disgracefully? Of course, after that strike, no matter what the effect of the Mixed Hollow Extreme Yang Sword Intent Divine Light was, Song Kai would choose to turn and flee into the distance. At this moment, the remaining shield value of the dark matter energy shield had fallen below the safety threshold he had set for himself. Continued to stay and fight? No, that was not his style of combat. Once the final charge was complete, the 100-meter sword intent divine light roared out from the front of the Kangkayang, carrying an unstoppable might, and charged straight at the third-rank sandworm below. After the strike, Song Kai didn't even care to check the specific effect of the cannon. He hastily maneuvered the Kangkayang to escape at high speed into the sky. Of course, it's worth mentioning that before fleeing, he didn't forget to use the newly installed Blood Soul stigma on the warship to mark the third-rank sandworm below with a Blood Soul mark. If the Mixed Hollow Extreme Yang Sword Intent Divine Light didn't kill it, Song Kai was not the forgiving type. He would surely return for revenge, and the Blood Soul mark was to ensure that he could accurately locate it later. Moreover, he had an even deeper plan that was, after the Kangkayang commenced its promotion mission, to return to the yellow sand floating continent. A third-rank peak sandworm should significantly increase the chances of a successful promotion, and the numerous second-rank sandworms should not be overlooked either, as they could serve as fuel for the Kangkayang's subsequent promotion. The Kangkayang sped away, quickly disappearing into the clouds above the yellow sand floating continent. What Song Kai did not know was that under the attack of the Mixed Hollow Extreme Yang Sword Intent Divine Light, the third-rank sandworm had also been severely wounded. Its once proud skin was like paper under the shattering sword intent, and its body was cut in half at the waist. For a moment, a large amount of dark green viscous liquid splashed around, hissing as it corroded the surrounding sand and soil. However, the vitality of the third-rank sandworm was terrifyingly strong. Even though its body was severed into two parts, it did not die. Hiss. After a series of intense hissing noises, the third-rank sandworm, with its front half of the body, burrowed rapidly into the sand below. Once it burrowed back beneath the sand, it disappeared like fish returning to the sea, vanishing in the blink of an eye. About half an hour later, the Kangkayang, which had reactivated its dark matter energy shield to full shield value after an overload, returned to the battlefield. On seeing the half of the giant sandworm's corpse, Song Kai's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he inwardly sighed at the pity. However, as much as he regretted it, he did not regret his actions. Given another chance, he would make the same choice. With less than 30% of the shield value remaining on the dark matter energy shield generator, the Kankian was not without the possibility of sinking if the third-rank sandworm had any other tricks up its sleeve. Additionally, even if he had truly killed the third-rank sandworm, unless it had an energy crystal inside, at best he would have obtained some insect trace flesh, which was far less cost-effective than waiting for the Kankian to commence its promotion mission and then come back to kill it. Shaking his head, Song Kai stopped dwelling on these thoughts and carefully maneuvered the Kankian closer to the ground, until it was only 100 meters from the surface, followed by the opening of the cabin door as 5 fully armed second-rank Fire Peony soldier figurines rushed out quickly. However, unlike the previous deployment of pheromones, this time the 5 Fire Peony soldier figurines each held an equal model of cutter in their hands. Under the command of the Fire Peony soldier figurine marked with a brainwave beacon, the 5 figurines began manually cutting up the sandworm's body buried in the sand. Song Kai's goal was clear. Aside from the initial energy crystals, he also wanted to harvest the insect trace flesh. The second-rank level insect trace flesh had a good auxiliary effect on the practice of first-rank guidance technique. All 5 Fire Peony soldier figurines were cutting up the insect corpse at full speed. Song Kai above did not relax his vigilance. His gaze swept constantly over the sand below, and the shipborne main cannon and secondary cannons were also ready to fire at any moment. Though it was true that after the absolute deterrence in terms of life level from that third-rank peak sandworm, 99% of the first-rank and second-rank sandworms had been driven away, there was no guarantee. With such vigilance, Song Kai's spiritual focus naturally became highly concentrated once again, which also caused the brain, which was still faintly aching, to emit bursts of sharp pain once more, making it particularly uncomfortable. It seems that if there's a chance, I need to get a special component like a ground detection instrument, or a patrolling radar with the feature of life detection would also do. The deficiency of the Sky patrolling radar in effectively detecting what lies beneath the ground or inside, or behind large obstructions, made him feel the need to obtain a dedicated ground detection component in the future. Besides this, it also made him even more attentive to further enhancing his spiritual force. Whether it was the strenuous feeling of performing high-difficulty micromanipulations on the Kankian or subsequently being deterred by the third-rank sandworm's sonic vibrations, the root cause was that his spiritual force was too weak at present. Of course, this too weak was only relative to second-rank and third-rank creatures. At this early stage of entering the first rank, his spiritual force had already surpassed over 90% of the Starry Sea's same-rank life forms. The continuous refinement and enhancement of the spiritual by the mythical mesh projection imprint blueprint, along with the boost from the blue seed of torch, had made his spiritual force far surpass his peers. But Song Kai was still not quite satisfied. As a transmigrator, he aimed to benchmark not only against his peers. In the future, I need to increase the time I spend visualizing the mythical mesh projection imprint blueprint every day. Song Kai's eyes shone with resolve, as he silently made up his mind. Previously, he visualized the mythical mesh projection imprint blueprint for 2 hours each day, which was already strictly related to the strength of his spiritual force. He could only visualize for about 2 hours a day, after which his spiritual was too exhausted to continue. But that was before his guidance technique reached the first rank. After breaking through level 10 of the guidance technique, his spiritual force received a significant boost due to the first sublimation of his life level, and now that the seed of torch had advanced from white to blue, his spiritual had become more solid. Song Kai estimated that he could now visualize the mythical mesh projection imprint blueprint for 3 to 4 hours a day. Let's make it 3 hours then. After pondering for a moment, he set the visualization time to 3 hours. Even though with his current spiritual force he could likely visualize for longer, the cultivation of the guidance technique should not be neglected, as ultimately, it's still about the subsequent sublimation of one's own life. As he thought, Several hours quickly passed without any of the unforeseen events he had imagined. The ferocity of that third-rank peak sandworm was a bit more extreme than he had thought. Even though it had left for over 4 hours, no other first or second-rank sandworms dared to approach this area. However, this also made it much easier for Song Kai to deal with those insect corpses. Otherwise, who knows how long it would have been dragged on. There were over 500 sandworm corpses in the sand below, and although the vast majority were already nibbled and badly mangled, there were still over 200 corpses that needed to be cut open and inspected. It took the 5 Fire Peony soldier figurines more than 4 hours to barely complete the task, and this was under conditions with no interference. Otherwise, the time required would have at least doubled. The final result was not beyond Song Kai's expectation. There were no energy crystals, but a decent point was that the combined second-rank insect trace's choice cuts of meat amounted to 1,000 kilograms. On average, each second-rank sandworm produced about 5 kilograms of choice cuts, which was quite powerful. These were second-rank insect trace choice cuts of meat, and even though they didn't compare to the queen insect's meat that contained a trace of third-rank energy essence from earlier, the difference wasn't huge. Combined with the sufficient quantity and used together with the advanced body tempering potion and body tempering liquid, it was bound to greatly accelerate the cultivation speed of the guidance technique. It's a pity that the small piece of third-rank insect corpse didn't include any choice cuts of meat that would have been genuine third-rank meat, which would have an effect stronger than the queen insect's meat from before. He sighed lightly and casually walked over to the blood soul stigma component. Soon, his tightly closed eyes opened, and at the same time, he turned his gaze to a sand dune thousands of kilometers away. According to the information from the blood soul stigma, that third-rank sandworm was hiding a kilometer deep beneath that sand dune. After his eyes flickered a few times, Song Kai dispelled the idea of going there and decided to wait until after the Kankian commenced its warship upgrade mission before dealing with the third-rank sandworm. More than 10 hours later, having stayed for 24 hours, the Kankian received a reminder to return to the warship and then quickly disappeared into the starry sky beyond the yellow sand floating continent. At home on the white tower floating land. I'm back. As soon as he walked through the door, his mother's slightly joyful voice rang out immediately. She and his father were still busy dealing with some matters, so they had not gone exploring the alien star domain. Today, however, Song Kai did not rush back to his room, Ruins Market, as usual, but solemnly pulled his parents into the living room. Son, what's the matter? Did you run into some trouble? Seeing Song Kai's expression, Chen Lixia, who knew there must be something important, could no longer keep calm and started asking questions anxiously.